Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see fifth part. What if Harry had a twin? Everyone chose the wrong one. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter had a twin brother, and everyone believed the wrong child was the boy who lived? After Voldemort's attack, Harry is forgotten while his twin is celebrated as the hero. Ignored by his family and pushed aside by the wizarding world, Harry grows up alone, carrying a secret no one knows. But years later, a shocking truth is revealed: Harry was the real survivor all along. Will those who abandoned him beg for forgiveness? Or will Harry choose a different path and refuse to save the people who never cared about him? Discover this emotional and epic Harry Potter, What If? Story. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. The Caribbean. Harry and Severus, their room. I told you the spell wouldn't be enough, said Harry, his lips pursed to stop himself from laughing. They were on their second day of the cruise. Tomorrow they would actually be docking. He was looking forward to it, despite the fact the rest had been rather refreshing. Sev hadn't let him pick up more than one book, and it wasn't an educational one. Harry found he didn't mind. It was nice just sitting around in the sun doing nothing other than talking to one another. Or going to the club at night, and having a few drinks. He wasn't used to it, having nothing to do. He was used to his day being filled completely, then falling into bed exhausted at night. At Hogwarts he'd read everything he could get his hands on, and then came the tournament. Which made him read more, trying to figure out how to survive it. Then it was a maze of studying and brewing for his OWLs and mastery, which did at one point become too much for him to handle. He'd honestly felt if he read one more book his head was literally going to explode. Then before he knew it he had ped his mastery and he'd been able to relax slightly. Severus just looked at Harry drolly, before wincing in pain. The sunburn was down the entire length of his backhand. He hadn't felt anything when he went to sleep last night, but this morning he felt as though he was suffocating. His body felt like one big huge blister. He had stupidly tried to go for a shower. He'd lasted all of 2 seconds before jumping out of it in shock. "Do you want me to go down to the shop and get a potion?" asked Harry somberly, his amusement fading. "Paying double for watered-down second-rate potions? No thank you," said Severus, his sneer evident. He didn't trust potions, at least none he hadn't brewed himself at any rate. Rummaging around in the drawer looking at his long-sleeved top in disgust. He dreaded putting it on. He could just imagine how agitated his skin would be at something on it. "Lie down," said Harry, raking in his bag, looking for something that would take the edge of Severus' pain until he brewed something for him. Finding what he was looking for, after rummaging for around 5 minutes. He grinned in triumph. It looked as though potion ingredients were once again going to save the day. "No need to sound so smug," said Severus, rolling his eyes as he did as instructed, feeling vulnerable, but he trusted Harry completely. As evident by sleeping in the same bed with him without his wand under his pillow at that. Hissing as his bear rubbed against the bedding. "I'll brew the potion for you. It will only take half an hour," said Harry as he scooped up a handful of pure aloe vera. There was no additives in it. They knew because it was from Prince Manor. The plant had been cut down to the root and the juice extracted from the large and small stems. Additives were a big no-no when it came to putting it in cauldrons full of different potion ingredients. "I can brew myself. I'm not an invalid that feels good," said Severus, as the aloe vera began to immediately soothe and take the heat from his back. Sighing softly, as those nimble fingers made quick but lingering work on his raw red back. He wasn't used to people other than his own mother looking out for him, but even at that he couldn't stand too much of that. Biting his tongue, unable to help his body's reaction to the soft caresses. Harry shook his head, grinning wryly. Severus had thought the spell would be enough to prevent him getting sunburnt. He had of course warned him. Since it had happened to him, it wasn't strong enough to stop you being burnt in such fiery weather. He'd thought Egypt was warm. It was nothing on this climate. He couldn't deny that he liked being this close to Severus, and looking after him. Even if it was in such a minor way like helping him with this. "Sit up and turn over," said Harry. When he'd put off long enough, he would have continued for as long as he could. At least his arms hadn't been burnt, but that's only because he refused to bear them. Severus sat up, scooted down to the edge of the bed, his legs open, allowing Harry get closer to him to put on the aloe vera. His skin had never been burnt to such a degree before, or at all. He made a habit of staying out of the sun. It was why his skin was so pale, and it was just fine with him. "Will you let me try that unicorn blood?" asked Harry, touching the mark, showing Severus he not at all repulsed by it. How could he be, when Severus had never been repulsed by any mark he bore? He'd made that obvious. Harry shivered, remembering how Severus had shown him. Merlin he wanted a physical relationship so badly, but he would wait until Severus was ready. It was ironic, really. He was the younger of the two, and he was waiting until Severus was ready. He knew why though. It wasn't just because of the whole mastery thing. Severus thought he'd realize it wasn't love and just lust and leave. He didn't understand why Severus had such a bad outlook of himself, but considering the things he'd been through, it didn't surprise him. Severus was in for a surprise, because he was in this for the long haul. Severus watched Harry's finger trace the mark as though it was a fascinating tattoo. Just looking at it made him want to rip it off his skin. He hated the constant reminder of the bad decisions he'd made as a teenager. He'd tried everything he could think of to remove it. If Harry thought the unicorn blood would work, then why not give it a try? Although he wasn't as hopeful, he didn't think anything other than Voldemort's death would remove the mark of ownership he'd worn for decades. "Why not?" conceded Severus, his voice showing just how pointless he believed it to be. "Let's get this done first. You look like a tomato," said Harry, snorting in an amused way. His left hand grabbed the jar and his right hand scooped another handful up. Placing it back gently, not wanting any of it to fall, it took a lot of plant to get any decent amount of the liquid. He made quick but efficient work with his front, paying more attention to his nipples than anywhere else. Severus reached around Harry's midsection and pulled him down onto his lap, causing a delicious friction against his interested hardness. Forcefully bringing Harry's head down to his, he pianately and ardently investigated every nook and cranny of Harry's mouth. It tasted of his favorite Muggle drink, Sprite. The taste of an lime was strong. "I look like a what?" asked Severus, his voice hitched and breathless. "Nothing," replied Harry, before he reclaimed Severus' lips, not going to miss out on this opportunity with talking. Talking was the last thing on his mind right now. Wrapping his arms around Severus' neck, glad it was no longer painful, otherwise their activities would have definitely been put off for weeks. Especially if Severus didn't have the ingredients they needed to brew the potion to remove his sunburn. "Are you sure about that?" chuckled Severus, wickedly into his ear. "Yep," said Harry, drawing away, giving himself time to breathe, his body singing in anticipation. The added bonus was they only had shorts on. It was too warm to sleep with anything. He'd never felt this kind of anticipation with Victor, and that was his first time. Sev already knew about his time with Victor. It seemed to have put some of his fears to rest, but not all of them. Murmured Severus, his voice reverberating on Harry's lips, causing them to become ticklish. Harry drew back, looking into Severus' smoldering black eyes, wanting to be sure he wanted this as much as him. He had his answer with just one subtle look. Physically Severus did want it, and it seemed emotionally he was ready to take their relationship to a new level. How long had he been alone? He was so insecure. And he was, even if he didn't show it, he was supposed to be the insecure one. That wasn't right though, was it? Everyone had insecurities. It's how people dealt with it that showed what kind of person you were, and how the relationship would turn out. He was no means an expert, but it's what he'd observed, from his friends' budding relationships and the books he'd read. Shaking off those thoughts, definitely not wanting them in his head right now. Harry edged softly, as Severus' lips attached themselves to his neck, arching it back, giving him all the room he desired. Harry's breathing panted against Severus' ear, and his straining stifled only by a pair of underwear, causing the Slytherin's lips to twitch in satisfaction. He'd realized Harry was exceeding easy to arouse. The simplest of touches could do it. It was little wonder, having received precious little of it during his life. He wasn't a touchy-feely person, so God knows why Harry wanted him. "What do you want, Harry?" murmured Severus, ing on a delicious piece of skin he found at Harry's throat. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as Severus drew back. He knew without looking that it was completely red. His arms stalling Harry, preventing him from moving around too much. He didn't want to end their first proper peonate night prematurely. Everything, confessed Harry, ing him once again on his thin lips, gasping at the feeling of those hands trailing up his back-end. Shuddering in need, his toes curling in pleasure, he desperately latched onto Severus' neck, inhaling his scent, which was slightly off due to the aloe vera. Although considering how aloe vera first smelt when it was first cut, this was completely acceptable. Anything, he added, staring back up at Severus. His green eyes were bright with paean, love, and most importantly impatience. He wanted to share absolutely everything with Severus, the good, the bad, and the very, very good. Anything? Asked Severus seductively, his chin brushing against Harry's golden tan throat. That was only 2 days in the sun. He wondered what Harry would be like by the time they went home. Murmured Harry, pressing them both down on the bed. Harry's sinful green eyes were gleaming wickedly. Many things Harry may be, but innocent he was not, and Severus found himself grateful for that. Experienced or not, although it wasn't much, he wasn't about to allow someone to dominate him in bed. "Oh no, I don't think so," said Severus, wincing slightly as he turned them both around. He felt like his skin got ripped and torn when he moved too quickly. He made a mental note not to let it happen, moving a lot slower until he was on top of Harry. "Are you all right?" asked Harry breathlessly, looking concerned. His emotions were going haywire, mixing together in a cacophony of sorts, but his worry for Severus was paramount to anything else. "I will be," replied Severus. The aloe vera would work wonders. He should have thought about it earlier. Not wanting to talk, he attacked Harry's lips again before venturing further slowly. Smirking in amusement when Harry impatiently wiggled around on the bed, yet even as Harry continued to squirm, Severus avoided the part of him that was most clamoring for his attention. And it was clamoring for his attention, since it was almost standing straight up if the tent in front of him was anything to go by. Stopping for a moment, causing confused green eyes to stare at him before they flared with a need so deep it almost took Severus' breath away. Barely able to catch it, he removed Harry's shorts, then his own, desperate himself now for relief, but determined to make it last as long as possible. "My fingers are a spell," whispered Severus seductively, his voice smug and velvety, staring down at Harry, his eyebrow quirked in an enquiring manner. Harry eyed at the image that presented. His time with Victor had been cursory, but the feelings had been remembered. The overwhelming sensations had blinded him to any pain he felt. Biting his lip, he nodded eagerly, reattaching his lips to Severus for a few seconds as he spread his legs further apart, to give him more than enough room to reach back. Part of him did want the spell, so he could feel the thick shaft pounding into him. Yet there was something so erotic and personal about being thoroughly stretched before being completely eyed. Severus chuckled dryly, already knowing the answer to his question without words needing to be exchanged. With precision he opened the drawer to bedside cabinet and opened the bag and found what he was looking for. Since he was very precise where things were put, especially when it came to his potions, uncorking it hastily with his teeth, he placed it on the level wood and dipped his fingers into it. Harry arched into the prodding fingers when they hit a spot deep inside him that made his entire body throb with need. Unable to say anything, his mouth open, breathing harshly, this was the first time in 3 years he'd done anything. He'd been too busy to indulge in anything at all since he'd explored his utility with Victor. Hell, he'd hardly had the time to sleep, never mind masturbate. So it was no wonder his body was reacting so strongly, so sensually to everything Severus was doing. "More," panted Harry, pleadingly, arching up determinedly. "So demanding," murmured Severus, his need throbbing between them both, stimulated by Harry's constant wiggling. "Please," begged Harry, wiggling seductively, pouting. Severus laughed in amusement, causing Harry to groan at the smooth chocolately sound leaving his lover's lips. Lovers, Harry thought to himself, they were that now in every sense of the word. Part of him had wondered if it would ever happen. He need not dwell on it anymore now. Noticing a moment he came out of his thoughts, immediately and automatically lifting his hips, which shook under the pressure. His body was too gone to put up with too much strain. "Ready," Severus said, positioning himself at Harry's entrance, his body tense with anticipation. There was nothing that could be compared to this. His mind was now wondering why he'd waited this long. His mind then went blank as a guttered ed slipped past his lips as Harry's heat encompassed him. "I'll take that as a yes. Move," demanded Harry, arching up, groaning in need, rasping out a choked gasp as his bared throat was bitten as Severus thrust into him in one single move, causing the bundle of nerves deep inside him to be stimulated again. Such pleasure as it was, Harry came violently over both of them, unable to prevent it. "Severus!" Harry shouted at the same time, his eyes closed. Severus Ed pressing his face into Harry's neck, trying to prevent himself from coming so soon, as his entire length was encased in the spasming silky walls. Eventually it calmed down and gave him the ability to think back, and only then did he begin to move, thrusting in and out of Harry, his mind buzzing and repeating over and over again the single word Harry had used. His name. It was obviously not a one-time thing for him. He truly felt all he had expressed on his 16th birthday, and it warmed his chilled heart. Reaching between their bodies, he began to coax Harry into a full hardness, which wasn't difficult to do. After all, he'd been slowly rising again for the past few minutes. The only sound that could be heard was their groans and Harry's mews as Severus increased the tempo until his body came explosively. Harry's own followed shortly afterwards. Slumping on his side, his rapidly moving up and down as he tried desperately to regain control of his erratic heartbeat. Reaching for his wand, which was never far out of his sight, he waved it over them, removing all trace of mess. Harry's bleary eyes opened for a few seconds before closing them, resting his head against Severus, and pulled the sheet up over himself. He could never sleep without something over him. He didn't know why, but he couldn't. Thankfully, with the air conditioning always on, it didn't make it unbearably hot. "Sleep. I'll order some room service in a few hours," Severus said quietly, barely able to keep his own eyes open. Thankfully, though, his breathing had returned to some semblance of normalcy. Shifting, he turned Harry over slightly so he wasn't lying on his. Not only would it hurt like blazes in a few hours after the aloe vera wore off, the sweat would cause them to stick together, and it truly was the last thing his needed right now, as burnt as it was. He looked like the bloody lobster he and Harry had shared for dinner on the first night of the boat. He wasn't a big fan of fish, but he had to admit it was delicious. "Humph," hummed Harry, moving slightly before settling down again. Severus wasted no time in following him. A few hours' rest sounded very inviting. Severus and Harry. Caribbean. Their room. Severus' black eyes opened, momentarily disorientated, wondering why on earth he was so exhausted. The answer was snuggled into him, his head lying across his stomach. Internally wincing, knowing it was going to be torture getting Harry off him. Thankfully he couldn't feel too much sweat, but it would still be difficult. It just depended how long they'd been sleeping. Although if he was honest, the sunburn didn't hurt, but he knew it wouldn't last forever. Stretching his hand out, he managed to grab onto his wand between his pointer and middle finger. It wobbled for a few seconds before his fingers tightened their hold, and he had it properly within his grasp. Quietly flicking his wand and saying the incantation for the time, he looked at the large hovering red digits. Surprise flickered over his features. They'd been sleeping for 5 hours, 5 whole hours. They had woke up at 9 o'clock both days on the cruise, enjoying the chance to sleep in since they frequently both got up at 6 o'clock in the morning back home. That's if he went to his bed, but keeping up with St. Mungo's demands hadn't been easy. He would no longer have to worry about that. In fact, Harry had stirred his desire to do more than just brew potions that had already been invented. It had been a long time since he'd invented a potion of his own. In fact, it was going on 5 years now. A long time to go without stirring the potions community, although Harry had certainly been doing that on his own. He was very proud of Harry and glad he'd taken him on as an apprentice. He'd done him proud. It was just a damn shame he hadn't had parents who gave a shit. Yet Harry hadn't cared. He'd gone on to make a future for himself, when many others wouldn't have had the courage to do what he did. Did Lily even care about how wonderful Harry was? Thought Severus to himself, his fingers carding through Harry's long soft hair. Merlin. He wished Harry wasn't so hostile against everyone, knowing he was the true boy who lived. Frowning thoughtfully, he tried to remember what the papers said the night after it happened. As far as he was aware, there was no explanation for it. They'd made it sound like sheer dumb luck, or a miracle that had caused Nick's so-called defeat of the Dark Lord. He doubted Albus would have made any umptions. He would have wanted to make sure it was the right child. At least the wizard back then would have. Albus he had known wouldn't have done what he did over the past 7 years. He would have had to accept the Potter's word for what happened, and considering he knew when he was being lied to, he'd ever been too stunned and relieved to think properly and accepted it, or Lily had made a genuine mistake and truly did believe it to be Nick. It was a hell of a mistake to make, one that had essentially nearly ruined Harry's life. He'd always been a little prejudiced at Hogwarts with the students, preferring to give his Slytherins favorable treatment since they didn't receive it elsewhere. He didn't know how many times he'd held his tongue over the teachers' treatments of his students. They were not Death Eaters, they hadn't caused all those deaths, and they were innocent. Yet they were publicly scorned, humiliated and hurt, even if they didn't show it. Which in turn made them bitter, and some of them turned to bullying to let some of that angst out. Thank Merlin Harry hadn't turned out like Nick Potter, they certainly wouldn't be where they were today. At least he didn't think so, but it was hard to be certain of that. Reese had been worse than he was, at least he had never graded anyone's work unfairly, and he gave them exactly the grade they deserved. Harry had not deserved the tea he continued to get. If Harry deserves the teas, then he was a monkey's uncle. Unfortunately, he couldn't spend his entire life watching over his SS, it had been put on hold for nearing 13 years at that time. It would have been 19 years nearly if he had remained. Regretfully, his SS had to stand on their own 2 feet. Which hadn't happened as he would have liked. His SS had joined Umbridge's rampage, allowing several of their own to be hurt in the process. After the dressing down he gave them, hopefully it would prevent another occasion such as that from happening. "Timize it," exclaimed Harry, jerking awake, looking around until he met Severus' eyes and a sweet smile spread across his face, just for him. 2 o'clock, we've been asleep for 5 hours, said Severus dryly. Really, I didn't expect it to be that long, admitted Harry, amazed, rubbing his eyes, still actually tired despite the fact he'd slept so much. He leaned on his arm, touching at Severus. Does it hurt? No, at least not yet, I need to take a shower, said Severus. The stuff had dried in, making his skin look as if it was peeling. Which was what happened to all salves eventually, if they weren't wiped off, and it was because of this particular ingredient as well as a few others. Wait, let me try first, said Harry adamantly, praying with all his might it worked. He knew what it was like to be burdened with scars you hated showing the world. Thanks to Fawkes, though, he didn't need to endure it. The dark magic-imbued scars couldn't fight against the lightness, healing of Phoenix tears and their proprieties. Looking around for his wand, frowning when he couldn't find it, half crawling off the bed, searching his shorts. The long piece of wood was promptly found, causing Harry to grin in triumph. Although it wasn't much of one, it would have taken less time to grab the potions bag. Summoning it from the floor at the bottom of their bed, where he'd left it just hours ago. Did you put it in yours? Asked Harry, turning to face Severus curiously. Actually no, I placed it in yours, or rather the remains of it, said Severus, watching him, his face impive but his eyes had a twinkle to them that Harry hadn't seen before. I don't think I unpacked mine, confessed Harry, moving off the bed. Uncaring that he was he swiftly found his bag at the bottom of the cupboard and raked through the mostly empty bag. He was beginning to think he hadn't brought it, but it was unlike him. He'd been taught by Severus to always bring potions and of course empty vials and a potion knife. The knife was only used to cut any useful potion ingredients they saw and liked the look of. Just as he was going to give up, his hand pressed against dragon hide. He had bought it after all. Snapping it up, he wandered back over to the bed, shivering slightly. The air-conditioned room was doing its job perfectly, chilling the room. Harry dived under the covers before opening his case, inspecting all white-colored ingredients properly, not ever wanting a repeat performance of what he'd stupidly done a week ago. He was able to distinguish which one was the unicorn blood, and noticed that most of it had thankfully been preserved. How it managed to survive the devastation to the potions lab he did not know, but he was nonetheless grateful. He would never get unicorn blood again. When he got that, it was a once-in-a-lifetime gift. A gift for helping a unicorn in need. The blood had been unexpected but extremely welcome. He'd never used it. It was more of a novelty to him, an important one at that. Now, due to an accident, he was Horcrux-free, something he hadn't even known he was. They also had a way to get rid of the remaining ones as well. It's extremely rare for a unicorn to freely give up their blood, and it was freely given, otherwise it would have turned black within 5 to 10 minutes. Said Severus, his finger brushing across Harry's arm. He was fast becoming addicted to touching Harry in any way he could. Probably because he couldn't believe he was there, and for once his life was complete. Is it really that rare? Asked Harry. A lot of potions have unicorn parts in them. Unicorn horn, yes, but seldom is blood used, said Severus softly. For that very reason, freely given is extremely rare. It has only happened twice in our recorded history since the wizarding world began writing things down to pee on to the next generation. This started even before the time of Merlin. Interesting, Harry said thoughtfully. There was still so much he didn't know. With Severus each day was always educational to say the least, despite the fact he now had a mastery under his belt. Harry took a hold of Severus' arm, laying it flat as he uncorked the potion, using his teeth to do so. Spitting the cork out, he tilted the vial a little, and let 2 drops of the luminously white pearly liquid to fall freely from it and onto Severus' arm. Hitting the dark mark, nothing happened. Severus had been proven correct, even if in his heart he felt disappointed. Despite everything, he had held hope to see the mark gone. Then, like what had happened to Harry, the specter began to rise off Severus, taking with the very essence of the mark a black cloud of smoke that turned white in the air, screeching angrily. Then, as if it couldn't sustain itself on air, it gave off a little puff before exploding into thin air and evaporating harmlessly. No dark or evil magic can sustain itself on the blood of a unicorn, which was the epitome of pure light magic. Just like anyone who dared drink the blood of a pure creature ended you with a cursed life, a half-life. Fortunately, with this being willingly given, it was in its purest form and harmless to whomever uses it, unless it was against the darkest of magics. I told you, exclaimed Harry, grinning in insane pride. The next thing out of his mouth was a grunt. As he was taken in a death grip, Severus wrapped his arms around him tightly. His face buried in the crook of his neck, his breath shaky and warm. A small smile worked its way onto Harry's face as he returned the hug, but remaining delicate, knowing his back was probably sore. When it became apparent the MC wasn't going to end any time soon, he lay his head on his shoulder, just enjoying the rare intimate moment together. Severus wasn't the one for big displays of emotions, such as prolonged hugging and ing in public. He was very reserved, but Harry didn't mind. He liked blending in while in company anyway. I'm glad it worked, Sev, he confessed, ing him on the throat, but their moment was broken by the fact both their stomachs grumbled in complaint. Room service, suggested the both of them at the same time before smirking wryly. You shower, I'll make the potion, then order room service, suggested Harry. I think it's one of your best suggestions, said Severus, stepping out of the bed. Better suggestions? Asked Harry in mock anger. Severus just chuckled wryly, making his way to the bathroom. Harry's hand fishing for the cork to replace on the vial to keep the remainder of the unicorn blood safe. Once that was done, he put it in the box and clambered out of bed, heading down the stairs to the kitchen where a cauldron was already set up. Severus and Harry, Caribbean. Half an hour later, refreshed after a cool shower, Severus joined Harry down in the main sitting area. The sun was blindly hot and Severus certainly wasn't going out there today. He had enough sunburn to last him a lifetime. The potion would turn the burn into a tan almost right away. After that he was certainly going to be using the sun cream from now on. Moving over beside Harry, watching him work with hawk eyes, he didn't think he would ever forget the sight of him on that dungeon floor. It was hard to believe it had only happened a week ago. Harry seemed to have suffered no ill effects, and he was up and about. Eileen's potion and Fox had well and truly done the trick, and he was grateful for it. Perfect, said Harry to himself, as he began to fold the potion instead of stirring it. It was now a paste and impossible to stir, and near unachievable to fold perfectly. He did not need to do it long, but with the fire under the cauldron he had only a few minutes to get it into a jar and let it settle for at least an hour before Severus could use it. Which would give them time to eat something, maybe watch the TV. The Muggles had the most fascinating way of entertaining themselves. Movies, all sorts of movies, where actors were paid millions to take part in. It made them famous, and that Harry didn't understand but enjoyed the various works nonetheless. Done, he said in satisfaction, screwing the cap into place. What would you like to eat? Asked Severus, wrapping his arms around Harry, a young man he owed everything. He'd spent the majority of the time in his shower just gazing at his arm. Free of blemish for the first time in 19 years, he'd felt sick when it didn't work, which revealed to him how deeply he'd thought it would work. Then, just as they'd given up hope, it had worked. You pick, said Harry shrugging his shoulders. Very well, said Severus. In his shoulder he quickly called room service and ordered a 3-course meal for both of them to be delivered. They'd missed out on breakfast and lunch, they were both extremely hungry, no doubt they would get through the food no problem. He doubted very much they'd be leaving the room today, so they would be bringing dinner for them as well. Tomorrow would be different however, since the ship would be docked on the island and they would definitely be going to investigate it. What kind of ingredients do you think await us? Asked Harry excitedly. As they sat down on the large couch, the TV was put on, but muted so they could hear when their food came. On islands they grow in abundance, said Severus, which they sell on to us in the mainland. It's the main source of income and trade. Won't they be protected then? Asked Harry, leaning against the back of the couch, lifting his feet and curling them up under a pillow. They don't have the resources for that. They will have greenhouses set up full of them, but not in the wild, replied Severus. Aren't you going to talk to Eileen? It's been nearly 3 days, said Harry, or at least it would be tomorrow morning, or was it afternoon? The time difference was beginning to annoy him already. Only if you want to wake her up, said Severus wickedly. You have it the wrong way around. It's around 8 o'clock at night back home, Harry couldn't help but point out. Severus said nothing, but if someone looked close enough, like Harry would have seen red marks appearing on his neck showing his emberment. Actually, that's a good idea. I'm going to flow her right now. If the food comes, remember to tip them, said Severus, remembering the first time Harry had taken it, thanked him, then closed the door in his face, unaware that they relied on the tips given to them by the holiday makers. Shut up, said Harry, throwing a pillow at him. It was his turn to be embered. Severus and Eileen. Flo, Prince Manor. Severus, I was beginning to think you'd forgotten the Flo address, teased Eileen, putting her book down. My apologies, Mother, replied Severus. What's been going on? Well, he attacked Hogsmeade. Kingsley Shacklebolt was recovered. He's currently in St. Mungo's, said Eileen. The paper hasn't said anything about his current state of mind, and they wouldn't, especially not after what happened between Tatum and the newspapers. St. Mungo's wouldn't want to risk a sudden lawsuit on their hands. It had been a close call before, but thankfully giving the Mediwitch the boot had sufficed for Severus and Harry. How many deaths this time? Winced Severus through the flames. None were reported. I think they got off lightly, admitted Eileen. Well, that's a relief, Severus replied, sighing in relief. Are you enjoying your holiday? Asked Eileen, a twinkle in her black eyes. It has been enjoyable so far, said Severus, his pause obvious. What have you done to yourself this time, Severus? Asked Eileen, leaning over slightly, to look at her son properly. And why would you I had done anything? Asked Severus, quickly and too defensively. You are my son, I know you all too well, said Eileen. What happened? Nothing, said Severus. Well, if you don't want to tell your poor mother, who's been lonely these past few days in the manor by herself, fair enough, said Eileen quietly, her face full of sad longing. Mother, that doesn't work on me, I learned from the best, stated Severus, barely able to stop himself laughing at her look. Are you at least having fun? Asked Eileen, changing the subject, realizing she wouldn't get it out of him. She would just have to pry Harry for information. He would share it, of that she was 100% certain. Yes, me and Harry both, said Severus. Good, said Eileen smugly. Indeed, replied Severus dryly. I have to go, the flow powder is getting weaker. It was little wonder they were calling from a boat in the middle of the Caribbean. Give my best to Harry, have a safe trip, she said before Severus was gone. Harry and Severus, the ship. Is she okay? Asked Harry, placing the large tray on the table. Evidently the food had come during his Flo call. She's fine, no doubt she's enjoying having the place to herself, said Severus. Harry's worry for his mother was expected. I know the feeling, grinned Harry wickedly. So what are we going to watch tonight? Anything that looks interesting to you. I don't mind, said Severus, sitting himself down and dividing their food, ping a bowl of soup to Harry and a spoon. He wasn't big on the Muggle movies, but Harry had taken a liking to them. He alternated between his potion journal and the film. All right, said Harry, putting a random one on to watch, not really into it since they were after all eating their dinner. So what did Eileen say? To have a good time, said Severus after swallowing some soup. And she didn't say anything about what's happening back home? Asked Harry, observing Severus curiously. Yes, admitted Severus, he wasn't about to lie to Harry. Well, Harry said, the Dark Lord attacked Hogsmeade just as predicted. Luckily with the order there they had no fatalities, and they managed to save Kingsley Shacklebolt. Replied Severus. I do not want you beginning to feel guilty. I don't. Said Harry simply. Severus blinked, his black eyes boring into Harry's. Well, I don't. I'm not responsible for them. They're grown adults. If they want to survive they need to get up off their asses and fight. I can't be responsible for them, and I refuse to be. They never once looked at me before I became the youngest potions apprentice master. Although I'm not saying that out of spite, it's just they, well, need to learn to fight. If they wait on someone saving them then they're stupid. Said Harry, shrugging, not sure if he was getting his point across or not. Indeed, said Severus, nodding firmly, inwardly impressed. Although if it was a friend, I'd probably feel different, admitted Harry. Wouldn't we all? Was all Severus had to say about that. This actually looks interesting, said Harry, settling down, the subject changing. James Potter and Healer Hunter, Street. Mungos. Good evening, Mr. Potter, how may I help you? What seems to be the problem? Asked the healer, gesturing for him to sit down. Look, said James, starting then stalling, taking a deep breath before he continued on. He hoped since the healer was older he would be more open to helping. I know my wife is persona non grata with the entire magical world, but there's something happening and I have no idea what to do. Calm down. Now can you explain the symptoms to me? I will of course need to see her before I can diagnose anything. I assume she's having difficult sleeping? Asked Healer Hunter, being professional about the entire thing. That's not it, stated James, cutting him off. Her magic has gone all wonky. She can cast a 4th year spell, but the 1st year's spell is screwing up. Which spells? Asked the healer, his hazel eyes gleaming as if he already suspected what was happening. Levitating spell didn't work, but the Accio spell did, stated James. I've never heard of a case like it before in my life. I have, said Healer Hunter, pensively. Tell me, was your son an apprentice at the time of the alt? My son? Asked James blankly. Mr. Harry Peverell, stated the healer, frowning. Oh, yes he was, said James. He was so used to people not referring to Harry as his son that it was so odd to hear him stated as such nowadays. I believe the retribution spell is in play. It has not been done in over 10 decades, said Healer Hunter. His father had been the victim of it. He had thought his father innocent, of course, such a folly of youth. When he'd researched it, trying to find a way to help him, he learned the truth. His father eventually recovered, only once the magic had punished him enough for his misdeeds. It was at the height of irony that he was the one here right now. If it had been someone else they wouldn't have known for weeks as they researched the archives. Nobody cast any magic on her, said James, confused. It isn't cast, it is a law, Merlin's law, and he cast it in such a way that it would remain effective even after his ping. He wanted to ensure the safety of apprentices from less scrupulous masters, said Healer Hunter, putting it as delicately as possible. Wait, are you saying this Merlin's law thing is punishing Lily by taking away her magic? Asked James, his face paling 5 shades. It's not taking it away, Mr. Potter, said Healer Hunter. Then what? Asked James, calming slightly. The spell affects everyone differently, but I suspect she is being punished by losing her ability to cast certain magic, said the healer. Certain magic, echoed James, feeling completely overwhelmed. He didn't understand what the healer was getting at. Healer Hunter sighed in almost silent exasperation. Mr. Potter, the spell your wife cast could be construed as a defensive spell and it can be used to harm another. That is the kind of magic she won't be able to cast, and there is no knowing how long it will last. No defensive magic, gasped James, wide-eyed. How the hell was she supposed to protect herself? He might not love her anymore, but it didn't mean he wanted to see anything happen to her. I am sorry, said Healer Hunter, feeling sympathy for the Auror. James just sat there, completely shocked. Harry and Severus, Caribbean. Jerking awake, Severus wondered for a few seconds what had woken him up, but he didn't have to wait long. Harry was shifting and ing occasionally a word he couldn't decipher left his lips. Perhaps he was beginning to remember the accident. Turning over he quickly began to shake him. Harry, wake up, it's only a dream, said Severus, making sure to press down on his to prevent him from falling off the bed. It depended on just how violent the nightmare was. Harry, wake up, come on, that's it, easy does it, said Severus, carting his hand through Harry's hair. No, shouted Harry, his green eyes opening. The S was one, the S was one, murmured Harry over and over again, his breathing ragged. James Potter, Ministry Archives, basement of the Minister of Magic. James read through document after document. He had been at it for 10 days now. He had stopped going home 8 days ago, instead spending every moment trawling through the mounting of parchment. Normally you needed permission to get into the archives, but since he was an Auror, he didn't need that. He did, however, have to sign in and let them know he was down there. Blinking blearily, rubbing at his eyes tiredly, he was exhausted beyond comprehension. Replacing his glees, blinking a few times before getting back to work. It didn't even help having the dates he needed. The healer had said 10 decades, but it still didn't help. He was looking for this Merlin's Law to fully understand it. The older the documents were, the harder it was for him to read them. Words not common today were extremely difficult for him to understand. It wasn't just one or two either, but me's of words unfamiliar to him. He had contemplated going to Albus and asking for help. He didn't. Albus had too much on his plate, between the Order, Wizengamot, Hogwarts, and of course teaching his son everything he needed to survive the war. He didn't worry about Nick, since Sirius was with him. Sirius knew better than to leave Dumbledore alone with his son. He wouldn't allow it. He didn't want his son put under additional strain. Dear God, muttered James, groaning in exasperation as he flipped to another piece of extremely old parchment. Now he wanted the old-fashioned words back. The words were written in Latin. Rubbing at his forehead he growled, how much longer was he going to have to do this? Breathing deeply, he calmed himself down. He had been taught Latin from a young age. It was a vital thing for pureblood children. The magical world centered around Latin, so it made sense really. His heart clenched remembering everyone finding out his son hadn't been taught with his brother. He had neglected Harry, and he was so ashamed of himself and his past actions. He wished so badly that Harry would forgive them, so they could be father and son like they always should have been. He knew he didn't deserve it. Oh, he was so proud of Harry regardless, and he had such dogged determination, especially for a Ravenclaw. Just like Roxy, who was finally coming out of her shell and proving to be a little Hellfire cat. He was so deep in thought that he didn't even hear the door opening to the archive room. Here, said Sirius, handing over a tray of food. Are you ever going to tell me what you were looking for? Beaten down by the fact he couldn't find it himself, he finally revealed it all to Sirius. Information on Merlin's Law. Lily is suffering from it. Why didn't you bloody tell me? Exploded Sirius, exasperated. He knew where it was. He had found it years ago, when Harry had been 14. James mentioned it in Ping, that Severus had threatened him and could have him arrested. Sirius had been worried enough to look through the records. This was all before he found out the rest of the information. That James had neglected his son, denied him an education. He was no better himself, and hadn't pretended to be. He had only strived to make it up to his godson, and they were getting on better. Not as well as he would hope, but he had come to him for advice. Him of all people for advice, and he knew things were on the right track. He just had to get used to the fact that Harry would always prefer others to himself. You hate research, James pointed out absently, as he gobbled down the sandwich, then guzzling down the juice. His stomach settled down and stopped grumbling. He hadn't realized just how starving he had been. Picking up the apple he sank his teeth into it. Yes, I do. Agreed Sirius, I know where it is, and you are in the wrong room. Merlin's Law is in the oldest archive we have. Next door and nobody can touch it. It's encased in an unbreakable case. It can't even be levitated. Every imaginable spell was cast on it, including water and fireproof charms. If it had been anyone other than Merlin it would have been in this room. Yet because it had been protected. Merlin was the most revered wizard in the magical world. Even people abroad knew of him and worshipped him too. James groaned, his head thumping back on the wall, feeling stupid. If he had only told Sirius all those days ago, he would have already found it. His sleepless state was his own doing. Flicking his wand, he replaced every single document he had read and those he hadn't as well. The tray was placed on the floor as he walked to the door he hadn't noticed in all his time down there. "What do you want with Merlin's Law anyway?" inquired Sirius, following James through curiously. "It's what has been affecting Lily," said James. The door opened and he saw the empty room, or mostly empty other than the encased parchment, just like Sirius had described. The room itself brightly lit, much brighter than the other room, which almost made James' eyes water. Stepping towards it, he began to read the small legible scrawl. He'd seen better writing, but considering it was written a long time ago, he couldn't be too picky. "I thought it was just one law," he cried in exasperation when he saw multiple different ones. Sirius scoffed at James' naivety. "Course not. Didn't your parents make you learn about the law?" His parents had, building him up to be the Black Heir before he even went to Hogwarts. His mother had disowned him. Not officially, of course, he never found out why. Now the Black family was all but gone, at least the main one. He was the last heir with Black in his name, and if he didn't have a child, then it would be done completely. There was only him and his cousins left, but they'd all married, taking on their husbands' names. Draco Malfoy was the only remaining male heir that could take over when he died, but that was only if he took the Black name and left the Malfoy one behind. Which he wouldn't do since he was the heir to the Malfoy estate. "No, I refused to. I hated it," admitted James, wishing he had now. Sirius rolled his eyes, but he knew Charles and Doria had gone soft on James, since they'd had him late in life. Doria had been a Black before her marriage to Charles. It's perhaps why they had been so quick to welcome him into their home. Family was important to both families, the Potters and Black both, although it seemed less important to James. Or it had been until he'd been found out and forced to realize the gravity of his own actions. He would summarize, until that point they'd all still been immature wizards, not thinking things through. "They're apprentices," said James excitedly, nearly pressing his nose against the GL to see better. His eyes roamed over the writing until he got to the part he wanted. His eyes getting impossibly wider as he read further, finally realizing the gravity of what Lily had done. He closed his eyes. The magic was punishing her because she hadn't learned her lesson in Azkaban. She wasn't sorry, and it was Merlin's Law's turn to try and get her to realize the extent of what she did wrong. Merlin was smart. Knowing he couldn't remove all their magic, he had made it so certain spells, hexes and charms wouldn't work. Anything construed as dangerous just wouldn't come out the wand. The healer had been wrong, it wasn't defensive spells, but he understood why he'd chosen to stay it that way. It's how he probably would have described it as well. Anything from a levitating charm to the killing curse wouldn't work. Which probably included stunning and even disarming charms. Both were dangerous if you thought about it. Stunning someone could affect their heart if they were flung with enough fury. Disarming someone could hurt them as well. "How is Merlin's Law affecting Lily, anyway?" asked Sirius, observing James's defeated form. "Read it yourself. Under 1.6 harming an apprentice," replied James, rubbing his face tiredly after removing his glees. Yawning tiredly again, as he moved his neck from side to side, creaking could be heard as he sighed softly. Well, he couldn't exactly copy it to take it home. He wondered if anyone had copied it. Looking around the room, seeing only one large cabinet, he meandered over. Opening it, he grinned a bit. As he pulled a copy out, he had been right after all. "Well, we can't know, it's just affecting her now. I mean, it might have from the second she cursed Harry," said Sirius, growling lowly. He hated the fact Lily had tried to harm her own son, with such a bloody horrific spell. Even his own mother had never gotten angry enough to cast magic on him. And she had been completely insane, angry all the time, but never once had she lifted her wand to them. "It doesn't matter. It only stops once the person has repented for what they did," stated James quietly, clutching the parchment to his. "Maybe," murmured Sirius, not really wanting to talk about it. "Are you coming? It's time to go." He had to go to Potter Manor and teach Nick what he could. He didn't have much else he could teach him. He was doing well. Although Dumbledore, I'm sure, had a lot more he could. He was Dumbledore after all. "Yes," agreed James. He'd spent days down here, he couldn't wait to get away. Come on then, said Sirius, moving towards the door they came in, closing it tightly behind them before heading out of the basement. There was no flow networks down here, they had to go up 3 staircases before they could get anywhere. The trip was spent in silence. James thinking about all he had found out and Sirius thinking about Harry Potter Manor, Sirius, James, Nick, Lily and Dumbledore. You're back, exclaimed Lily, her green eyes filled with relief. She had thought James wouldn't return. He had been avoiding her for weeks, and she didn't understand why. She'd tried to talk to him, begged him to listen to her, but he just said he didn't have the time to have a conversation. Even Dumbledore was barely talking to her. She felt so secluded, and she may as well have been still in Azkaban for all the attention she got. She wasn't used to it. Everyone paid attention to her. It could have something to do with the fact she always spoke about her son. Nobody was interested anymore, and she didn't even know what to do with her son. He hadn't spoken a single word to her since she got there. He was training, eating or sleeping and spent not even a second of his time with her. She didn't even want to linger on the looks she got from him. She was his mother, and he shouldn't be looking at her like that. Her own daughter had gone straight to a friend's for the summer, not even sending her an owl asking for permission. She hadn't even seen her in the manor once, but she had contacted James through the flow a few times. Have you eaten? Inquired James, speaking to the group on a whole. It looked like Dumbledore had just gotten there, but he didn't worry since his son didn't look agitated. Which he always did whenever Dumbledore tried to corner him on his own to talk about his part in the war. Not yet, said Nick, it will be through in a minute. It's though now, Master Nick, said Tish, placing the dishes magically onto the table for them to enjoy the meal. Avoiding Lily, who had tried to take over her kitchen and begin cooking for the family. She'd gone straight to James, wondering what she'd done wrong and asking if he didn't want her anymore. James had quickly nipped her fears in the bud, and told Lily in front of Tish that the kitchen belonged to her, and Lily wasn't to enter it and try and cook for them. Thank you, Tish, said James, dismissing her so she could eat her own meal. Tish bowed a little before disappearing, ignoring the look on Lily's face. It was a cross between pained and disgusted. She'd never thought it was right to end house elves, and it was for that reason she'd made sure James got rid of them. Now she had to put up with another one, doing her jobs. She was the wife, the mother, it was her job to cook and clean. And now she didn't even have that. She'd lost everything, and she hated it. She wanted her life to go back to normal. She wished with all her might she could go back to when things had been simple. Where she had lorded over everything in her manor, lorded over her children, spoiling them. Having the respect of everyone around her, admiring her, wanting and wishing to be like her. Everything all right, James? Asked Dumbledore, sitting down once the others had. He was a guest here and he knew how it worked. James had been extremely busy the last fortnight, never revealing what he was up to. He still asked every time he saw him, hoping he would explain what he was doing. He wasn't used to James holding out, but he was rapidly getting used to it. Yes, answered James firmly. I know what is wrong with Lily's magic. You do, gasped Lily, dropping her spoon, causing it to clatter nosily into the bowl she was using. How did you accomplish that, my boy? Asked Albus, his eyes slightly wide. He'd never thought James had it in him to do anything for himself. It's how he had made the past few generations, or at least tried to, wanting them to come to him for information. That way he would always know what they were up to. It's the best way to deal with any illicit activities. He didn't want anyone, especially from Gryffindor, to be involved in such. He never wanted Gryffindor to end up with the horrid reputation that still clouded Slytherin. Ministry archives, if he'd asked me he would have found out a week ago, said Sirius, punching James lightly on the arm. Ha, ha, muttered James, cleaning up the spill he'd made when Sirius punched him. Care to enlighten us? Asked Albus, observing James and Sirius proudly. He was glad the pair had made up again. It's Merlin's law that is affecting her magic, said James, as if they were speaking about an everyday thing. Not something he'd been trying to figure out for the past near enough fortnight. What's Merlin's law? Asked Lily, confused. She'd only heard it mentioned once, by Severus a few years ago. It's the laws that have governed our world, especially before there was a government, stated Albus calmly. We needed to be careful, especially as we grew and more muggles found out about our magic. It was a dangerous time. If you were suspected of being a witch or wizard, you were ostracized. Sometimes people got together and killed anyone they believed was a danger to their way of life. Remember, this was before Hogwarts was built, and they couldn't control their magic and had no safe place to practice, added Sirius. There were obviously no books available. The only way they learned was if they had magical parents, and even at that it wasn't much. Why would a law affect my magic? Asked Lily, confused. Merlin was and remains to this day the most powerful wizard our world has ever seen. Speculation is that he took on as many apprentices as he could, so to pass down his knowledge to the next generation and so on and so forth. Not everyone was willing to let their child learn from Merlin, especially those who wanted to take on their own apprentices. He found his share of abused teenagers, took them on, and found a way to punish those who shamed the purpose of being a master. Of course, over the years he added stipulations to his law, including those who tried to hurt apprentices, from the parents to other masters who were trying to kill or harm the competition, explained Albus, as they all listened intently to what he was saying. Lily swallowed thickly. So how is it affecting me? Is it really taking my magic away? Her entire body trembled as she waited in fear for an answer. That I have no idea. I've never seen the practice put to use, admitted Albus. It's why he hadn't recognized the symptoms of what was happening to Lily. It was his turn to face James, and inquire about what the system would do to the woman who had hurt her own son. It's something he couldn't condone. He had taken her on to teach students, and she in turn embered him by harming a child. Here, this explains everything, said James, thrusting a wad of parchment to Albus before turning to his eager son. He obviously wanted to know more information. Basically, she hasn't repented for what she did. Her magic has either just started to go wonky or it has been since she went to Azkaban. She won't be able to cast any spells such as the stunning, disarming, levitating spells, basically anything that could cause even the most minuscule damage to anyone. It won't get better until they truly realize how wrong they were. If they don't, well, they won't ever have full control over their magic again. What? Squeaked Lily, the anger at being referred to as she, forgotten at what James said last. What does that mean? It means you can't leave Potter Manor. If you were attacked, you wouldn't be able to defend yourself. It's not just Death Eaters you will need to watch out for either, said Sirius grimly. What? Repeated Lily, confused. Why would it be more than Death Eaters? Who would attack her? Everyone is really angry about what you did to Harry. You tried to cast an unforgivable on your own son, Lily. There's people out there who can't have children who are unable to comprehend what you did. Plus the fact Harry has saved many people's lives, they are all very grateful to him. Then there's those who adore him. He has made some really good potions that have also saved lives, giving wizards and witches second chances with their loved ones, said Sirius, seriously. Eileen's potion was probably the most popular potion these days. Lily hunched down her meal, forgotten as she curled into herself, her mind replaying what the witch had said, the one who had got her out of Azkaban. Mr. Peverell is as she had said, the potion was rather genius, people did love him. She didn't get it, he made a few potions and her son was forgotten. Nick had saved the entire magical world all those years ago. If anyone deserved the praise, it was still him. When he defeated Voldemort for good, everyone would revere him the most again, she was sure of it. They would forget about Harry and concentrate on her son, and hopefully it would help her and her husband's relationship get back to normal. It is rather ingenious, admitted Albus, placing the parchment back down, having read what he wanted to. They are right, however, Lily, you shouldn't go out on your own. Your magic or lack of it has made you vulnerable. Until it recovers, you cannot go anywhere. Which means you cannot come to order meetings or participate in any raids we try to prevent. All right, murmured Lily, excuse me, she stated before dashing away, unable to stand the smell of the food. Since Nick is doing so well, I wondered, James, if you would consider allowing Nick to learn occlumency. Asked Albus, looking at James with a hopeful look. Occlumency? Why? Asked James, a frown on his face. You know as well as I, that Voldemort likes to make his opponents vulnerable. If he knows occlumency, he is safe from his mind being invaded during a duel. It also helps prevent Voldemort from possessing him, which is only a possibility at this point, said Albus quietly so only James could hear. He didn't want to scare Nick, not with all the progress he'd made so far. Albus knew how much Voldemort liked possessing people. It was one of Voldemort's easiest feats of magic. I don't know, said James unsurely. I have someone I trust completely. He can be sworn in, never to reveal what he sees, not even to me, said Albus, the reluctance was due to the fact it was invading his son's privacy. Nick, what do you think? Would you like to learn occlumency? Asked James, including his son in the decision. He was old enough to make his own mind up. Asking them what they wanted had worked so far. What's occlumency? Asked Nick cautiously, not as quick to agree to everything like he had been as a child. It's the art of closing your mind from external penetration. It means that nobody will be able to see your memories, influence your thoughts, said Sirius, trying to tell Nick in a way he'd understand. He certainly hadn't when his parents had tried to teach him and his brother when they were 10 years old. Why would I need to learn that? Asked Nick. It stops anyone from getting into your mind, explained James, taking his own attempt at it. Which means nobody would be able to possess you. It's something Voldemort likes to do to his victims, weakening them in the process. Albus shot a look at James, irritated at him. He didn't want Nick getting scared and destroying a year of work. He was so good now, excellent dueler, he'd successfully held the Death Eaters at bay. He was proud of him, there was no doubt. But there was just some things he knew Nick shouldn't be privy to, and that was bloody well one of them. Nick shivered at thought of that happening. He was suddenly all too eager to give it a try. All right. Albus looked at Nick, taken aback. Had he just agreed to it? Just like that. How odd, he hadn't expected that. I want to be there when he swears, stated James. He would make sure it was foolproof. Not that Nick really had any memories to be ashamed of. It was all their actions towards Harry he was afraid of making the headlines again. Not only for himself, but he doubted Harry wanted his life plastered all over the newspapers. No, he had other reasons to be on the front page now, very good reasons. The past belongs in the past, even if it meant he was also stuck there. Of course, said Albus, slightly subdued. He had hoped his word was enough. Mostly because if anything important came up, he would have wanted to be informed. He guessed it was out of the picture now. At least he had won on the fact Nick would be learning occlumency. Good, stated James firmly. I'll be at Hogwarts tomorrow to get it over with. Then he would spend what was left of his holidays with his son. Can I come? Asked Nick. He sort of missed Hogwarts. Of course, replied Albus and James together, causing James's brown eyes to darken further. They were his children. Just because he was letting Dumbledore train him, it didn't mean he could do whatever he liked. Thanks, Dad, said Nick, finishing the soup. James relaxed and smiled at his son, feeling better that Nick hadn't even acknowledged Dumbledore speaking. Ready to start? Asked Sirius, from where he sat watching James closely. Yes, agreed Nick, quick to get up. He was almost good enough to beat Sirius now. He couldn't wait until he could actually defeat him in a duel. Of course he didn't take into account that Sirius wouldn't want to hurt him, so he wasn't training him fully with the full force of his spells behind him. The Caribbean. Harry and Severus. A few days left of their cruise. Harry and Severus walked well away the trail the normal holiday makers went, instead going to fields that grew potion ingredients in abundance. Harry had on a pair of hiking boots, shorts, and his vest was tucked into his shorts. He was just too hot to wear it. On his back he had his black backpack, which was filled with jars, vials, and bags for anything they found. Half of them were already packed with all sorts of ingredients they had found on this current hike. This is new, said Harry, hunkering down to see the plant properly. It was very colorful, and reminded him of the wolfsbane, or rather aconite as it is more commonly known. He didn't touch the leaves, just in case it was similar enough that the leaves were also toxic. It looks like a new version of the aconite plant, doesn't it? Harry asked, looking up at Severus curiously, almost drooling at Severus instead of concentrating on the hike or ingredients. He wasn't used to seeing Severus in shorts and t-shirts, especially not with color on his body. He wasn't as brown as him, but he was a nice golden color that Harry just constantly wanted to touch him. It does, agreed Severus, peering at the plant. Other than the color, that is, this one was lighter than the dark purple you found in Scotland. Without pause he opened Harry's backpack and removed an unused jar, ping over his dragon hide gloves and a knife so he could remove it. Perhaps it was more potent than the one he usually used, it would definitely be worth looking into. Take as much as you can. He would be trying it for sure, although that meant getting in touch with Lupin. Harry nodded without saying anything as he put his gloves on, then he began to snip away, taking it from the root upwards. All of it was useful. There were hundreds of plants, just growing in the wild, but he couldn't take too much. Stem by stem was placed in the jar Severus was holding, making sure he didn't accidentally brush the toxic leaves on Severus' hands. I read this was referred to as wolfsbane because they used to dip arrows into it to kill wolves when they hunted them for food. Well, wolves and other animals anyway. Didn't it poison them in return? They did in medieval Europe. I don't think they would have continued using it if it did make them ill or killed them, that is, if they ate the wolves they hunted. It may have just been to kill them so the wolves didn't eat their scarce supplies of food they'd gathered in caches. Or to stop them from harming their children. Babies and toddlers were easy prey for wolves, said Severus. So the wolfsbane potion actually causes more harm than good? Asked Harry. He hadn't really thought about it. Snipping up another root he placed it in the full jar satisfied he had enough. Will we take a root and plant it back home? If it's just the same we can just discard it. It does, but everyone that takes it is well aware of it, but considers it a risk worth taking. The knowledge that they won't hurt someone, infect another person, said Severus, his face tense. It sounds like you are speaking from personal experience, Harry stated, cocking his head to the side. I am, revealed Severus. Sirius Black sent me after Lupin on the full moon. I was almost bitten, but James Potter saved me by transforming into his animagus form and pushing Lupin away. Hadn't he already told Harry this? He was sure he did know. Perhaps the explosion had caused some forgetfulness. Wasn't he expelled? Harry asked aghast. Of course not. It's Dumbledore we are talking about here, said Severus dryly. Good point, replied Harry, conceding his words with grace. Using his knife, he dug into the earth to get the roots of the plant to take home with them. Still, it might explain why Lupin looks ready to fall over any minute. He looks constantly sick, especially after the full moon. It does, agreed Severus, wondering what his lover was up to now. Handing him an unused bag, so he could put the root in, preserving it until they got back to Prince Manor. There, chimed Harry happily, sealing it closed. How long do we have now? He wondered. 30 minutes, said Severus, until the ship began moving, and once it did, you wouldn't be able to apparate back on. You couldn't apparate onto moving items, it was completely impossible. The squibs were probably already well on their way back to the ship by now. Sliding both the jar and bag back into the bag, which was thankfully spelled Featherlight, they had a lot of stuff in it. Standing back up, removing the gloves and handing them to Severus, who placed them in the bag too. Turning to face Severus, he wrapped his arms around him and eyed him peonately. Since he didn't like public displays of affection, he always touched him when they were in secluded areas. He so badly wanted everyone to know that this man was his, but he would take what he could get. If he couldn't show the world, then he would just show Severus how much he loved him. Breaking apart, flushed with arousal, breathing deeply, before he went back for more. You are completely insatiable, said Severus breathlessly, his usual black fathomless eyes filled with fondness and something Harry wasn't very familiar with, love. Only for you, whispered Harry, his chin resting on Severus' shoulder. Was all Severus said in reply. He still didn't see what Harry saw in him, but he was questioning it less and being more grateful that he did want him. You are tired, he stated, as Harry tried to place nearly all his weight on him. Now Harry wasn't the skinny 14-year-old he'd successfully hoisted into his arms when he was unconscious. He was a tall, filled-out young man, and he wasn't a bodybuilder by any means. He couldn't keep the weight from almost knocking him over. Yeah, murmured Harry, yawning, before stepping back. It was the sun. They ended up sleeping every afternoon, mostly after some pleasurable fun. Thinking about that made him twitch, causing Harry to squeeze his legs together. He had no room in these shorts to hide anything, let alone an. All the walking they did in the sun, of course, didn't help their tiredness any. I thought as much, said Severus calmly, his hand absently running through Harry's hair, despite the fact he'd stepped back. Do you wish to head back or continue? They had enough to satisfy him for 5 years. 2 weeks nearly of constantly hunting out new herbs, plants and potion ingredients. The trunks were filled with them and other items Harry had bought for himself, surprisingly, since Harry rarely bought anything other than books, as well as things for his friends. The fact he had bought stuff for his friends wasn't a surprise. Everywhere he went he liked to pick up things for them. He hummed it was more to do with the fact he did have friends as well as money, that he liked splurging on them. Another 20 minutes won't hurt, said Harry. It was the last island they'd stop at, so he may as well make the most of it. Try 15, corrected Severus wryly. We best get to it then, Harry said excitedly, his tiredness forgotten as he began walking again. Nothing but mud under their shoes and wild plants, as far as the eye could see. A smile erupted across his face as a hand laced with his own. Perhaps there would be a time when Severus was comfortable with people seeing them together. It gave him hope, and that was strong enough on its own without the love he felt. Nothing. We might as well head back, said Harry, after 10 more minutes on foot. It was mostly plants they'd already seen and collected from. How they survived in this weather he didn't know. It's not as if they got watered, they were in the wild. Oh, he was looking forward to getting some rest, and his mind kept going over the long list of ingredients in the wolfsbane potion. He wanted to make a potion that wouldn't cause them harm. The aconite was poison. He doubted he would be able to change it, but it's something he would like to do. There was a lot he wanted to do, needed to do, but the question remained was, would he ever get around to it? There was so many ideas circling around his inn, most of which he scribbled on his potions journal before he forgot. Indeed, murmured Severus, holding on to his partner, he apparated them both to the side of the ship. It was becoming increasingly familiar to them, since this was the only area of the boat you could apparate. The rest was shielded so you couldn't get into someone else's room even by accident. How about some lunch, or will we have it in the room? I'm tired, and I have things I want to add to my journal before I forget. Harry immediately said. Room service it is, stated Severus, stepping into the air-conditioned ship, sighing as they immediately cooled down. They ambled down to their room, after Severus ordered the room service at the front desk, in a curt tone. The same one he used on the first years at Hogwarts. Harry could barely remember it, although he'd only been taught by Severus for a single year, which was what, 51, maybe 52 clees. It was a lot when you thought about it actually, but he didn't want to think about it or bring it up. What is going on in that mind of yours now? Asked Severus, as Harry lay on the bed spread eagle. It hadn't even taken them 5 minutes to get back to the room. Severus took a seat on one of the chairs in the room, watching Harry in fascination. Harry couldn't seem to pick a potion he wanted to make. It's as if he was unable of focusing on one at a time. I want to see if I can change the wolfsbane potion, said Harry, already scribbling away. He knew the ingredients and recipe by heart, so it was no trouble to write it down. How do you plan that? Asked Severus curiously. He had altered it a bit, but even he couldn't do more with it. Well, I was thinking more along the lines of turning their lycanthrope into an animagus if it's possible, said Harry quietly, chewing on the end of the quill as his mind ran a mile a minute. Stop doing that, grumbled Severus, opening the drawer and flinging a sugar quill at Harry. It was a disgusting habit he was trying to get Harry out of. Not only was it horrible to watch, but the ink splatter went everywhere. It's why he'd bought Harry a large box of sugar quills. Sorry, said Harry sheepishly as he began to nibble on the sugar quill, unaware of the affect he was having on his partner. As his pink tongue poked out to lick it or on it, as his mind was miles away thinking hard. Do you know anyone that's a wolf animagus? He hadn't heard of a wolf animagus though. Yes, replied Severus immediately, much to Harry's surprise. Really? Asked Harry, turning around eagerly. Of course, you know him as well, stated Severus. You also had the option of being a wolf if I remember correctly. Yes, he was right, it had been one of the very first possibilities, which meant that personality was the strongest. It symbolized teaching, learning, loyalty and of course independence. The wolf also mated for life, although whether it was for the life of their current mating partner, or whether they only took one on full stop. He hadn't studied the life of wolves and had no desire to either. One of the potion's masters. Let me guess, said Harry thoughtfully. trying to decide which one had the most wolfish traits or personality. Damon. No, Rick, said Severus smoothly. He called him Rick, but his name was actually Eric James, but Eric preferred Rick, so that is what he called him. In fact, until his name came up in the potions book, he constantly forgot about that little detail. He lives in America, doesn't it? Asked Harry thoughtfully, removing the quill and licking the sugar from his lips. Yes, replied Severus, shifting slightly. He didn't know what the hell was wrong with him. It's like going through puberty again. Perhaps it was because he'd gone so long without a lover, and that he found himself acting like a teenager. Can we go and see him before we go home? Questioned Harry, his book abandoned as he stared at his lover. I can flow him and find out, suggested Severus. He hadn't seen them in a while, it would be nice to see them again. He knew Jacob lived nearby, and he'd just had a child. He wouldn't mind congratulating them, as long as he didn't have to hold the baby. He'd never held one before, and had no desire to, just in case he hurt them. No doubt Penelope was over the moon, as well as Jacob. Jacob wouldn't have to worry about his wife annoying him out of his lab. Penelope had someone to spend time with while Jacob brewed and created potions. Great, cheered Harry, before he began to write with his quill again. That was until he heard someone knocking on the door. Their food had finally arrived. I'll get it, stated Severus, standing up before Harry could. All right, agreed Harry. Creating a wolf animagus potion would enable werewolves to painlessly change form without being hurt. It would at least take the pain away from transforming, which would enable them to have a more normal life. Without being hindered with pain after the full moon, for days, maybe weeks at a time. Maybe with a wolf animagus it might give them more insight to a wolf mind, enabling them to keep their sanity while they shift for the moon. At least without poisoning them with the wolfsbane plant. Sighing softly, flinging the quill onto the table, he closed his book, a thoughtful look on his face. He shouldn't be trying to create this potion. Neville was looking to him to create a potion that would help his parents. He just couldn't think of anything that would bring the potion together. He'd been working on it nearing half a year now, but he wasn't having much success. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, finding it slightly stubbly, he would need to shave, it was getting bristly. You look worried, said Severus, entering the bedroom again, sliding one of the trays onto the bed, before placing his on the nightstand. I know I shouldn't be starting on another potion, Harry said warily. I just can't help myself, plus I'm not getting anywhere with it. I feel like I'm never going to get it either. It's not simple. No, it's not, said Severus. Nobody had come up with it before. Then again, the same could be said for all other potions that had been created over the years. They weren't possible before they were made. It took time, and Harry had created more potions than people usually did in their first year of being a potions master. In fact, it wasn't normal. Like the other potions masters had said, they usually took on potion-assistant jobs after ping their mastery. They didn't normally have the resources, money or confidence to go and create any. I'm obsessing and it's doing my head in, grumbled Harry, moving his book to the stand before grabbing the tray closer. The smell of the burgers was causing his stomach to rumble hungrily. Exactly why I brought you on holiday, said Severus wryly. Apparently it didn't work. Harry grinned at him as he uncovered his food. He removed the tomato, not wanting it on his burger. Squeezing tomato and mustard packets into it before taking a large bite. He would miss these, that's for sure. They were so tasty he wished he could take them back with him. Perhaps he could have Dobby make them for him. He doubted they would taste the same though. He noticed Sev had something different, a large steak chips and asparagus to go with it. You'll find if you don't try and get answers they will come to you, said Severus, rearing Harry. Sort of how concentrating on a target. Too much, you ended up missing it. It's something you had to learn on your own, which Harry probably would too. I love these, murmured Harry, around his mouthful of beef. I've noticed, snorted Severus, amused. Did you get rid of the Horcrux? The one Dumbledore had, I mean, the ring? Questioned Harry, apparently out of the blue. Of course, before we came on holiday, said Severus, his mind flashing to that night. He'd never seen Harry like that before. His mother had said he had nightmares from time to time, when he first began staying with her. Even he had spoken to him about them the night he stayed in the flat with both of them after Harry had been healed from his injuries that had been caused by the Death Eaters. He knew the nightmare had been on Harry's mind constantly, but this was the first time he'd brought it up. He hadn't been able to get much sense from Harry. He'd almost wanted to use legilimency to get his answers. Then when Harry fell back asleep, he had UMed he wouldn't remember. How many people actually remembered their nightmares when they woke up properly? He'd had his share of violent nightmares and he knew the answer to that. He had been surprised, pleasantly so, when Harry woke up 20 minutes later coherently speaking. His nightmare had been about Voldemort's Nagini. He had seen through her eyes, which meant they had been connected. It could only mean one thing, the Horcrux, which meant Harry had killed it when he killed Nagini. It explained why Voldemort had been so angry about her death. It must have been created just before the Dark Lord came back, just months before, otherwise he would have seen her before. If he was creating more, then that was dangerous, although he might have been just trying to round it up to 7 Horcruxes in total that he had in his body. Unaware that some of his Horcruxes had been destroyed, they would need to make quick work of them, otherwise the Dark Lord would find out. It was the last thing they needed. He would become desperate, wage an all-out war and create more which they wouldn't know about. I have a feeling I'm missing something, confessed Harry, like it's not the first one I came across, other than the diary I mean. At Hogwarts I presume, wondered Severus, as he cut up his steak with the knife. Well, it wouldn't have been Potter Manor or our home, said Harry. It was a safe bet. Severus' lips twitched at that pronouncement. Home. Harry and he both loved Prince Manor. He'd only gone there after leaving Hogwarts behind. He hadn't wanted to risk going to Spinner's End. It was unsafe, and no amount of wards would have been secure enough, forcing him to make the decision to find a home elsewhere, and since there was one readily available, he had made an executive decision to live there. He'd never thought he would be so fond of it, or that he would have a partner who loved it as well. To Harry it really was home, probably only the second one he'd ever had. The flat above the shop being the first one. Harry had never once referred to Potter Manor as anything remotely resembling home. If you did, it will come to you sooner or later. Hopefully sooner, murmured Harry, shoving the empty tray away as he relaxed on the bed, the side of his face burrowed in the sheets. Indeed, replied Severus, agreeing wholeheartedly. Are you still adamant about not returning to Hogwarts? I'm just going to take my NEWTs at the Ministry, said Harry, shaking his head. He should have just done it in the first place. Instead of exhausting himself beyond measure, to try and complete both his mastery and attend Hogwarts at the same time. He would have it over with within a few weeks, leaving him to concentrate on more important things. Plus I think we need to step up my defense training. Not that much to learn, admitted Severus. He had taught Harry well, although they could do with dueling, get into the swing of things again. It had been a while. They'd concentrated on his mastery itself by the end, and probably why Harry had made the decision to attend defense against the dark arts cleese. Although if he was correct it hadn't lasted long, no doubt he had been bored to tears. Everything he'd taught him was well beyond what they taught at Hogwarts. Harry had even been taught occlumency and legilimency. Although it was only beginner's legilimency, he wasn't comfortable with someone trying to penetrate his mind. Occlumency, though he was a master at, he tried from time to time to slip in undetected. He hadn't succeeded yet. Harry was so used to keeping his emotions to himself he'd mastered occlumency with finesse. I'll probably get my NEWTs done before Hogwarts starts back up, mused Harry. He didn't need to feel guilty about leaving Luna on her own. Neville was there with her, despite the fact they were a year apart. It was after this year at Hogwarts Neville would be gone. Thankfully Luna would only have one more year to go. It's less than a fortnight before Hogwarts begins again, said Severus sardonically. I don't think even you could get through them all in that short time. Want to bet? Challenged Harry, smirking, his green eyes twinkling devilishly. Against you? Asked Severus. No thank you. Harry was nothing if not determined, and he wouldn't be surprised if he did manage to get the exams finished in a fortnight, just to prove him wrong. Harry pouted, watching desire fill Severus' black eyes. The half-eaten tray of food was abandoned as Severus pulled Harry towards him. Harry laughed before it was cut off as he was taken in a breathtaking Prince Manor. Eileen, unplottable. Eileen hurriedly made her way back into the manor, her arms full of different flowers, her clothes a little muddy, but she didn't mind. She had spent all bar 17 years of her life, doing everything on her own. She hadn't really cared, just glad to be away from the oppression the wizarding world wrought out of her. Of course she had to end up married to someone who would be as bad as her parents. Yet she had constantly hoped that Tobias would change, become the man she had fallen in love with. It hadn't happened. Being disowned, having no money, she really had absolutely nowhere to go. She had convinced Tobias to let Severus attend Hogwarts, lying straight to his face that the accidental magic would get worse and possibly kill them all. Although the way he treated them both, she wouldn't have been surprised if such an occurrence had transpired. Shaking off her grim thoughts, she wandered into the living room, placing the flowers on the table, removing her dirty gardening gloves. "Can Dobby help Mistress Eileen?" inquired Dobby, gazing at her with his big green eyes. "I'm fine, Dobby, thank you," said Eileen kindly. "How are things in the kitchen?" She was preparing a welcome home party, a small one. Severus wouldn't like it, but Harry would love it, no doubt. He had spent his entire life ignored in favor of his twin. Well, no more. She would always make sure that Harry understood he was loved and wanted, as long as she had breath in her body. "Everything is nearly ready, Mistress Eileen," said Dobby eagerly. They were all over the moon at having something big to do. "Good, now the others will be here shortly," said Eileen, as she placed the flowers into a lovely arrangement. If there was one thing she'd missed after leaving Prince Manor, it had to have been the gardens. The flowers were her pride and joy, especially now since she had the energy to keep up with everything. She hoped the new bulbs she'd planted would come out in time for summer next year. It was late in the year to be planting them, but it wasn't as if they would be affected with the weather in the greenhouse. The seeds she'd ordered would take much longer, but with luck, they would grow nicely. They had also been placed in the greenhouse, already planted and watered. The flow network flared, causing Eileen to look up from her task. A smile spread across her face, inwardly relieved it wasn't the old fool again. Dumbledore had been flow calling 3 times a day, for the past fortnight. He didn't give up, and she didn't really expect him to until he got whatever he wanted. He had always been a stubborn old fool. How else would he have been able to wear her stubborn son down until he agreed to spy for him? She was always grateful his trial had been made too public, otherwise he would have been out there risking his life all over again. "Hello dears," said Eileen, abandoning her work, flicking her wand and removing the grime from her clothes as she welcomed them to Prince Manor. "Hello, Eileen," said Fleur, bringing the older woman in for a hug. They all adored her, and Harry always spoke very highly of her. She had been there for him in a time no one else had, and she had their gratitude. "You look lovely," exclaimed Eileen, admiring the dress she had on. "Thank you," chirped Fleur, as if she'd never been complimented before. "Thank you for inviting us," said Gary, handing over a bunch of lilies, smiling in thanks. It was customary to bring something when you were invited to another witch or wizard's home. It wasn't something that half-bloods or muggle-borns practiced, it was mostly with the old pureblood families. Which was exactly what he was, and his parents had drummed it into him. "Oh, thank you dear, you didn't have to," said Eileen, bringing him into half a hug since her right hand was currently occupied. "No problem," said Gray, who was surprised by the hug, but nonetheless really happy. He had been worried he wouldn't be accepted here the first time he visited. They were a close-knit group of friends, had been through things he had only ever heard about. Cedric Diggory had also worried him, but his worries had been for naught. Cedric Diggory was happy with his current girlfriend. They had all accepted him and he felt really blessed by it. "Why don't you take a seat? Is there anything I can get you? Juice, coffee?" asked Eileen, aware that the younger generation didn't care much for coffee or tea unless they were tired or cold. "Dobby." "Yes ma'am," asked Dobby, appearing before her. "Put these beautiful flowers in a vase with water. I'll decide where to put them later," said Eileen. It was very impolite to leave your guests to do such a task. "I'll take an orange juice if you have it," asked Gary unsurely. He knew the magical population here preferred pumpkin juice. Fleur had complained about it often enough, she just didn't like it at all, too sickly for her. "Same, please," said Fleur, not wanting to give the house elf additional work. I would like an Earl Grey, please Dobby, said Eileen as she sat down beside her guests. Right away, said Dobby, collected the bouquet of flowers with care before disappearing. What time will they be back at? Asked Fleur, excited to see Harry. It may have only been a fortnight, but after spending every day with him she missed her friends. They'd all sworn to meet up at birthdays and such, which they had been doing, but it wasn't enough. She just wasn't sure what her boyfriend really thought of her decision. Whether he would move here with her or if he preferred staying in France. With a war going on, anyone wanting to move here was mad, so she wouldn't be able to blame him, should he wish to go back to France. They should be here in 10 minutes, said Eileen, glancing at the clock on the wall. They had left the cruise early, opting instead to go to a fellow potion master's home for a few days. Rick had housed them in his guest room, but they couldn't stay longer than a few days. Apparently Master James has other commitments, a few conference with new budding potion masters on the rise. Apparently Harry had a new idea for a potion, and he wanted to work on it. It didn't surprise her. Harry was constantly thinking about potions, it's what made him a good apprentice and now master. How are you both? Asked Eileen, truly curious. We are good. Gary got offers from 5 different master wand crafters, he's finding it difficult to choose from, said Fleur honestly. Aren't you? It is difficult, all of them do have good qualities, agreed Gary, his face flushing in emberment. Most people were lucky to get 1 offer, maybe 2, but with 5 masters wanted him he did find it difficult to decide. The location is also important, said Eileen, it depends on where you wish to settle down. I know, said Gary, nodding thoughtfully. They were spread out all over the place, America, England. Then there was ones in France, Germany and another in Ireland. Fleur also wants to come and live here, don't you? Thank you, Dobby, said Eileen absently, as the refreshing beverages was placed on the table and the house elf left without saying anything. He didn't want to interrupt their conversation after all. Really? Asked Eileen, surprised, when it sunk in what the teenager said. How do your parents feel about that? They are very supportive of me, and whatever I choose to do, said Fleur quietly. I was thinking of taking a part-time job at Gringotts. It will help me improve my English as well as give me independence. Her parents would give her money, but she didn't want to live out of their pocket forever. Your English has come a long way, Eileen said confidently, but if it's what you wish to do, you can stay in the manor if you like until you get on your feet. That's very nice of you, but my parents want to buy me a property. One that is protected just like this manor if I choose to come here. They say they want me safe, confessed Fleur. She had spoken to them a few times about it, but she still didn't know what to do. Especially with Gary not able to decide on which person to pick. She loved him, but she didn't want to end up in America or Germany and their relationship wouldn't survive long distance. Both of them wanted to do different things, and it was causing tenseness in their relationship that hadn't been there before. Very well, but if you change your mind, all you need to do is ask, said Eileen, pouring out some orange juice to her guests just as the fireplace roared to life once again. Neville, Luna, called Fleur, beaming at them. Their engagement had been so sweet and intimate, just them all together. They were so happy, and after the tragedy that had befallen Neville, with his parents, she was odd to see him so strong. Hey guys, said Luna sweetly. Thank you for inviting us, Lady Eileen, said Neville, bowing low as he handed her a bottle of wine. Making sure she didn't get up, not wanting to put her out. How many times? It's Eileen, said the older woman, shaking her head in fond exasperation. Lady Eileen was incorrect. She wasn't the lady of the manor even if she was the only female there. If she hadn't been disowned and her son wasn't the head of the family, then she would have been lady. It was reserved for matriarch of the family, or newly wedded lord and lady of the estate. Accepting the wine, she placed it on the table out of the way. Neville just grinned. He had been raised to respect the older generation, especially his grandmother. Of course he'd learned a whole new respect for her when he'd been placed over her knee for being cheeky. His parents hadn't been happy, and made sure it didn't happen again. Neville had never forgotten the lesson though, and made sure to be respectful at all times. Hello, Eileen, how are you? Asked Luna, giving the woman a warm welcoming hug. Eileen always did say if she needed someone to talk to she was always there. Eileen knew that Luna didn't have a mother to turn to, so offered her someone to get advice from. It's something men weren't known for, they just couldn't get around how emotional females were. "I'm fine, you?" questioned Eileen, as both Neville and Luna greeted Fleur and Gary before sitting themselves down. Luna was positively bursting with energy, she couldn't wait, this was the longest she'd gone seeing Harry. "We are good," said Luna, "just finished getting our school supplies for the year, didn't we, Nev?" "We did, decided to do it earlier, avoid the crowds," said Neville, nodding his head. "Not that it's busy, since the attack people have been jittery. It will take them a while to get over it," said Eileen sadly, "but if we've learned anything over the years is that nothing keeps us down long. The wizarding world would rebuild and prosper again." The flow flared again, emitting Cedric and Cho. "Oh, thank Merlin we aren't late," said Cedric, grinning at them all. "No, there's still 5 minutes before they're due," said Eileen, welcoming them in, but as always they were over to her before she could stand. Cedric and Cho gifted her with another bouquet of flowers. The last of the party joined them just a few seconds later, when they too stepped out of the flow. "Hello," said Victor, bowing to Eileen, "thank you for the invitation." "No need, I'm sure Harry will be thrilled to see you all," said Eileen, welcoming both men. "Do you know how he's been?" asked Lucas, taking a seat next to Fleur and Gary as well as his fiancée. "He's fully recovered, enjoying his holiday immensely," said Eileen, beaming at them. "That's great," chimed Luna, Fleur, Cedric and Victor in unison, before they grinned at each other in amusement. Dobby and Rose popped in and began to put the food on the table. They had made quite a sizable buffet. All finger foods, but it would fill them up until dinner time no problem. There was also cake there as well, since Harry hadn't been able to properly sell it. There was sizable pieces missing, but everyone was free to help themselves to it. It was certainly much better than it going to waste. Which it would sooner or later, the preservation charms didn't hold forever. Patty, another house elf that joined them both, but with juice as the others put the food on the table. Before long the table, if it could, would be groaning under the weight. House elves had a tendency to overdo it when it came to feeding large crowds. In their opinion, it was better to have too much than not enough, they considered it bad manners. "Do you know what caused it yet?" asked Gary, "or should I ask if he knows what he did wrong?" Harry was probably hitting himself for making that mistake, especially considering he'd just ped his potions mastery. Accidents do happen, it's just a matter of learning from them. "Oh, he knows," said Eileen, her eyes dimming slightly, the knowledge of the Horcruxes were wearing down on her. If it was how she felt, how the hell did her sons feel? They knew, so they would see it as their duty to find and destroy them all. They had to if the wizarding world had any hope of bringing Voldemort down for good. The accident had turned out to be a good thing, but nobody else could know that. "Oh, please help yourself, I'm sure neither Severus or Harry will mind. At least they wouldn't be tired, since they would have just gotten out of bed, quite literally if she had the times correct." "Wouldn't mind what exactly?" inquired Severus, having heard his mother's voice as they materialized in the room. He stared at the visitors wryly, not surprised as his mother was making a big deal about it. "Harry," called out his friends, immediately standing up and hugging him, the men patting his back welcoming him home. A few comments on how tanned he looked, and how much better he seemed was ped around as well. Harry just laughed, a huge smile on his face. Oh, he was so happy to see everyone. "A party?" asked Severus, an eyebrow rose in enquiry. "He didn't get a chance to celebrate his birthday, he deserves a special day even if it is late," said Eileen. "You look well rested, Severus, I'm glad you both had a good time." "We did," said Severus, his eyes held a twinkle to them that Eileen had never seen. He watched Harry talking to his friends. He was glad Harry had them. He needed people who cared about him. Especially when the news came out that he was the boy who lived. It would happen, of that Severus was certain. He dreaded it, but it would happen. Whether it was during the final battle or some other occurrence. He had a feeling Luna already knew, if she was a seer like Harry said, and he had no reason to doubt it. "How is Kingsley Shacklebolt?" inquired Severus, watching as Harry looked over curious himself. "I have no idea. Nothing has been in the paper. I saved them all for you," said Eileen. "Dobby will get you them when you have a free minute." It must be bad if he hasn't been released yet, said Harry from where he sat. The paper told us when the others were all released after the attack on the Ministry. That was because of an actual attack, a big one that the Daily Prophet wanted to fully investigate. Since they couldn't get into Street Mungo's to ask around, they had to wait until they got out. I doubt they were as interested in what happened to one wizard, replied Severus. As harsh as it sounded, it was regrettably true. Dumbledore has been calling non-stop since you left on holiday. I didn't tell him where you had gone, but he obviously wants to talk to you, said Eileen, after a few minutes of silence between them, where both of them watched Harry gift his friends with more things he'd bought for them on holiday. It seems to be all he does every time he goes away. Sirius Black wants to talk to you as well, said it was urgent, and told me to tell you that they had found it, whatever it is. I'm not surprised, he did say he wanted to talk to me, said Severus dryly. However, he was more excited to see Black, something he'd never imagined happening. Another Horcrux, which meant they'd found 4 of them. He believed Harry when he said Nagini was one. How else would Harry have been able to see out of the SSIs? It made complete sense, so Harry had on his own brought down 2 Horcruxes without knowing what they were. He had also, ironically enough, gotten rid of the one inside of him, so technically it was 3. The Gaunt Ring had been down to him, now they'd found another. 5 in total, albeit if it did turn out to be 1. They had only 2 additional Horcruxes to find. If he had created 7 like Slughorn suspected and a young Tom had been willing to create them. I think I'll go and talk to him now, stated Severus, standing up. I hope you enjoy your stay at Prince Manor. I apologize that I have to depart, but it cannot wait. Thank you, the visitors said in unison, already aware that Severus was always proper. Hopefully Harry would get him to relax a little. Harry stared at him curiously, but his wish to spend more time with his friends won out. He just nodded quietly, before turning back to them and once more being engrossed in a conversation. He found out that Lucas had been headhunted by different hospitals and he was torn between them both. With Victor traveling all over the world, they wouldn't get to see each other as often, and with a wedding to plan he wasn't sure whether to put his career on hold. The same was happening to Gary, but Harry had taken him aside and spoke to him honestly about it. Did he want to put a career above family? Did he love Fleur? If it's what they wanted, maybe they could come up with a solution that made them both happy. After all, a job was only a flow away, it didn't need to be the end of them. Thankfully Luna and Neville didn't have that difficulty. Neville planned on getting his mastery in herbology while Luna planned on getting a mastery on magical creatures after she graduated from Hogwarts. Cedric was already an Auror on active duty now, and Cho still had another year of school to go before she had to choose one. Grimmauld Place. Sirius Black and Severus Snape, under Fidelius. You asked to see me? Asked Severus, stepping into Grimmauld Place. He was glad it was empty of anyone. Since he hadn't been around, he didn't know when or if there would be order meetings. He was slightly surprised to see it so clean. It never had before. We found it, said Sirius in supreme satisfaction. Creature. Yes, Master Black, asked the house elf, appearing before them, a little cleaner and taller than ever before. He was no longer muttering under his breath or glaring at them in disgust. Sirius could barely believe the transformation that had happened in the house elf. Not only that, it seemed as if it had regained a lot of energy, especially if the house was anything to go by. The secret must have been killing him, at least according to Remus, who found himself feeling sorry for Creature. If anyone knew what it was like to be torn down keeping secrets, it was him. Give him the necklace, please, said Sirius. He was not so nasty to Creature anymore. He had no reason to be, since he was no longer calling him all the names his mother did. Which had been nearly every damn name under the sun. Necklace? Inquired Severus, frowning lightly. Slytherin locket actually, stated Sirius, as Creature removed the box from the cupboard he used. He handed it over without as much as a word. Of course, muttered Severus, he knew the second it was peed over that it was one. He could feel the darkness emanating from it. If he'd still had his mark, he could imagine it would be tingling right now. How's Harry? Asked Sirius quietly, watching as Severus removed a vial of pearly-looking liquid from his trousers. He's well rested, replied Severus. The holiday did him good. He's not worrying about them, is he? Sirius asked. He was referring of course to the Horcruxes. He didn't want that for his godson. Harry always worries, he cannot switch it off. Severus said, scoffing at the absurdity of Harry not worrying. It wasn't just the Horcruxes either, but the potion to help Alice and Frank as well as all his other ideas. Leaving the Horcrux in the box, he breathed evenly before he knelt slightly, and dropped 2 drops of the unicorn blood onto the locket. Watching it begin to sizzle and spit, stepping back warily, they both winced as it screamed as if in agony before it went silent and the locket opened with a final click. Grabbing it, he pressed it close in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The Horcrux was gone. This locket belonged in Hogwarts. It was Salazar Slytherin's after all. It was an heirloom that the Dark Lord didn't deserve. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be able to be displayed until they were sure Voldemort was gone for good. Sliding both the locket and the unicorn blood into his pocket, he nodded briefly to Black before leaving without saying another word. Sirius stared after him thoughtfully. He would need to go to Prince Manor soon. He missed his godson. Ministry of Magic. NEWT's Test Center, Harry. Harry grumbled under his breath. You would think everyone would know he wasn't a Potter, but no, some idiot had screwed up his first exam. So here he was taking it again. This time his proper name was on it. He hadn't even noticed, so it was partly his fault too. Already knowing the answers and questions, he was able to do it quicker than the last time. He still read it thoroughly though. He didn't want to make any mistakes. His first exam was Ancient Runes, which was the only exam he would need to take for this particular subject. There was no way to do a practical exam, at least nothing that would take more than a few minutes. That few minutes were a few runes you had to get right on the exam paper itself. It wasn't the first time someone had accidentally called him a Potter either, he thought savagely as he remembered the day he'd ped his potions mastery. Even his OWLs were under Harry Peverell. He certainly didn't want to have to retake all those exams again, even if they would be easy. Harry ignored all the looks he was getting, from those who were pretty familiar with whom he was. He just continued walking towards the exit, ready to get back to Prince Manor. Where no doubt Sev and Eileen were worried. He had been 10 minutes longer than he had said he would be. Opening the door instead of using magic, like he had seen the others do, he had never been that lazy. Leaving it to close nosily behind him, he froze when he heard the unmistakable sound of a scuffle. No, that wasn't a scuffle, that was a fight, judging by the screams. Removing his wand, he turned around and began to silently follow the sound, a spell on the tip of his tongue. He jumped when he heard a tortured howl leave someone's lips. As soon as he rounded the side of the building, he found 3 wizards beating and using nasty spells on someone. Not just 3 wizards. They had masks on their faces, masks that gave them away as being Death Eaters. Expelliarmus, Stupefy, Bombarda, Sectum Sempra, yelled Harry in rapid succession, able to avoid any spells they flung at him, because he was round the corner of a building. Seeing they couldn't beat him, 2 of them left quickly, abandoning their bleeding comrade. His body shook and shuddered as he bled out, with quick efficiency. He turned his wand to where his back had been seconds ago, suspecting that they were only lulling him into a false sense of security. After a minute ped, Harry realized they were obviously not coming back, and hadn't apparated to appear at the back of him. Still not letting his guard down, he kept his back to the building as he made his way over to the Ing wizard, flinging up an alerting and shielding spell in case he was surprised. "Don't worry, I'll get you to Saint Mungo's," said Harry quietly, checking him over for anything fatal. He was thankfully familiar with a few diagnostic spells. He noticed there wasn't wrong with him that would prevent him being able to sidelong apparate him to the hospital for treatment. Thank Merlin for Lucas, who had showed him a few and got him curious enough to read a few books. "Can't," croaked the wizard, trying to shove Harry off him. "Why?" asked Harry, looking down at him as if he was mad. He placed his hands up in surrender, hoping it would prevent the wizard from struggling and pushing him away. He was seriously injured, and he didn't want to see him hurting further. "Unregistered," said the wizard, his eyes fluttering as if he was about to lose consciousness. "You're a werewolf?" asked Harry, wondering if he had understood him right. "Yes," the male confessed. He sounded resigned. He expected to be carted off to the ministry or left for dead. He preferred left for dead. All right, said Harry, sounding a little panicked, but it wasn't because he was dealing with a werewolf, but because this wizard obviously couldn't go to St. Mungo's, which meant he would have to heal him on his own. Breathing deeply, he thanked Merlin. He always carried his potions bag with him and he quickly unfurled it. Were there potions that werewolves couldn't get? He had absolutely no idea. Hopefully he wouldn't hurt him trying to help. Ripping off his cloak, he folded it as often as he could, before easing it under the injured werewolf's head. Merlin, he wished Sev or Lucas was here, they would know what to do. Breathing deeply, trying to stop his hands from shaking, he was better than that. He had dealt with more severe situations, hadn't he? Here, drink this, it will help with the pain, said Harry, pressing the vial to his lips. Quietly urging him to drink it, and despite his reluctance the werewolf did begin to swallow the potion. His entire body relaxed, as the pain diminished considerably. Every pain reliever potion also had a muscle relaxant in it, which was why that happened. Harry removed the curses and hexes that had been left on the defenseless wizard. He didn't even have a wand on him for sake. Nothing really surprised him. They had tortured him for 3 days after all. This werewolf wasn't as sickly looking as Remus. He wondered if it meant he didn't take the wolfsbane potion. He hadn't sounded the least bit ashamed of being a werewolf. That could only be a good thing. In fact, he was muscular like Victor, he realized when he removed his t-shirt to get to the cuts on his stomach, and Harry whirled around, his wand in his hand just as the wards alerted him to someone being there. He wasn't quick enough. He was grabbed off the ground by his neck. Choking, Harry began to kick out at the person, in hopes of being released. He realized it could only be a werewolf. Nobody else had that kind of strength to actually lift him off his feet. I'm trying to help him, Harry rasped out. If you don't let me, he will die. That did the trick. He could sense the surprise on whoever it was. They let Harry go abruptly. Coughing and spluttering, Harry moved away from the person, keeping him within eyesight at all times. Snatching his wand from the floor, he began to sterilize the wounds, using a knitting spell before spelling them wrapped in bandages. Just because the wound was closed, it didn't mean the area didn't need protected for a few days. Who are you? Grunted the man who had just had Harry by the neck. I could say the same for you, snapped Harry, rubbing at his neck absently. Fenrir Greyback, sneered the confirmed werewolf, his eyes gleaming with viciousness, waiting for the wizard to begin flinging spells at him, ready to defend himself if the need arose. Harry swallowed thickly, looking up at the moon, thankful that it wasn't anywhere near full. He was familiar with who Fenrir Greyback was. Even if Remus hadn't told stories about him, the Ministry called him the most notorious werewolf in the UK. He was just glad it was nowhere near the full moon. He had nothing against werewolves, but he didn't want to be one. Thank you very much. I see you've heard of me, grinned the wolf sadistically. Slightly disappointed that he didn't do anything. What fun it was hunting wizards and humans. Yes, said Harry quietly, as he continued to work, ignoring the sadistic look on his face. The howl earlier. This werewolf must be part of Greyback's pack. He had taken too long. Greyback was risking a lot to come for him, and they were right outside the Ministry of Magic after all. Well, who are you? Demanded Greyback, standing proud and tall. He paid no attention to the dead, bled-out wizard on the floor. More interested in the wizard who was alive and helping a member of his pack even after he had attacked him. If he could call nearly throttling someone an attack, which he didn't really. He was still breathing after all. What's it to you? Muttered Harry. Greyback was the alpha, he could sense it. He was used to getting his own way. A growl of warning left Greyback's lips. Harry Peverell, Harry said eventually, grunting in frustration when one of the wounds went way past his trouser line. He missed the surprise on Greyback's face, as he had to remove the young werewolf's trousers. Sighing in relief that when he saw it end just a few inches, he wouldn't have been able to heal someone's privates. That was a whole other thing altogether. He noticed his ankle was at an odd angle though. Ouch, that's definitely broken, muttered Harry, summoning his bag, not wanting to turn his back on Greyback for a second. If the rumors were true, he wouldn't want to. The only reason he probably hadn't attacked so far was maybe fear for one of his pack mates. Although everything he had heard about Greyback contradicted that. This will taste disgusting, but it's better than trying to walk on a broken ankle and leg, which would become further ripped and torn on the full moon. Why would they attack you? Muttered Harry under his breath. But he was still heard by both werewolves because of their superior hearing. He got the injured werewolf to swallow 2 other potions, one that will heal his bone and Eileen's potion which would help anything he couldn't see, meaning any internal injuries he had sustained in the attack. What are you talking about? Grunted Greyback, eyeing the boy suspiciously. He was an odd one. He knew Dawn was a werewolf and was still willingly helping him. Wizards never helped them, especially light wizards. The boy was a Potter even if his name was now Peveril. It was impossible not to hear the rumors, even before the Dark Lord found them and asked for their allegiance, which made the situation sticky. He owed the boy, and he had after all saved Dawn's life. Aren't you aligned the Death Eaters and Voldemort? Questioned Harry, pointing to the dead wizard without even looking back. Fenrir moved over the wizard, cautiously moving as well, keeping him within eyeshot, a smart move to make. A possessive growl left his lips when he noticed the mask. Ripping it off the Death Eater's face, he bared his teeth furiously. How dare they attack one of his own, after he had gifted the Dark Lord with his allegiance? Snarling furiously, he stood back up, looking ready to wreak havoc on everything and everyone. They could treat him however they liked, but nobody, and he meant nobody, touched his pack. He kept them out of the war. They weren't as strong as him, plus they wanted no place in the war between the light and dark. They wanted solitude, to live their life without being hunted. He hadn't forced them. His beta dealt with the pack when he was with the Dark Lord, something that was soon to be rectified. He would need to move them all. The Dark Lord wouldn't take kindly to being screwed over, which is exactly what he was going to do. He had harmed a pack member. He didn't forgive or forget. It's too bad the wizard was already dead. I've healed you as much as I can. The ankle will heal within the next 24 hours. I suggest you keep your weight off it for that time and let it heal. The longer the better, but the bandage will help a bit if you do walk on it, said Harry. This will get rid of the bruises. This will stop any infections if you get one, and this is another healing potion if you need it. If you need anything, any potion, just let me know. I'll send it, he said as he gave him the potions he might need. He didn't care if they were aligned to the dark. If the dark had done this, then there was a chance it could make them turn to the other side or stay out of the war altogether. It's the best he could hope for at any rate. They hadn't attacked him, so until they did he would never blame them for something they couldn't help with. He wasn't stupid. Greyback was the alpha, the most known werewolf in the country if not the world. His word was the ones the werewolves listened to, at least the ones that didn't try and fit in amongst wizards and lead normal lives like Remus. He had thought it was normal for werewolves to be that way, until he got older and read books. Most werewolves lived as packs. It made sense really, since they all hated wizards. Why would they live amongst them? The young werewolf groaned as he sat up, already feeling much better. Thank you, he said. His eyes were still filled with surprise as he held the potions close. It's all right. Not all of us hate werewolves, said Harry quietly. Don't worry about the vials, they are unbreakable, he added before standing up, making sure he kept Greyback within sight and backing away. The sound of someone apparating caused him to whirl around, half a curse leaving his lips before he stopped abruptly. Severus, breathed Harry, his entire body going lax in relief. Severus himself had raised his own wand, ready to cast a shielding charm to defend himself. He was proud that Harry cursed first, asked questions later. It would save his life one day. Even better that Harry had the forethought to control his reactions. Nodding in pride, his black eyes glinting before he took in the situation. Severus stiffened, seeing Greyback, who he knew was a loyal supporter of Voldemort's. Oddly enough, he had disappeared a year before he was brought down. He never saw the werewolf in a meeting after Voldemort decided to hunt down the Potters and kill the twins, or Harry as it stood. He remembered the Dark Lord being furious with their absence. He couldn't call them either. He had never NDED them with his mark. Either Greyback was too alpha to have another person's mark on him, or the Dark Lord didn't see them as worthy of being officially his Death Eaters. Considering he called them half-breeds, behind their back he would be willing to bet his fortune on his second guess. It was around the time that Regulus Black had disappeared as well. but his obsession with the prophecy had forestalled any searches for the missing comrades. He didn't do anything. One of his pack was injured, by Death Eaters, said Harry, still facing Severus. Trying to convey through his eyes, don't attack him, if they didn't he might stay away from the dark side at the very least. It was the best outcome they could hope for. Werewolves were strong, impervious to some of their magic, faster than them, in other words they could lose to them. At least all the werewolves that didn't take the wolfsbane potion. That potion weakened them, made them constantly sick, weakened not even a proper wizard or werewolf. The potion poisoned them, both parts of them. It wasn't right in his opinion, and that's why he wanted to create a new version, one that wasn't slowly killing them. At this rate, Remus wouldn't live to reach 45 if he wasn't careful. He trusted Severus to have his back, it's why he hadn't once turned back around despite the fact Greyback was there. Greyback, however, wasn't paying any attention. He was hoisting his injured pack-mate onto his feet after Dawn had dressed himself. Keeping a tight grip around his middle, keeping the weight off the broken leg, he did give Snape a long hard stare. He'd always known the wizard wasn't loyal to the Dark Lord. He could smell the deceit coming off him in waves. If the Dark Lord couldn't figure out who the spy was, why would he help him? In fact, he'd gotten off on the fact the wizard didn't know. Wizards were weak, even the Dark Lord, but he had offered them freedom, the one thing they didn't have here. He noticed the lack of ND burnt into Snape's arm. He had somehow removed it, something that's said to be impossible. Severus wrapped Harry up in his arms and apparated them away, wanting answers but definitely not wanting to remain in the company of Greyback. He knew what happened to people who showed their disgust at werewolves and him in general. Prince Manor, Severus and Harry, unplottable. "Are you all right?" asked Severus, despite the fact Harry looked fine. "Yeah, he didn't hurt me," said Harry, not telling him about the fact Greyback had nearly choked him to death. He didn't want to see if Severus would get angry enough to try and track Greyback down. Harry knew he'd only been protecting his pack. It wasn't something Harry could fault him for, since he too would do anything to protect the people closest to him. "What happened?" demanded Severus. Sitting down, Harry went with him, lying down on his back, and his head in Severus' lap. Severus noticed Harry did that a lot, constantly cuddled into him as if he was starved for affection. He'd been waiting on Harry getting back. When he failed to appear, he started getting worried. He'd stalled going after him, not wanting Harry to think he was hounding him. 20 minutes had come and gone. All worry about what Harry would think fled out the window. Apparating to the ministry and seeing him with Greyback had terrified him to the core. "I had just finished my runes exam, again," sighed Harry, exasperated by that fact still. "I heard a commotion at the side of the building. I looked around and saw 3 Death Eaters beating someone and hexing them. I flung a few spells, including Sectum Sempra. It was the only one that hit its target. They flung a few spells back at me, but missed. I was besides the building. They had no way of being able to hit me. They apparated away. They didn't even try and attack me from behind like I suspect they would. They mustn't have much courage, but we all know they are cowards who have to attack in groups." His voice had gone cold and dark when thinking about that. Nobody other than Severus really knew the mark the attack had left on him, and it wasn't just the wounds. Even though they were gone now, the scars were just inside opposed to outwards. "That Death Eater will be found just outside the ministry building. I don't think much of an investigation will be put into it," said Harry. "Will there?" "I doubt it very much. Scrimgeour loathes Death Eaters. He will just consider it another dead would have been potential threat," stated Severus, relaxing fully. "Did Greyback say anything to you?" "No, he was there for his pack mate. He howled when he was being attacked. It must have alerted them or him," explained Harry. "They're so strong compared to Remus, it seems impossible to believe they were both werewolves, or that all 3 of them are." "There's a difference between them," said Severus sardonically. "Greyback, in addition of being one of the most dangerous werewolves, is also proud of what he is. The rumors have it that he has been biting children for the past few decades. Desiring to build a power base that could one day take over the magical world, wizards more specifically." "I'm sensing a but," Harry said, staring up at Severus, enjoying the hand rubbing at his scalp absently. "There aren't enough werewolves out there for Greyback to have been biting for the last decade or so," Severus said quietly. There's been some savage attacks, yes, connected to werewolves, but they do what they have to remain undetected from muggles, animal hunters and of course wizards who try to bring them in for the reward. Lupin is the only one I know who was bitten by Greyback. Although that was in retaliation from what Lyle Lupin said, his father. He believed all werewolves were vicious, soulless, evil and deserving of death. So Greyback gave him food for thought by biting his son, probably forcing the wizard to change his mind in regards to werewolves in the process. I knew about that, it's the only time I heard Remus get angry, said Harry thoughtfully. Remembering back to when he was younger, where the odd occurrence of Sirius and Remus showing up at the manor. Nick had thoughtlessly asked him how he became a werewolf. Remus had answered as best as he could, trying to keep his anger under control. He hadn't succeeded, instead electing to get some fresh air while Sirius continued on from where Remus left off. He'd been hiding in the secret passageway between the rooms listening in. Fenrir Greyback is, perhaps, the most savage werewolf alive today. He regards it as his mission in life to bite and to contaminate as many people as possible. He wants to create enough werewolves to overcome the wizards. Voldemort has promised him prey in return for his services. Greyback specializes in children, bites them young, and raises them away from their parents, raise them to hate normal wizards. Harry was brought out of his thoughts by Severus speaking again. Lupin is the opposite from Greyback, he is repulsed by what he is. I doubt very much Greyback and Lupin have seen each other since it happened, stated Severus. He would love to see the confrontation if it did happen, that's for damn sure. Harry snorted. Lupin wouldn't stand a chance against him. Greyback was tall, a lot taller than him, and extremely intimidating. He wasn't afraid to admit that. There would be nothing left of Remus if he started anything with the alpha werewolf. Sighing softly, he dozed for a while before Severus spoke to him again, wakening him up. "When is your next exam?" inquired Severus, true to Harry's word. As soon as he got home, or rather after his friends had left, he'd gotten in touch with the ministry. They had immediately fallen over themselves to quickly set out a timetable for all his exams. His last exam, Harry had said, was just over the fortnight mark. 4 o'clock, tonight, revealed Harry, suppressing a yawn. He had woken up at 5 o'clock this morning, getting some last-minute research done. Brewing more of the teleportation potion, which was in extremely high demand right now. He'd had offers from various potion masters wishing for the recipe, all willing to pay him handsomely for it. He didn't know them, so he didn't trust them. He had, however, given the recipe to Rick, Potions Master James, so he wasn't flooded with demands from America. He had paid though, but he would make it back within 7 months of brewing, depending on how many people wanted it. It wasn't the money Harry was doing it for. He just didn't want the dark getting their hands on his potions and using it to outsmart the Aurors. "I'm going to go down and investigate some of the ingredients we brought back. Care to join me?" asked Severus, not moving from his spot yet. Harry thought about it for all of 3 seconds before he stood up, nodding. He could sleep tonight after dinner. Right now he was going to make the most of the alone time he had with Severus. He might even get lucky and persuade Severus to have some fun with him in the lab. His eyes twinkling deviously, he sauntered out of the room, leaving Severus no doubt what he was thinking about. Severus groaned at the image that presented to him in his mind as he followed his insatiable tea out of the room. Severus stirred the silver rod into the potion, counting the amount of times he did so. His mind was constantly distracted by the events almost a fortnight ago. His little minx had distracted him from his potions completely. He had taken him bent over the potions table. The whimpers and screams he'd garnered from his insatiable tea still rung in his ears even now. Shifting slightly, feeling arousal build up, just thinking about it. He could no longer remember why he had been so hesitant to have a physical relationship with Harry anymore. -0 flashback 0. Severus muffled a groan of appreciation as he watched his lover saunter down to their potions lab. The urge to him as hard as possible caused him to stiffen in his trousers. Following him down, he stepped into their lab and closed the door, flinging every locking charm he knew, so nobody could disturb them. It was only his mother in the house, and hopefully she would know better than to try and enter a locked room. His black eyes met twinkling green ones. A possessive need arose in him. He wanted to show Harry who he belonged to. Harry was his and he'd made it so. He had warned Harry he was extremely possessive, and that had only gotten stronger as they bonded further as lovers instead of apprentice and potions master. It seemed as though Harry was in the mood to play, as he set about preparing a cauldron. Oh no, Harry certainly wouldn't be doing anything like that after teasing him in such a fashion. He was rather smug at how comfortable he had gotten in their relationship. Then again, Harry had constantly tried his restraint since he agreed to date him when the time came. He'd kept his libido under control, but that was no longer needed. Stepping up, he put his arms on each side of the table, trapping Harry in the small space. "Did you seriously think you could tease me?" whispered Severus, his voice seductive and low, biting Harry's earlobe none too gently. Listening to Harry's breathing speed up and gasp lowly, but in the dungeons it was heard as if he'd bellowed it. "Did you?" he asked again, his hot breath tracing against Harry's neck. Biting down and ing on the skin, Severus felt Harry stiffen further in his arms, squeaking breathlessly. And no, Harry managed to get out breathlessly. He'd never heard Severus like this before, and it was turning him on like nothing else ever had. His skin was heating up almost feverishly, hyperly aware of each movement with his lover pressed against his back. "No," murmured Severus, his tongue lapping at the mark he'd left on Harry's neck. It was already red. He knew pretty soon it would be purple. He wanted everyone to know Harry was taken, and what better way than to mark him where everyone would see it. Nuzzling Harry's neck softly, feeling his Adam's apple bobbling up and down as he gulped. Harry mutely shook his head, reaffirming his answer, too breathless to speak. Dear Merlin, he'd never felt anything like this before. His entire body was high in anticipation, wondering what Severus was going to do next. He had been stupid if he thought he could get the better of Severus. He was Slytherin after all, he'd only wanted to tease him a little. Although if this was the rewards he got for doing it, he really ought to do it more often. Any tiredness he'd felt was gone, in place was raw, pure pleasure with the likes he'd never felt before. "How disappointing," replied Severus, his voice close enough to Harry's neck to reverberate all over him, causing him to shiver. "Severus," ed Harry, finally able to get something ped his lips. Rubbing his backside against Severus as he tried to get his arm out of Severus' hold to rub against his own arousal that was becoming too much for him. Severus wouldn't let him do either of these things, as he kept his arms where they were stuck between them, as well as moving away so Harry couldn't get any friction whatsoever. "Oh, no, Harry," said Severus seductively, "I'm going to hold out on you until you are screaming in mindless pleasure that you've never felt before." Harry whimpered, before gulping loudly as the spreading warmth flowed through him, turning his legs to jelly. That promise had just served to inflame him in ways he hadn't anticipated. The books he'd read had described it, and he had thought it was what he had experienced previously. So naive, this was just so much more. He wanted Severus and he wanted him now. Yet Severus wouldn't let him turn around. He couldn't move, couldn't get rid of the ache building up inside him. He was already beginning to feel like a raw bundle of nerves. "I'm going to bind your arms, Harry," said Severus, waiting for a few seconds to see if Harry would object. He didn't. Invisible robes sprang from the end of his wand, and furled around Harry's wrists, binding them together before stretching them along the table, causing Harry to wheeze for air, his entire body trembling with desire. "All right?" asked Severus, running his hands through Harry's hair. Aware that he might not like it, he'd been bound and almost killed a few years ago after all. There was no sign of panic or fear on Harry, so he continued on, his heart clenching in love that Harry trusted him so much. Harry was comfortable enough, leaning on his elbows as he waited. Severus made quick work of removing Harry of his shirt with magic. Unbeknown to him, his cloak was still at the side of the ministry building where he'd left it. Refraining from touching him, causing Harry to whine low in his throat, arching himself up begging for anything Severus had to offer him. Another shiver worked through Harry when he chuckled softly, before he ed wantonly. Opening Harry's trouser buttons, managing to avoid touching him to his secret delight, before he began to slowly pull them down. A quick flick of his wand, his shoes, socks and pulled-down trousers were gone, folding neatly at the other side of the room. The only thing hiding Harry from him now was a pair of boxers, which were tented and wet with precum. Smirking in feral satisfaction, despite the fact his own were probably the same. He began to slowly and methodically remove his boxers, listening to Harry grunt and growl in frustration as his attempts at rubbing against anything was thwarted once more. "Severus," Ed Harry, his voice needy and desperate, trying to rub his legs together to generate some friction, only for Severus to mutter under his breath, and his feet were suddenly moving without his consent. He couldn't move them back no matter how hard he tried. It was as if something metal was between them, preventing even a minuscule movement even possible. It didn't hurt, it was just impossible to move. It made him feel extremely vulnerable, but even more turned on. He hadn't done anything like this before, licking his dry lips, trying to get himself under control, but one touch from Severus and it was gone out the window. "I think I like you like this, Harry," whispered Severus tauntingly. "Will I leave you like this for hours?" Harry squirmed as he gasped in needy puffs. "How much do you want me to touch you, Harry?" whispered Severus, dropping small s down his back. He could barely feel them, but he knew what he was doing, and he whimpered once more. "Do you?" he asked again, his finger trailing further down, touching the very place Harry wanted him to be, causing it to spasm. The pink hole practically begged for him to take what he wanted. Yes, 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 please, Severus, begged Harry, arching back, hissing as he was met with nothing. Merlin frustrated tears were forming in his eyes. He wasn't used to being denied. Perhaps this happening again wasn't a good idea. Strike off any thought of teasing Severus ever again. His legs were beginning to ache being kept in that position as well. Something slick at his back caused him to forget about it. His breath was hot against the table, causing condensation as he waited, eyes closed, breathing harshly. "All right?" asked Severus, his own voice breathless. Extremely impatient now, he pressed back, causing whatever it was to pop through his ring of muscle. A surprised squeak leaving his lips. It wasn't what he expected it to be. Clenching down on it, Harry looked back, his face and body flushed red. He felt as though his body was dissolving with the intensity of what he was feeling. Then suddenly it vited inside him, causing him to arch up, his mouth open in silent exclamation. A choked sound left his lips afterwards. It was touching that spot inside of him repeatedly. Just as he felt as though he would come violently, the vision stopped. "Severus!" cried Harry, tugging at his bound arms. "I see a ant," he whined. He couldn't do it. It was all too much for him. He wasn't used to this kind of pleasure. Turning back, he laid his forehead against the table, shuddering as he tried to calm his overstimulated body down. Gasping in renewed shock, when he felt Severus leaning over him, skin on skin contact, he must have removed his clothes as well. Arching his neck when Severus began to bite and nibble at the other side, ing on him until he knew there would be vivid bruises on his neck. He felt Severus as the plug began to beat against them both. Harry whimpered when he felt Severus biting into his back. His entire body stiffened as he felt himself poised to come, only to have Severus clamp down on him, causing him to screech as he was once again prevented from his orgasm. Another whispered spell was muttered, before the hand removed. It did," rasped Harry. His mouth felt like sandpaper, he was so parched. "It is painful?" asked Severus, his pleasure temporarily forgotten as he made sure Harry wasn't hurting. "No, just odd," admitted Harry quietly, as much as it was bugging him that he couldn't finish. He didn't want it to stop. He felt as though he was going to be slowly driven insane with all these warring emotions inside of him. His thoughts were forgotten once again as he was overstimulated by the biting. When would he stop playing with him? His entire body was on the cusp, and damn it, he wanted release. Please Severus, please, touch me. Here, here, whispered Severus tauntingly, chuckling wickedly as Harry whimpered piteously, rubbing himself against him. Oh yes, he would make sure his little devious T knew who he belonged to and never to mess with him. Harry still had a lot to learn in the arts of forbidding one's partner pleasure yet piling it on. Finally he was enacting his wildest dreams of his boy, after putting up with his teasing for a year. This though was better than his dreams, so vocal, so sensual and eager. "So eager, my Harry," whispered Severus directly into Harry's ear, licking down the lobe. "Sev," pleaded Harry, his body lying complacently. He was unable to work up the strength to do anything other than feel. Severus took pity on Harry, as he removed the spell on his legs, and unwound the one on his hands until he flipped him over. His sweaty body flopped over, but there was one part of him standing at attention, swollen, red and purple in places, desperate for release. The spell on his hands was redone, looping them up over his head, his green eyes clouded with raw pleasure and need. Hooking his hand under Harry's head and lifting it up, he eyed Harry viciously, desperately, as if he was trying to mark Harry as his completely. "That's it, Harry, give in," whispered Severus, across those needy lips. One hand SD down and grabbed onto the plug inside Harry. With careful strokes, he began to take it out. Thankfully he'd had enough lubricant on it so it didn't hurt with how Harry arched up. He couldn't deny though it had aroused him like nothing else had, seeing his lover's greedy hole, swallowing it, milking it for all it was worth. Standing back up, he watched as the plug stretched Harry's hole further. With a final quiet pop, it was out. The little hole began to milk thin air. The little whine Harry let loose hardened him further. "Wrap your legs around me," demanded Severus. "Good boy," he murmured, nuzzling close to Harry's, causing him to gurgle out a cross between a whine and choked sob. Realizing how close Harry was to loosing it completely, he placed himself at Harry's entrance. He didn't even wait until Harry pressed back. He thrust straight in, able to do so since it had been stretched by the plug. He knew from experience it wouldn't hurt, burn a little maybe, but it all added to the intensity of the pleasure. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. Harry swore, trembling violently. The relief was almost overwhelming. Oh, God. Severus remained where he was, buried to the hilt in his lover's tight heat, biting his own tongue to stop himself ending this prematurely. "Stop," wiggled Harry, trying to get Severus to move. "Stop?" inquired Severus, knowing without a doubt it wasn't what it sounded like, but continue his merciless teasing. "No, don't stop me now," growled Harry, his eyes glowing with fervor and power. "So demanding," murmured Severus, before he thrust in powerfully. It was a good job the table was melded with the cement floor, otherwise it would have toppled over. All that could be heard was their breathing, the slapping of flesh meeting flesh, as they gave and received more pleasure than they thought possible. Harry was a mess of incoherent babbling, as he arched up, trying to match Severus' pace. It was a lost cause from the get-go, but he still tried as wave after wave of bone-melting pleasure overwhelmed him. His legs were curled around Severus' body, dragging him further in, his toes curled in what would feel like a permanent position for hours after. Severus could feel the impending tingling. Non-verbally he removed the spell he'd placed on Harry's. Severus tried to drive himself impossibly deeper into Harry, hitting his prostrate twice before Harry's body stiffened as he came between them, spurting until he had emptied himself. All the while milking Severus, causing the wizard to drive once more into him. Grunting, Severus bit down on Harry's shoulder as he unloaded himself, unlike anything he'd experienced. They remained there for what felt like hours, but it was only minutes. Eventually Severus said as he came out of Harry, feeling the draft after being in his hot, tight heat. Feeling his seed trickling down, he grabbed plug and sterilized it before placing it inside Harry's already oversensitive body. Looking up, he noticed Harry was close to ping out. His green eyes were half-masked, sated and exhausted. Picking up his wand, he removing the bonds on Harry's arms, removing the spillage from their sitting him up only for Harry to whimper as the plug sank deeply into him. Harry fell against Severus, too tired to stay even sitting up. Harry wrapped his arms around Severus, nuzzling at his neck. His orgasm had been so intense, and he'd nearly ped out. Only by sheer willpower had he succeeded in remaining awake. Severus' own arms wrapped around him. Before he felt as though he was being edged through a tube, as they were apparated directly into their bedroom. Harry no longer used the one down the hall. He had practically moved in since before their holiday, and he was determined to see it remain that way. "Come, you need some rest," said Severus, leading Harry to the bed, but his wobbly legs caused more problems than they solved. Eventually he had Harry on the bed, and sliding amongst the black silk sheets, grabbing the duvet, he covered the pair of them up. He spelled the curtains closed, bathing the room in complete darkness. Severus grunted as Harry turned around, cuddled into it. At least he wasn't in the middle of the Caribbean, he supposed, and it wasn't too hot. Closing his eyes, smug in the satisfaction and knowledge he had thoroughly exhausted his lover. Well, it would be a time he wouldn't forget in a hurry, that's for damn certain. Flicking his wand yet again, he set the alarm for 3:45, it would give Harry enough time to get to the ministry for his exam. -0 end flashback 0. The day after, Since Harry had retired straight to bed afters, still exhausted, he'd found out his lover was still innocent in the ways of pleasure as he had suspected when Harry asked him what he was doing. Instead of telling him, he had given him a book to read through. Which he had done. In their room, of course. He hadn't seen him for hours afterwards. When he had seen him next, he had been red-faced but calm. Just as he'd left for another exam, he's proposed trying out the position in Chapter 10. Needless to say, Severus hadn't moved a muscle from the fireplace until Harry had returned. He excused them both, and unnecessary to say Eileen hadn't heard from them again that night, much to her amusement. If the twinkling in her eyes had been anything to go on. Speaking of the devil, Harry wandered into the lab not 3 minutes later. "How did the meeting go?" asked Severus, sterilizing the stirrer and placing it on the table. Giving Harry his full undivided attention. "Really good. I think I'm beginning to understand how the inn works now," said Harry. It was nice of him to take time out of his schedule to educate me. "Indeed," agreed Severus wholeheartedly. "Do you think I'll have to wait a month for my results?" questioned Harry, as he walked over to the corner and grabbed himself a cauldron. Pouring water into it from his wand, and setting up a fire with finesse he developed from practice. "I doubt it. The reason it takes so long after taking them at Hogwarts is because of the amount of students taking them. They have to sort through the results of roughly 240 student papers, on each an individual paper. It certainly keeps them busy. Even with magic they have to double-check everything," stated Severus. "I'm sure your results are already marked, at least most of them. You could probably find out if you went to the department that deals with it. They had entire departments dedicated to it. The new ministry was bigger, so they might even have more witches and wizards dedicated to it." "Oh yeah, I didn't even think of that," said Harry thoughtfully, before adding. "Remus will be through shortly, just as soon as he feels better. Just remember, it might not have worked. Do not get your hopes up," said Severus cautiously. The new aconite wasn't toxic. He hadn't been able to believe it at first, but the results always came out the same. They had brewed the wolfsbane potion for Remus Lupin and a lone wolf called Jackson Reed, who had agreed to become part of the testing stage. He was well compensated, and they had to use him. Remus wasn't enough. They had to know what effects they had on wolves that hadn't used the other potion, and of course those who had. The results wouldn't be immediate, but gradual over time. Jackson and Remus did not get on at all. In fact, Jackson had called Remus a sheep in wolf's fur. Obviously Jackson could smell the disgust the older wizard had for his wolf counterpart. Jackson had no fear of his wolf, and he'd only been a werewolf for just over 7 months now. He no longer had them near each other, although it did mean more work for him. "I know," said Harry, nodding benignly. "I hope it works though. It will allow them to keep their mind and stop them becoming like Remus." "Don't let him hear you say that," snorted Severus, amused. He still didn't know how the hell Harry managed to find a lone wolf and convince him to go along with it. Money wasn't usually an incentive for werewolves, but he supposed it didn't hurt to have it. "It's true. I mean, look at the difference between them," Harry pointed out, one healthy and muscular and the other sickly, pale and rake-thin. "You never did say how you managed to get him to go along with this," Severus said, unable to censor the curiosity in his voice. "Well, I sort of lied," said Harry sheepishly. "I told the committee member who had dragged him in that he was a friend, and I had been with him on the night of the full moon before. That it wasn't possible for him to be one. They didn't even question it, and they just apologized to him and let him go." "You what?" said Severus, his voice strangled slightly, unable to believe his ears. "They believed you. Just proves what I've always thought. The bloody ministry is extremely ignorant." Once he had time to actually digest it, he found himself proud of the underhand tactics Harry was using to get what he wants. It was positively Slytherin, and he admired that above all else. Perhaps he was rubbing off on the bookworm. If the rumors were to be believed, it's how Greyback had managed to escape at one point too. "Not all of them," Harry pointed out. "They couldn't all be, otherwise they would never get things done in the damn ministry." "No, not all," conceded Severus, but in his opinion most of them were. "Letters for Master Harry," said Dobby from behind the closed door of the lab. "Come in, Dobby," called Harry, slicing his next ingredient up before scraping them into the potion. "Here you go, Master Harry." said Dobby, placing the letters on the table away from the ingredients and bubbling potion. Nice. Top. Dobby, said Harry, barely able to say it and keep a straight face. It was 5 different colors. It was like he hadn't been able to decide which one to use, so decided on them all. Thank you, said Dobby, his puffed out proudly. Dobby knitted it himself. He did. Yes, I suspected as much. You can go now, thank you, said Harry, shaking his head as the house elf disappeared. He would always be grateful to Dobby, though. He had helped him through a very tough time. Showed him a kindness despite the danger it could have presented to himself. Gave him food to eat when he was starving, and tried to ease the loneliness when he was locked in a dungeon by himself. Shaking off his horrible thoughts, he didn't dwell on it much anymore, but it did creep up on him and surprise him. Looking at his watch, he picked up the GL stirrer and began to stir 15 times anti-clockwise before adding the already prepared ingredient in one at a time with each stir. Once all 15 beans were simmering in the potion, he removed the stirrer and placed it on the table, absently spelling it clean. It would now be fine for 20 minutes, and then he would add the last ingredient in. Magicking a timer above the cauldron, he grabbed his letters curiously, frowning at the messy illegible scrawl. It looked as if a 5-year-old had written it. Who could it be? The writing wasn't familiar to him. Checking to see if there was magic on it, he found it absent of anything malicious. Opening it, he unfolded the letter and found the inside writing was a little better than it was on the outside. What the? Muttered Harry, the letter falling from his grasp, his brow furrowed in confusion. How was that possible? He'd had it 2 weeks ago. 2 bloody weeks. It shouldn't have affected him at all. Unless it was a combination of the 3 potions he'd given him. Harry, shouted Severus, concerned. He wasn't listening to him. Looking at the letter, wondering what had gotten Harry all wound up. Usually he didn't stoop to reading other people's mail, but he had to know what was wrong. Picking it up, he arched his brow and grimaced in distaste. He could barely read it. This coming from a man who had endured reading 11-year-old chicken scrawls under the guise of homework for years. Who is Don? Asked Severus blankly, not wanting to admit feeling jealousy surging through him, but some of it must have shown on his face judging by the look Harry gave him. He's the young werewolf I saved from the Death Eaters, remember? Said Harry, feeling funny in the pit of his stomach. He wasn't sure what the emotion was, but he had felt it when he saw the possessive look crossing Severus' face. It reminded him of that night together in this lab. He'd made him feel so much. Even 2 weeks later the marks were still there, albeit faded obviously but still discernible. Ah, said Severus, clearing his throat as the feelings faded, leaving him feeling slightly embered. What have we created, Severus? How can it help so much? Asked Harry, completely overwhelmed, slumping against the other lab worktop. Shaking his head, feeling completely shocked, he really didn't understand it at all. Rubbing his temple in agitation, his mind went through every single herb and ingredient that went into Eileen's potion. I have no idea, said Severus, just as baffled as Harry. Eileen's potion had taken away the pain of transforming from human to werewolf, and from werewolf to human. Whether it was permanent or just 1 month, they would wait a month to know for sure. They had started of creating something solely to save a loved one. Now its properties had surged beyond anything they could have dreamed of achieving. They were changing the very history of potions through sheer happenstance. Unbeknown to the stunned pair, this was just a little of what they would achieve together. Harry's fear of being found of the boy who lived would be shadowed in the corner of both their joint potions and his own. All Harry had to do was prevent the fact everyone knowing from crushing him, otherwise all that was meant to come to page will not. The few days after they got the letter, saw that Severus and Harry was so busy they rarely ventured from the dungeons. Eileen had to come down to see them if she wanted to. More often than not she only saw Severus and Harry when she was showing someone down the dungeons. They were polite but wary of her. She couldn't hurt anyone, never mind these men. They looked, if they wanted to, able to crush her where she stood. Well, all but Remus Lupin, of course. He was almost as thin as her. She made sure Dobby kept them fed. She wasn't about to let them starve on some quest to find answers. She knew they were eating, since she'd asked the house elf if the trays were empty, and he'd replied the affirmative. I think we've done all we can for now, said Harry, stretching the kinks out of his back as he placed the quill on the workstation. Muffling a yawn as well, he hadn't been sleeping much. They woke up really early and went to bed extremely late, both determined to get to the bottom of the mystery. Along the way they'd created a new wolfsbane potion, one that would allow them to keep their mind, eradicate the pain of transforming to and from their wolf counterpart, and the biggest benefit was that it didn't poison them. The new aconite plant wasn't poisonous, and so they had planted it in the greenhouse and ordered more from a reputable business that was sending via owl seeds as well as 9 plants that were fully matured. All but one of the old aconite plants were removed, and given to Neville, who took them with pleasure. They no longer had a need for them, but kept one just in case anything came their way that required it. The only thing was they weren't sure just exactly what Eileen's potion was capable of. They'd both come to the agreement, albeit reluctantly, that it would always remain that way. They had 2 different recipes, and until the next full moon they wouldn't know which one to brew. One recipe had just the aconite plant removed and the non-poisonous one added. The second had Eileen's potion integrated into it, quite successfully as well, which had surprised them. If Dawn did not feel the effects of transforming next month, they would just make sure the werewolves know Eileen's potion eradicated the pain on what looked to be a permanent basis. Especially if they didn't want to take the wolfsbane potion, it would take a while for word to spread that it really doesn't cause harm. Only then did they reckon it would be used. If for whatever reason, the potion only helped one transformation, they had the answer already. It would seem to be the case, conceded Severus. I am curious to know if it will work constantly or if it's a one-time thing. If it is just a one-time thing, it will make the wolfsbane potion more expensive. Considering most werewolves cannot get jobs, if they had to choose, it would obviously be the old cheaper version that will get chosen. I don't know, we grow everything, so surely it will be alright to make it at least just a galleon cheaper than the original recipe, suggested Harry, shivering at the cold in the dungeons, absently whispering a spell to heat him up, as he thought about ways to make the potion cheaper without leaving them out of pocket. Sure, they had a lot of money, but nobody in their right mind would constantly each month brew something that would lose them money. Breaking even is probably the best they could do. A lot of their time went into brewing the monthly wolfsbane potion. I suppose it depends on how much we need to brew, how big the demand is going to be. If we do not have enough in the greenhouse to cover it, then we will need to buy more supplies, stated Severus. Dobby. How can Dobby be helping Master Severus and Harry? Answered the house elf, eyes bright as he regarded them. Bring us something to eat and coffee, please, demanded Severus, but without any heat behind it. Bring the coffee first if the food will take time. Rose is already cooking it, Master Severus, said Dobby, but I can bring your coffee right away. He exclaimed hyperly before he was gone. Not even a quarter the werewolves come forward for that potion, if that, hardly any of them register, not that I blame them, said Harry, disgusted. He'd seen how they were treating Jackson Reed. It wasn't right, sure they were a werewolf one night a month, but that didn't mean they had a right to be treated as if they were the most foul, loathsome creature on the earth. No, they don't. It's why Lupin and Black went abroad to open clinics to help them, on Dumbledore's orders. I think he was hoping that they would return the favor and fight for the light side when the time came. Lupin would have done it regardless, and Black would have followed him. Once Dumbledore realized how futile it was, I think Black kept them going. For years before they realized they had to come back. They'd missed out on their own lives by helping other people. Even if they hadn't come back when they did, they would have been recalled as soon as Dumbledore realized the Dark Lord was back, replied Severus, speaking as matter-of-factly. They should have helped those closer to home, their own country, said Harry, frowning. He hadn't really thought about that before. He'd known Lupin and Sirius had been gone doing something like that. Still, it didn't matter now. What was done was done. Maybe he should do something similar and open a clinic for those in need. His mind began to wander. Was it a clinic they needed through? Or just a safe place to stay, food to eat, and a place their wolf could roam without the thought of hurting someone during the full moon? The money he made, surely he could help people. He knew what it was like to be ignored. Whether you were a child or adult, it hurt. They should have, agreed Severus, as Dobby returned with their coffee, and as always silently left again. Here, said Severus, handing over a coffee to Harry. It was chilly in the dungeons, and they couldn't heat the room itself. Thanks, murmured Harry, his hands automatically curling around the cup getting some heat from the piping hot sides. "Breakfast and letters for Master Harry and Severus," said Rose, appearing with their meal, placing the tray on the table, away from their hot beverages. "Thank you, Rose," said Harry, giving his gratitude to the elder house elf. "No problem, Master Harry." "Severus," said Rose, bowing before leaving. To her it was her job, there were no thanks needed. "Your results are here," stated Severus, handing over the letters that were for Harry. He had seen enough ministry envelopes to know without even seeing inside what it was. Plus he remembered getting his own results. It had been a deciding factor on what he would do in future. Failing potions hadn't been an option, but one couldn't help but fear the results and the weight. Even he did, despite the fact he knew distinctively he'd ped with flying colors. "Brilliant!" exclaimed Harry, ripping open the envelope before his eyes roamed eagerly over the page, seeing how he'd done for the first time. He hadn't been nervous, he'd just wanted to pee his NEWTs and concentrate on potions. He already had a career, so the results had no effect on him whatsoever, but at least it would be them out of the way. Wizarding Examinations Authority, Ministry of Magic, Educational Division. Griselda Marchbanks, Head Examiner. Nastily. Exhausting. Wizarding. Tests. P grade, fail grade. Outstanding O, poor P. Exceeded expectations E, dreadful D. Acceptable A, troll T. Lord Harry Peverell achieved the following NEWTs. Defense against the Dark Arts O. Potions O, congratulations on beating the highest score on record. Ancient Runes E. Charms O. Transfiguration O. Arithmancy A. Care of Magical Creatures O. What you expected? Inquired Severus, eating his breakfast watching Harry closely. "I didn't do as well as I hoped on arithmancy, but the rest are good," said Harry, his brow puckered as he thought about it. He hadn't studied as much for arithmancy, it was more difficult and harder to get into. Runes he'd loved, and had expected an outstanding, he'd done so much studying for that in particular. There was nothing he could do about it now. It wasn't as if he wanted a career that dealt with ancient runes on a daily basis. It didn't fail to amuse him, seeing the O for defense and potions when he hadn't even been at the school to learn them yet. The two he had been at a school learning from teachers were falling short. Although he supposed Severus had been a teacher as well. 5 outstanding, that is more than just good, said Severus, seeing the results for himself. He had ped all exams, and that was more than most. A lot of students failed their OWLs, never mind their NEWTs. It seemed as if Harry had bet another record, highest exam score for potions. A smile twitched across his face. Harry had confounded the examiner by pointing out mistakes they had in their extra credit questions. He would have loved to have seen the look on their faces. He'd had the gall to call Harry a liar at first, but Harry just continued on until he'd garnered the attention of many examiners including Griselda, and she'd been utterly embered to have let the tests go out with such a mistake in them. She's hastily corrected the question, and went around the others who were also taking the exam and changed it too. "I did better in some than I thought I would," agreed Harry, but he was a perfectionist. His only consolation was that he hadn't ended up failing any CLEs. "It seems as though Flourish and Blots have the book I wanted in stock," said Severus, reading the letter he'd received from them. "Which book?" asked Harry curiously, as he read his own, including his one from Gringotts. He had given money to Fred and George Weasley to invest in a business venture. Since he wasn't a lot, he had agreed. It seemed it had been a very good idea. Already he had more than double what he'd invested in the first place. Rumor has it that Zonkos was having trouble keeping up with the newer and better inventions. He summarized they wouldn't have competition soon. If Zonkos hadn't been in the same place he would have bought them out and put the Weasleys in there as well. 2 of the same companies in the same place was actually just stupid. A book about why people retreat into their own mind, different scenarios and examples, by a healer Jason Rayner who apprenticed under healer Mungo Bonham, who happened to be the founder of St. Mungo's. It's a rather rare book, only a dozen were ever written. It is by no means expensive, or a highly desired book, but I think it might help understand what happened to the Longbottoms a little better, stated Severus, placing his cutlery on the tray having finished his meal, the letter still clutched in his hand. "I just don't understand why the Death Eaters would think Frank and Alice were the secret keepers to Azkaban," said Harry, repeating something he'd said a few times since the unfortunate couple had been attacked at the Ministry battle. The money Neville had given him to create a potion to help them hadn't been touched yet. He probably would when he actually tried to create something for them, but until that time he had no need to touch it. Neville thankfully didn't need his parents so much anymore. It was Frankie that did, and he was younger than Neville. It was nearing a year since their parents had been attacked. Neville was taking it on his own shoulders to look after them both. They both hated their grandmother, and visiting her a few times a year had been the worst days of their lives. She was so strict and couldn't tolerate unruly children, or the fact they didn't act as proper, pureblood heirs as they were. Neville wasn't about to let her rule their life, or worse, Frankie's. No, he was being strong for both of them. They were desperate. They want their fellow Death Eaters out of Azkaban, so they can begin their true goals again. That, and it's probably what the Dark Lord is demanding, stated Severus. Considering Alice and Frank are Order members, the Dark Lord would have been extremely pleased with whomsoever actually did the deed. With the loss of so many still incapacitated Death Eaters, the Dark Lord would be finding it difficult to take control of everything. Why not go after the minister or something? I mean, Frank and Alice were only Aurors, Harry pointed out curiously. Not just Aurors, and not just Order members, but they were very good at their job, two of the highest ranking ones at that, added Severus, reading yet another letter. Once he'd read everything, he put them into two different piles. One went into his cloak pocket, the others were set on fire, then their ashes banished. Are you coming to Diagon Alley? You can't. You have a meeting with Dumbledore in 20 minutes, Harry quickly said, remembering Severus talking about it yesterday. It won't take 20 minutes to get a book, Severus replied dryly. I suppose it can't hurt to go to Hogwarts. I'm going to miss it actually, said Harry. It's not something I thought I would say. I don't think there's a student in her halls who wouldn't miss Hogwarts when they leave, said Severus. He certainly had missed it, although not for long admittedly. He'd barely ped his potions mastery before being taken on as the potions professor and head of Slytherin House upon Slughorn's retirement. Before my 4th year I wouldn't have, snorted Harry, clasping his cloak on and removing the dragon hide apron he'd had on. They had both brewed the alternative wolfsbane potions. One crate of them it mattered little since they would all get used. They just needed a way to get word to the werewolf communities, ideally someone like Greyback, but there was no way he would agree, at least according to Severus. So Remus and the two others were their best bet. Perhaps, said Severus, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. With that the door of the empty potions lab swung shut. Hello boys, finally finished? Asked Eileen. Seeing how relaxed they were, she knew they had. She knew them well, and despite being a Ravenclaw she was as sneaky as they came. Yes, I'm going to Diagon Alley. Is there anything you'd like? Questioned Severus, grabbing his pouch from the fireplace. We are running low on slug repellent. I sent for it but they sent it to the post office. Can you pick it up for me? Asked Eileen, moving towards the table and taking a seat. She had only just got up and she was rather hungry, especially with the smell of breakfast thick in the air. We are going there anyway. The aconite plants I bought are there already, said Harry. He hadn't expected such a quick delivery, but considering they had potions to brew they needed them and he was grateful. Thank you, said Eileen, beaming at Harry. Severus took a hold of Harry, despite the fact he could apparate, and sidelong apparated him to Diagon Alley. Right outside of Flourish and Blots, the alley was quite quiet. It was rather odd. It was usually busy in the early morning, people out getting newspaper, maybe even breakfast and things like that. They were obviously still shaken about the attack on Hogsmeade. They both idly wondered if the students would even get to attend the village this year. He doubted many parents would give permission, not during the turbulent times that was suddenly gripping them after many years of peace. I'm here to collect a book that was ordered for me, named Severus Snape, stated Severus, as he walked towards the shop, eyes stand thrusting the letter he'd received at her as well. He didn't bother looking at the other books on offer. Harry had already bought anything mind-related in the shop, and there was no new books that interested him. Since he was a regular subscriber he would receive notice if there were any new books due out. Hold on a second, please, said Tracy, taking the letter and moving towards the back, and begun to hunt for the book. She didn't need to look long, since the book had just come in this morning. Nodding at the tag, she removed it from its shelf and made her way back through. The room was filled with books people had ordered and never bothered to pick up. She placed the book on the counter, which was still wrapped up in the brown packaging and strung together. Severus accepted it, before removing the string and opening the package. Only then did he nod in satisfaction that it was the one he wanted. Knowing the price, he placed the gold coins on the counter before she could even ask for it. Taking his book now that it was paid for, he and Harry left the store and began the short walk from the shop to the Leaky Cauldron. Using the flow network to get from there to Hogsmeade. How mature do you think the aconite plants will be? Harry wondered, as they ambled towards the post office. They're adult plants, but how mature is anyone's guess, stated Severus, as they finally approached the shop they wanted. When Severus opened the door he grimaced at the smell. It smelt of owls, and owl droppings, wet feathers and something else he couldn't put a name to. It was awful. You would think with magic they'd take better care, but some people, even though they had magic, were completely idiotic at best. I'd like to pick up my post, it's Harry Peverell. Harry told the shopkeeper, holding his breath as much as he was able. Finding the place repugnant just like Severus, considering they both spent a lot of time surrounded by potion ingredients with questionable stenches, it truly was a testament to how atrocious the stink was. And Eileen Prince's as well, added Severus, not wanting to linger more than necessary. Yes, sirs, said the elderly wizard, quickly making his way to the door to his left, leaving his two customers with the dozens of owls waiting patiently on spars. They were obviously well looked after, other than the fact they had to live with that smell. The elderly wizard mustn't have a strong sense of smell, that was putting it mildly. I doubt Dumbledore's going to be happy to see me there, said Harry, grinning wryly. Or maybe he would be just too relieved that Severus had finally answered his summons to care. He'd been trying to get in touch with him for the past 3 weeks. Severus didn't seem in any rush to talk to him. Which was odd, since Harry knew Severus cared for Dumbledore, almost like a father figure. Then that is his problem, answered Severus, his own lips twitching as he stared at his lover. His gaze, however, became heated, as he stared at him. It was hard for him to believe how submissive Harry was in the bedroom, especially when he was so independent and happy when he was in control. The sounds he'd been able to elicit from him could turn him on like nothing else could. Harry was always happy to try something even once. He'd yet to find something Harry wasn't amenable to. Why the teenager had taken to him he would never know, but he wouldn't disparage it, he would do his best by him. Harry, squealed a very familiar voice, before he was accosted by her hug, almost being choked in the process. Fleur, what are you doing here? Cried Harry, quite frankly shocked. We just arrived last night, she explained. The cottage we chose, you should see it, it's beautiful. Very cozy, it reminds me of my family's first home. I start at Gringotts in 2 days, so I can get used to things. It's very cold, so I'm going to go to Gladrags and get some warmer clothes. Right now I have to send the letter to my parents and let them know we arrived safely. You'll have to give me the Flow address soon, I'll definitely visit, promised Harry, reminding himself to send her a gift, something homely, although what, he did not know. Where's Gary? He's setting up a wand shop, said Fleur proudly. But he hasn't finished his apprenticeship, cried Harry, shocked. He finished it early, he only has 10 wands so far, but he's working so hard, I am proud of him, said Fleur. Wow, I'm shocked but happy for him. Will he be all right with Ollivanders so near? Asked Harry, wondering if the competition would be too much for his friend. That is his main worry, but he thinks he will do well enough, said Fleur. They'd spoken about it for days when they finally took Harry's advice and truly decided what they wanted to do. They loved each other enough to compromise and decide on one country. Fleur had wanted to come to Gringotts, to better her English and be closer to Harry and her friends. Of course, with the obvious exception of Victor, who was constantly on the move with his team. As Victor had stated a lot of times, he wouldn't be a Quidditch player forever. There was a limited lifespan of a Quidditch professional player, just like in all sports really, both magical and muggle. Gary realized it would hurt him more to lose Fleur and have a career elsewhere, than it would to come here and have one and be with her. He loved her more than anything else. It had been a bloody revelation long time in coming. It was for that reason Gary was looking into buying a ring, an engagement ring, and follow her friend's example and propose to her. He would need Luna's help, and so had secretly written to her. He will, said Harry, full of confidence. Confidence was a lot to do with mastering anything. You both must join us for dinner once we are properly settled, said Fleur, sounding demanding yet hopeful at the same time. Nothing would give us greater pleasure, Miss Delacour, stated Severus formally, as tradition dictates when offered dinner. Fleur beamed at them, looking positively smitten. Brilliant, I am pleased you wish to join us, she said, nearly gushing. She didn't normally get to speak to Severus, it was mostly only Harry, despite knowing they were a couple. With him being older it was understandable really, but she hoped in a more mature setting than sitting on a bed might have him join in the conversations. Thank you for the invitation, said Severus, his arms wrapping around Harry automatically in his first display of public affection, well on British soil anyway. Harry melted back into him, grinning like a cat that caught the canary, showing Fleur just how happy he was. It's my pleasure, said Fleur just as they were rejoined by the shopkeeper. Seeing Harry so smug wrapped in Severus Snape's arms had made her day, she truly was over the moon for him. He'd rarely been happy the first year she'd known him, at Hogwarts. Although it may have been to do with being the youngest participant in the Triwizard Tournament. Eileen Prince and Harry Peverell, stated the shopkeeper, not even asking for proof since they were two of the most talked about individuals lately. Although it was beginning to die down a little, but everything they'd done at the ministry wouldn't be forgotten. They could have left the people there and gotten out themselves, like everyone else, yet they hadn't. They'd stayed behind along with a group of American wizards, getting the injured wizards and witches to safety. It was thanks to them that the death toll was so low. No, he didn't need to let her to prove they were whom they said they were. Thank you, said Harry, taking the large parcel delicately. It had fragile written on it in bold fire-looking letters. He was about to shrink it and put it in his pocket, hoping it didn't get bashed around too much when he realized the house elves could take it for him and prevent any accidents. Dobby, called Harry. After a few seconds the house elf appeared. How can Dobby help Master Harry? Inquired the house elf. Take this home. If the plants are dry, give them water. I'll sort them myself when I get back, stated Harry, not wanting Dobby to plant them, which he most certainly would if he wasn't told otherwise. Yes, sir, said Dobby, accepting the large package, which was bigger than him. Take this also. It's for my mother. Give it to her, said Severus, shrinking it. He placed it in Dobby's pocket. Nodding that this was all they needed, he disappeared from view once more. I'd like this sent to France, please, said Fleur, handing over the thick letter, addressed to Monsieur and Apolline Delacour, Delacourville, France. She didn't need to give the full address, there was no need, the owl would know where it was going. That will be 3 galleons please, said the shopkeeper without needing to look at anything. You should get yourself an owl, Fleur, it will be much cheaper, said Harry absently. Indeed it would. Now you will have to excuse us, we have a meeting elsewhere, said Severus, curt as always. Of course, I'm sorry to have kept you, said Fleur, smiling softly at them before giving a big grin to Harry when Severus wasn't looking. Harry sniggered as he waved at Fleur before he was led out the smelly shop. Both of them surprisingly hadn't thought about it until they stepped into the crisp fresh air. Turning back to the counter, Fleur laid the 3 gold coins on it, intending on doing as Harry suggested and investing in an owl. Hogwarts was, as it always is, a very welcoming sight, cozy, warm, yet very intimidating, for the sheer size of her alone. A smirk slid onto his face, wondering what the students would think seeing him again. No doubt fearful that he would return to Hogwarts and take the potions position again. That would never happen, not under any circumstances. He'd been an idiot to stay as long as he had. Being there had kept him safe, but stifled his talents. He had loathed teaching, and between keeping the hospital wing stocked up, he'd had no time for potions and his desire to create anywhere absent. Ironically enough, Harry seemed to inspire him in ways he hadn't felt since he was 18. His love and paean for potions truly knew no bounds. He didn't consider anything impossible, and it fueled his own paeans for the subject. I wonder who the defense teacher will be this year, said Harry as they walked along the path, Harry having to speed up to keep up with Severus' long strides. Having to stifle his amusement, he knew Sev hated being late, hence why he was probably rushing. Hopefully someone good. Luna and Neville shouldn't have to learn from books. No, they should not, said Severus, a troubled look crossing his face. Not all of his SS were Death Eaters to be, they needed to be able to protect themselves. Without adequate training they were sitting ducks. It had always bothered him, but what could he do? He wasn't responsible for the hiring of the defense teachers. His frustration and anger at the teachers made the students and probably some of the teachers think he was jealous, that he wanted the defense position himself. He had said nothing against the rumors, finding them hilarious. He was a potions master, not a defense master. If defense was what he wanted to do, it was what he would have applied for. It wouldn't have been hard. After all, the position was available each year. Although he had thoroughly enjoyed teaching Harry all he knew, but that was more out of necessity in the beginning. Before long they were approaching the gargoyle, the entrance towards the headmaster's office at the top of the tower. Severus didn't even hesitate before giving the P word, which was once again, drops. Why he insisted on even having a P word was anyone's guess. Just about anyone could gain access to the office and kill the bloody wizard. His arrogance thinking he was better than everyone else could end up being his downfall. Severus went first, and Harry began following him. The large ornate door was opened and both of them walked in. Harry stiffened immediately, wanting nothing more than to back out, but he didn't. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of knowing they still bothered him. It seemed as though Dumbledore had decided to call an order meeting of all things. "Ah, Severus," said Albus, clearly surprised as he stared between Severus and Harry. He had assumed the wizard would be alone. He hoped things weren't about to become tense. Harry hadn't been in the same room with his parents for a long time, although from what he could gather things had calmed down, at least with Nick and James. They'd accepted they were wrong. Lily, however, was an unknown factor, not that it could be blamed. She had tried to use an unforgivable on him. "Come in and have a seat, both of you," he said eventually, relaxing, his features taking on a more cheerful disposition. "Albus, he hasn't been sworn in," cautioned Doge. Since the betrayal of Peter Pettigrew 16 years ago, they swore oaths, unable to reveal the names and what the order is doing. It wasn't easy to trust, after losing so many friends, and they couldn't help but think Pettigrew was to blame for them all. How else would you know who be able to kill so many of their members during the last war? The Bones family had been nearly wiped out, only two surviving by sheer luck. "Right you are," said Albus, nodding in understanding and acceptance. "How would you like to join the order, Mr. Peverell?" His eyes twinkled brightly as he regarded the bright young man standing stiffly beside Severus, who had as of yet to sit down. All the while wondering if Severus had told him what was going on regarding the Horcruxes, which he was using all of his free time tracking down. "I have no intention of joining," stated Harry sharply. "I'm sure you'll understand my reluctance to work with you, who lets people who tries to torture children join such an organization." His sneer was present, making him look a lot like Severus. Everyone turned to stare at Lily, who hunched down in her seat, further trying to make herself disappear. Even James looked away, his posture filled with shame at having such a wife. He wanted nothing more than a divorce. This was just something he could never forgive. He was an Auror. He upheld the law strictly. Yes, he had permission to use the unforgivables as an Auror, but he'd never used that particular one or the killing curse unless it had been fired at him first. The Imperius had only been used a handful of times, only used against those that were about to self-harm, kill themselves to try and evade the law. Which shouldn't surprise anyone. Azkaban was hell on earth, crawling with disgusting dementors who would love nothing more than to out your soul. Nobody sane would possibly want to even contemplate going there. "I already know each and every member's name, at least those who were in the original order anyway. So my saying the oath wouldn't matter if I wanted to betray you," sneered Harry, his contempt obvious. Albus blinked at the young man, completely blown by his attitude. Had his hatred of his family truly caused him to turn so embittered? He didn't, of course, think for a second Harry would betray them, as he said, or rather sneered. He had been tortured and nearly killed by the dark side. He was baffled by by his disgust for the Order, after all they'd done to see Voldemort destroyed. No, anyone he asked to join would feel honored, although admittedly only 10 wizards and witches so far had joined them. To some it was just too risky. It was one thing being powerful, but to join the Order they felt would paint a large target on their backs. It was those with families that turned them down. This was the first of anyone being disgusted he'd had to deal with. "How can that be?" inquired Albus, staring at the teenager. "How did he know those that were in the Order? Should he be concerned?" "Ask him," snorted Harry, his head jerking towards James Potter, who surprisingly didn't react to both Harry's statement or to his apparent disgust. "What does that mean? What does he mean, James?" asked Doge, alarmed. Why would children know the names of everyone in the order? That was a frightening prospect. "Oh please, stop your whining, it's rather frightfully disgusting if you ask me," snapped Harry. Where had his dark mood come from all of a sudden? Why was he so worked up? Because of their stupidness. Because James, Lily and Nick were there. He didn't much like it. "Especially for someone your age. I was tortured at the age of 14, and revealed nothing then, so give up the squabbling, a baby has more decorum than you." Severus stood there, his face stoic but his lips were slightly pursed, giving away that he was indeed amused. Of course nobody looked close enough to see that he was, but that was nothing new. How many times had he wanted to say pretty much the same thing as Harry had to them? Especially when they were running around like headless chicken, as Harry had said it was disgusting. To defeat an enemy you had to be able to keep your wits around you, otherwise you were dead before the fight. "You were questioned?" asked Shacklebolt, a look of understanding on his face. Not pity, not even concern, but they shared an experience that many others hadn't. He had been in their hands a lot longer for sure, but he was a grown wizard, and or he could take more than a 14-year-old could have. They'd both been tortured by Death Eaters, for none other than their enjoyment. Both had survived and come out stronger, although he was still recovering. He had been given 2 months paid absence from his Auror duties. He was seeing a mind healer, as standard, otherwise he would never be signed back onto active duty. Although it helped a lot going to her, he knew none of what he'd done was his fault, but to have someone impartial to it telling him so, and making him see it, really see it, had the guilt evaporating. Harry shook his head. "No, they just wanted to torture me, not just with spells, kill me and leave me for dead probably at Hogwarts as a warning. Not just with spells they would use were the knife wounds that the bastard had left on him." Seeing the look of understanding hadn't left, he knew they hadn't touched Shacklebolt the way they had wanted to use him. He was relieved. Such actions would have been soul-destroying even to the hardest of wizards. Severus, however, stiffened. He hated knowing what he did. He'd known since Harry was rescued, but truth be told it had been forgotten in everything that was revealed afterwards. They had intended on raping a 14-year-old boy. It sickened him to the core, and if he could have killed them he would have. Instead he would just have to be content with the knowledge that they were rotting in Azkaban for the rest of their miserable lives in a high-security wing. James cringed, looking green around the gills. His own actions were horrifying him to the bone. He hated himself for it. He would try his best to make up for it though. He would try with his son. No, Harry, he didn't deserve this brilliant teenager as a son, since he had been a bad father in epic proportions. He had tried so many times to write a letter to him. In the end he'd succeeded in writing one. It was in the Potter vaults now. It would be sent to him when he died, which in war could be all too soon. He had to do it just in case. He wanted Harry to know he was proud of the man he became, against all odds. Even if Harry didn't want to hear it, it had eased his heart to know he had something to say should he die untimely. He'd also written a new will. Harry would receive 1/3 of the vaults as well as 2 properties equal to his other children. "I think we've gotten a bit off topic," barked Moody, in his usual voice. Nobody could ever tell if Alistair was in a good mood or not. He just had one of those voices that sounded like they were angry all the time. Considering all his missing body parts, he may very well be grumpy all the time. "Indeed, I have other things that need seeing to, Albus, so please, do continue," stated Severus sharply, taking a hold of Harry, who blinked in surprise but nonetheless allowed himself be guided to a chair that was conjured for him by Shacklebolt. So both he and Severus could sit down. Before they did, however, Severus had something he wanted to add, glaring at Doge all the while. Unless of course someone else has something to say. The silence continued. Nobody had ever really had the guts to stand up to Severus Snape, with the exception of Albus Dumbledore obviously. "I thought as much," he stated quite smugly, before both of them sat down. "Albus," he questioned after a few seconds of silence, turning to the wizard in question to see his eyes twinkling brightly as they always did when he was amused. "As I was saying, we must step up the protection on the students when they go to Hogsmeade during this school year," said Albus, continuing on with whatever he was saying before they came in. Just then an owl began pecking on the window, interrupting their meeting. That's Luna's owl, exclaimed Harry, a worried frown working its way onto his face. Nick, who was next to the window, opened it and allowed the owl to hop onto his arm before he walked over to Harry, giving him a small tentative smile, testing the waters so to speak. The owl in question stepped onto Harry's arm, more familiar with him than he was with Nick, who quite frankly looked like James but with slightly longer hair. Harry nodded curtly, showing his thanks as he took the letter from the owl, stroking its forehead, slightly bemused at its indignant hoot. No doubt disappointed not to be receiving any of his usual treats that Harry had around for them when they came. "Sorry girl, I'll give you 2 next time, I promise," said Harry, grinning widely. As if she understood him, she let him pet her for a few more seconds before spreading her wings and flying through the open window. Opening the letter still standing up, the meeting continued on, but Harry wasn't listening. Instead he was trying to understand Luna's sudden cryptic messages. What the heck did she mean? His brow furrowed as his mind ran a mile a minute, but he couldn't think. "You are where you soulfully need to be. You'll find the artifact, one of Hogwarts' lost items, a founding item. Seek in the head of the one without a body. Knowledge is power. A treasured item is what you seek." "Luna, is everything all right?" inquired Severus, when Harry finally sat down again, keeping half an ear out on the conversation going on around him, but more concerned and curious about Harry. "I'm not sure," murmured Harry. "I'll show you later," he added, shoving it in his pocket. Soulfully, could she actually mean that there was a Horcrux here at Hogwarts? It wouldn't be the first Founder's item that he used. A treasured item. Knowledge is power. Artifact of Hogwarts, a Founder's item. Could she possibly be talking about the diadem? The lost diadem of Ravenclaw. Oh, he was an idiot. Seek in the head of the one without a body. The bloody sorting hat. Oh, he loved Luna right now. He'd put it in there after using it. It had helped him defeat the basilisk. It had made him feel so powerful, confident and very aware of his own magical powers. His lips twitched as he remembered the experience. Then of course Dumbledore had Fawkes bring the basilisk up and give it to Severus. He'd had no right, by rights, that basilisk had belonged to him. Oh, if he'd found out before, he would have gone mental, struggling for money as he had been, only to find something that belonged to him had been taken by another. At least Severus was honorable enough to give him most of it, even if it had taken a year, but considering the amount that was there, it had probably taken that amount of time to sell it all. "I still think you are making a mistake, Albus. They shouldn't be allowed to go. It's just tempting fate," said Molly, sounding exasperated. "It's up to the parents, Molly, and with the confirmed increase in security, most of the students have their permission slips," stated Albus calmly. "Those over the age of consent. We couldn't stop them even if we wanted to. Now surely you would rather have security measures in place when Ronald goes to Hogsmeade, knowing very well that the stubborn child would go. If not to prove he wasn't a coward, he wouldn't want to miss out with the rest of his friends." Well, very well," sighed Molly, deflating, obviously losing the will to fight the headmaster. He made a very good persuasive argument, so how could she possibly fight against that? It was her own son they were talking about, and she knew Ron would want to go. No amount of forbidding would work with him. As Albus had said, they were legally adults. The teachers' and parents' hands were tied. They could venture where they liked, war or no. "So we are in agreement?" asked Albus, kindly. "What I don't get is why you are discussing school matters, headmaster. I mean, surely there are going to be Aurors stationed at both Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade in light of the attack. Wards have been enacted as well to let the Aurors know of impending attacks, so why waste time discussing things that are happening with or without anyone's consent?" said Harry, frowning in confusion. Nobody else seemed the slightly bit surprised by the conversation. "It is always like this?" he asked Severus. "Indeed," said Severus, his voice impive, revealing nothing of his thoughts. "I see," said Harry, quietening down again, his brow once again furrowed. He had always thought the Order of the Phoenix was a more active group. Yet all they were doing was sitting discussing the tightening of security in certain areas. What about the unprotected ones? "We are but a small group. We don't have the resources to be everywhere at once. We just try and do what we can to prevent attacks when we can, fight them whenever we know they are going to appear. It was hard to understand in the beginning. I too thought I would be helping more, but the truth is I do more as an Auror than I do in the group. We have no way of knowing the Dark Lord's plans, we have to rely on Albus' knowledge and his previous dealings with Voldemort to try and guess. We've made a few accurate ones, I'll admit. If we save even one person, then in my book it's been worth it," whispered Shacklebolt, solely for Harry's benefit, but others who were nearby were smiling grimly as if they shared the exact same sentiments. "We got a lot more action the last time, but that was thanks to the sacrifice Snape made to bring back information," said James, his posture and face relaxed and an indefinable sound in his voice. One that had never been OCIATED when he was talking to or about Severus Snape. Severus twitched, his eyes automatically going to James Potter before reversing back. Had he just heard respect in James Potter's voice? Honestly, how he prevented his mouth from falling open he had no idea. He was stunned. His part in the war had never really been brought up. Nobody had cared about what he'd gone through to get that precious information for them. Nor the fact he could have been found out and killed on the spot. Having a spy would definitely have had a lot of benefits, agreed Shacklebolt. Since he hadn't been a member the first time around, he wouldn't know. Although he had heard mentions of a spy from time to time, it had been months before he realized Severus Snape had been the spy for them. He should have figured it out sooner. After all, his trial had been no secret. It's what made his return to Voldemort's side impossible. "The cost would be even higher," said Harry. He didn't know everything about his lover, but he did know the marks that spying had left on him. He slept with his wand under his pillow. He never let it out of his sight, and if he didn't have it on him, he was constantly glancing at it as if waiting on an impending attack. It had been drummed into him, always be ready for the unexpected. Knowing how badly the Death Eaters wanted to kill him probably didn't help. Although he'd been very relaxed on holiday, probably due to the fact nothing and nobody can apparate onto a ship. He'd known he was safe, and Harry had loved that side of Sev. He did wonder briefly if it would change once the war was over, or if it would remain. He didn't really care either way, since he loved Severus more than anything. He just wouldn't mind seeing him relax a little more, well, other than after him being thoroughly ed through the mattress by Sev. "Yes, I agree," said Shacklebolt. "Too high," agreed James, especially for a mistake in the folly of youth. He didn't even have that excuse for the way he'd treated his son. That was a disconcerting thought. Had he really just thought that Snape's mistake was lesser than his own, making Snape the better guy in all this? Jesus, he was going to be sick. He needed to get out of this room fast. "Albus, do we have anything important to talk about?" "Not at the moment, James," said Albus, baffled by James's changing demeanor. "Then I'd like my family to take their leave. Nick is due training anyway," said James, making his excuses, hoisting Lily up by her upper arm. The only real touch she'd received since he hugged her when he first saw her. He'd seen the longing glances she constantly gave him, and he knew he couldn't give in her. It would only fuel the fire. It would be wrong to do that to her. He might not love her anymore, and feel disgusted by her actions, but she was still someone he had loved very dearly for over 2 decades. "Of course," said Albus, watching them leave surprised. "As for the next topic I wanted to bring up, you'll need to distract the headmaster," whispered Harry, so lowly that Severus had trouble hearing him. Quirking his eyebrow, he silently demanded why was he being asked to do such a thing? Sighing, he removed the letter from his pocket and handed it over, watching those black eyes gleam in pleasure at solving a puzzle. It shouldn't have surprised Harry, but it did. After all, Severus had told him about the logic potions puzzle he'd created with smug satisfaction and slight confusion on how Nick Potter managed to get it. Most wizards didn't actually have much logic, so it was a difficult thing to pee. From what Severus had said about the tasks, they'd all been easy other than his. His eyes inevitably and noticeably shift towards the sorting hat lying on the shelf. Nodding imperceptibly, Severus handed the letter back, keeping his eyes focused now on what Dumbledore was saying. He was praying the meeting wouldn't last much longer. He could feel a headache brewing listening to this drivel already. Nothing new there than he always did feel like this, but there was also elation, another Horcrux. Right now he could have ed Luna Lovegood for being the mystery she was. Then again, neither her fiancé nor Harry would have been amenable to that idea. It would still have been amusing to say the least. From her transfiguration CL, a small tinkering laugh left Luna Lovegood, but nobody spared her a glance used to her odd, weird ways. The Order meeting thankfully didn't last long. Harry didn't understand why Dumbledore would risk their lives by having the meeting at Hogwarts. Surrounded by students, quite a few of them would have Death Eater parents and be writing home. That would mean they would be revealed as Order members, unless of course they would. Dumbledore wouldn't risk their lives like that. It wasn't until they began to leave did Harry realize he hadn't risked them at all. They have arrived and left by the Flow network, which meant they weren't seen around Hogwarts at all. From what he had gathered, they usually held meetings at Grimmauld Place. Sirius had given them permission to use it. Maybe it was being watched. Who knew? He certainly didn't, and to be truthful he had no desire to know. As long as Severus was safe, he didn't mind. If anything happened to him though, he would bring hell itself down on Dumbledore in retribution. No, he couldn't and wouldn't think like that. Severus would survive. So would he. Shacklebolt had revealed that Ollivander had been in the same cell as him. He'd been taken out a few times and been thrown in the cell hours later, nearly comatose. He was still alive, and that troubled Dumbledore to no end. Why keep him alive? What did they want with the older wizard? Just what was Voldemort up to? What did he want a wand maker for? His eyes went to his wand, lying innocently on his forearm. Could he truly be after the Elder Wand? Why? There was no rhyme or reason to it, unless he felt with the Elder Wand he would be invincible and rule the world with it. He needed to retrieve the Wand Maker. He had to know what he did, what he had revealed to Voldemort. Shacklebolt had been debriefed, and told his bosses everything that happened. No doubt if they could get a location out of it, they would rescue Ollivander. After all, he was the most prominent wand maker. Without him none of the students could get their wands. They'd had to get second-hand wands from any shop they could, some even going abroad to get one. It was unacceptable. They needed him back to have the students getting the best wands suited to them. "Excuse me, please, there is something I must do," said Albus, standing up abruptly, as soon as everyone other than Harry and Severus had left. "I thought you wished to speak to me," inquired Severus, surprised. It seemed as though they would have to wait another day or let Dumbledore know what was going on. "I do. Wait here, I shall only be 5 minutes," said Albus, hastily standing into the fireplace and grabbing a handful of the powder before yelling in, "Ministry of Magic, Auror Division." And he was gone in a rush of green flames, leaving Severus and Harry alone in his office. "He says 5 minutes, but he will be gone nearer to 20, stated Severus, sitting there calmly. That's not to say Albus wasn't punctual. He was, just not when he says he'd be a specific time. He had been his employee long enough to know most details about Albus, that others might not know. Well, other than Minerva, of course, she had worked with him the longest. She had become the Transfiguration teacher when Albus was made headmaster, from what he had been able to garner from taking to both of them. Harry stood up and ventured over to the Sorting Hat, placing it on his head, feeling oddly like he was 11 years old again. Well, hello Harry. Your thirst for knowledge hasn't diminished any. Rowena would have been proud. You have usurped any student that's walked Hogwarts' hallowed halls. Harry grinned in amusement. Thanks. You can read my mind. You already know why I'm here. I need the diadem, and your need to keep quiet about it. Dumbledore already knew about them, and possibly could take an educated guess as to who had what and where. So the point of keeping them secret seemed pretty stupid, if it wasn't for the fact he was getting old, slipping, and had almost killed himself by touching a Horcrux. Or rather, keeping them secret until they were destroyed. Dumbledore would try and take over. He might think he was a leader still, but Harry knew that wasn't true. It was time for him to step down. He would do it in his own time. Maybe about Voldemort was dead. He didn't understand Dumbledore's sense of duty to the entire world. You wouldn't. Albus Dumbledore has always been a man who saw the best of everyone and ignored their flaws even if they were blatantly waving in front of him. He learned the hard way that life isn't simple. Can you imagine the entire magical community begging for your help? Pleading with you to end Grindelwald's reign of terror. His lover, who he was forced to confront and imprison. Nothing is as simple as it seems. He is merely doing his best so that nobody ever feels that pressure again, not the way he did. Harry was surprised by what the hat said, but a thump on his head had him removing the hat before they could finish their conversation. Not that he knew what the heck to say about it. He'd never really thought about it or what it was like to be Dumbledore. He was a headmaster, and one that seemed inclined to ignore him, or had done in the past at any rate. Closing his eyes, he felt the Horcrux on his head. The urge to keep wearing it was strong, very strong. In fact, he never wanted to remove it. "Hey!" cried Harry, standing up, before he shook his head abruptly. "Keep that thing away from me." Harry couldn't help but shudder. There was something definitely dark about that diadem. Most assuredly a Horcrux, as Luna said. Not that he doubted her for a second, of course. "How did it feel?" inquired Severus cautiously, sliding the diadem into his robes, intending on destroying it as soon as possible. He had become alarmed upon seeing the possessive dark look crossing Harry's face, and quickly ripped the diadem from his head. Oh yes, he would be destroying it as soon as he got home. If it had affected Harry so quickly, he wasn't taking any chances. Harry shuddered. "I wanted to keep it on. It was as if I couldn't contemplate the need to ever take it off," admitted Harry. "It's odd, it never affected me like that the first time." "Did it not?" stated Severus calmly, sitting down, very aware of the fact Dumbledore could be back any second. "What did you experience back then?" he added. "No," confessed Harry, swallowing thickly. "I felt confident, almost too confident, smarter, better than everyone else, smug. A few of those feelings he hadn't been familiar with when he'd put it on. He was much older now and more aware of himself and had experienced a lot more than just anger, loneliness, hatred and soul-wrenching despair. Which was how he'd always felt for 14 years of his life. Then things had changed. He'd been entered into the Tri-Wizard tournament and found friends of his own and a lover. A lover who had later became a good friend, a lover that was nearer his own age and able to go with him when he toured the world with the rest of his team. "I think it did not affect you due to something similar already being there," murmured Severus, so nobody other than Harry could overhear him. If they did, they wouldn't be able to connect that Harry had been a host to the Dark Lord's soul. If anyone found out, it would be obvious who exactly had been cursed that night. It would come out in the end, but he was determined, if only for Harry's sake, that it happened only when there is no other alternative. "You'd think it would make it worse, don't you? That I wouldn't be able to resist it at all," Harry whispered back, his tone now thoughtful. "Regardless, it doesn't matter. It will be destroyed so further temptation isn't in your way," said Severus soothingly. His hands twitched as though to physically comfort him. Yet he remembered where he was, and how those pesky portraits always had bad timing, so refrained. He wasn't ashamed of Harry, it was more to do with the fact Harry was still very young compared to him. He had just ped his potions mastery and he didn't want to be the talk of the magical world. Didn't want them to dare besmirch Harry's name or imply he'd ped because of UAL favors and that he was a cradle snatcher. He also didn't want Harry to think he was ashamed of him. Due to his childhood, he wouldn't be surprised if Harry took it on himself to get the wrong idea implanted on his head. Duh. Harry was cut off with the flow flaring again, spitting out Albus Dumbledore, who exited gracefully, as everyone who had been in the magical world could do. "Sorry about that, Severus, Harry, just a spot of trouble I had to clear up," said Albus. "When are you leaving?" asked Harry, staring at Dumbledore with a knowing look in his eye. "Excuse me?" inquired Dumbledore, as if he hadn't heard what Harry said properly. "When are you leaving?" repeated Harry, green eyes glimmering. "For?" asked Albus, giving Harry a quizzical look, not understand what he was referring to. "You do plan on rescuing Ollivander, don't you?" stated Harry wryly. It wasn't a question. Albus stared at the teenager. Just when had he gotten so observant? It was his biggest mistake ignoring Harry in favor of his brother, but unfortunately needs must. Nick had a duty to perform, and he knew how hard it was, how terrifying it was, and all he had done was in a bid to make his life as normal as possible, as happy as possible, knowing as soon as he was out there, it was a different world, harsher at times. The life he knew would be even more terrifying, people begging for his help, expecting it just because of what happened when he was a baby. Harry at least would always have a normal life, or as normal as one could get when they were at the top of their profession. Of course, if he had stopped for a single moment to inquire about Harry's life, he would have realized Harry's life wasn't exactly normal. He had a potion that one of his best friends wanted him to invent. The pressure was immense, much more intense than it was when he was trying to pee his mastery. Some would say even worse than trying to come up with the potion for Eileen, which had come along quite smoothly, if they didn't think about the lack of sleep and stress that came with it. Albus turned to stare at Severus, his lips twitching as if he wanted to ask him something but stopped himself in time. I do plan on helping the Auror Division perform the raid on the manor. They have a good idea which one it is and I will give a hand in freeing the prisoners. They asked for your help, asked Harry, no judgment in his voice, as he thought on what the Sorting Hat said. Did Dumbledore really think he had to help everyone and everything? Was that why he was a nosy old man? He used to be really good, top of the alchemy study, master at transfiguration. He gave it all up after defeating Grindelwald and became headmaster of Hogwarts. It was like him giving up his mastery in potions and teaching the students at Hogwarts. Then again Severus had done the same exact thing, more out of necessity than desire to do it. He was back to inventing and brewing full time again. He'd regained his sense of purpose just before he left Hogwarts for good. Severus had said to him, he just couldn't put his life on hold indefinitely, not even for his SS. He'd had to get back to his roots before he was too old, back to something he loved more than anything else in the world. Harry understood that. Nothing could compare to brewing potions, well other than his feelings for Severus. No, I offered it, and they were grateful for it. If I am there, Voldemort will flee rather than fight. It's safer for everyone, said Albus strongly, his blue eyes glinting with fire that one didn't normally see. Especially not students, or those at a student age. They all considered him a gentle wizard, great but wouldn't hurt a fly, too barmy for that. Then there were those who knew he wasn't, usually the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters, as well as those fighting on his side, the Order. I assume you will be asking the Order as backup? Inquired Severus, as Harry continued to watch Albus curiously. He wondered what had gotten into his lover. It wasn't his usual self, especially when it came to Dumbledore. From how Harry spoke, he hated yet respected him in equal measures. Probably respected his academic success and hated the wizard for his actions towards him, or rather inactions. He knew how Harry felt. He'd been practically ignored during his Hogwarts years, while the Marauders got away with murder, nearly literally in his case. Yet when he became a spy, he finally had respect from the older wizard, and it had meant the world to him. He freely admitted that. He'd come to rely on the wizard a lot, over the years, seeking his advice. I wouldn't presume to ask, replied Albus. But you wish it, stated Severus, calmly. I do. We have no idea what we are facing. It may very well be Voldemort's base of operations, acknowledged Albus, slightly wary. I do hope you aren't intending on letting Nick Potter into the fray. Severus gave Dumbledore that steely look. Dear Merlin, no, not until I'm sure we have all the artifacts. Albus said firmly. He didn't want Nick to have to do anything he wasn't ready for. I see, replied Severus, giving a nod of approval. Speaking of Horcruxes, what did you do with the ring? Requested Albus, unable to prevent the hopeful tinge coming to his voice. Severus arched an eyebrow, finding it curious that Albus was displaying such emotion over the soul piece. Unless there had been more to the ring that he originally thought, but that wasn't possible, was it? It was destroyed and banished. I wasn't about to leave it lying around. He watched light dying out of Dumbledore's eyes, more sure than ever that there was definitely something wrong. Albus just stared at Severus, inwardly completely devastated by the news. What was it? Demanded Severus, sitting forward. It does not do to dwell on dreams, Severus, and forget to live. I have said this numerous times, and I failed to act on it myself, said Albus, gathering the strengths in his convictions. It does not matter. It's not important. He couldn't let it be. There would be a time when he went on his next great adventure to see his mother and sister, apologize for his folly, downright foolish actions that had resulted in the death of his sister. He would have very much liked to know true peace while he was alive, but perhaps this was his penance for what he did. Severus didn't try demanding an explanation any further. He knew that tone, and Albus wouldn't reveal whatever it had been. He was curious himself now. Damn the old coot. He would never get an answer. Not unless he was able to pry it out of Dumbledore's stubborn mind. It must have been important to him. He had been trying to speak to him about it for weeks. Perhaps putting the memory of the ring into a pensieve would provide answers that Albus refused to give. Harry shifted uncomfortably. He'd never seen a more human look on the usually overly cheerful wizard before. He was always happy, his eyes twinkling like nobody's business. He, like Severus, was trying to think of what the hell the ring was other than being used as a Horcrux, but he was coming up blank. It must have been important to Dumbledore, but there was honestly nothing they could do about it. Like Severus said, they banished them all, at least the ones they'd found so far. They had done well in finding them all, and he did wonder when Severus would tell him that most or all of them were destroyed. He didn't seem in any hurry, although it was because he was still fuming mad at the fact Dumbledore had been so senseless in touching Horcruxes without first checking them for curses. Very well, conceded Severus, looking at it as another mystery that could be solved. If there was something he was good at, it was getting information. I'm sorry to have held you both up, said Albus, letting them know they were free to leave, without actually having to saying the words. He was still extremely disheartened by the news, and he just wanted a few moments to compose himself. It's all he would allow himself to grieve for what could have been. There was a war on right now. I'll see you at the next meeting, stated Severus, standing up, knowing when he was being dismissed. There would be an order meeting before the Ministry, or rather Scrimgeour gave the go-ahead for the raid on whichever manor the Dark Lord was currently using. Considering he'd lost the majority of his followers, there was only a few left that had manors. The Carrows were at the top of that list. He doubted very much Narcissa would let them into use Malfoy Manor. Most assuredly, said Albus. His tone suggested he wasn't paying attention to the situation in front of him. Severus frowned. He did not like Dumbledore's absent tone of voice. He was like that more often than not these days. He wouldn't talk to him either, so he had no idea what was wrong with him, other than what was always wrong with him, pressured into making the world a better place. Nonetheless, he stood up and made his way out of the office. Since he had been seen going in, the most sensible thing to do was be seen leaving. "Oh, and Harry," called Albus just as they were about to close the door. "Yes?" asked Harry, peering at the headmaster, his gaze cautious. "Congratulations on your NEWT's results, my boy. Your results were most impressive, matching my own, in all but potions. That one I think people will find hard to beat," Albus said to the teenager, smiling at him in pride. "Thanks," said Harry, giving him an extremely rare, at least to Dumbledore, genuine smile before he hopped on the gargoyle steps and was swiftly taken away from the headmaster's office. They didn't pee any students on the way down, presumably because the Clees were still currently in session. "Prince Manor, Severus and Harry, the lab, Wingardium Leviosa," murmured Harry, levitating the cauldron. Before he could get it too far, a voice cut in. "I do not think so," said Severus smoothly. "That is a new cauldron. I am not using that to dispose of any Horcrux. They didn't want to use anything again that had dark residue on it." "Oh yeah, so it is," said Harry sheepishly. He'd forgotten they'd destroyed their other large cauldron. They really should have more than one big one, but they mostly used standard-sized, or even the larger one for bigger orders. They didn't use the large one often. It was too complicated trying to determine how much of each ingredient would have to go in. It was 4 or 5 times the size of a normal cauldron. He floated it back down to the floor, looking around, wondering which one to use. "It's not a large one we need. That's potentially and needlessly wasting unicorn blood. The smaller the better, I think. Use one of our old standard cauldrons," stated Severus, entering the cupboard to retrieve the half vial of unicorn blood. It had been placed there after they got back from their holiday. He wasn't quite sure why Harry had decided to put it there. Perhaps he didn't want to make the same mistake twice. "We still have 1 or 2 more to get. I have no idea where they could be, do you?" asked Harry. He'd gone through everything about Tom Riddle and information on Lord Voldemort, and he had to admit he was at the end of potential spots for Horcruxes. "It's 1, his main soul piece. He will consider his 7th, stated Severus. "Not really. I doubt he knew I was 1, said Harry thoughtfully. Hoisting a cauldron off the shelf, and placed it in the middle of the lab. Why they were doing it in here was anyone's guess. True, but that was his plan. It doesn't mean to say he succeeded in splitting it into so many pieces, conceded Severus. Popping the cork out, using a stopper to get the dregs on the cork before pouring a few more additional drops into it. Once the small stopper was 1/3 full, he put the diadem into the cauldron. "Then he might not have any others, if we are going on that logic," said Harry. "It's not something we can afford to be wrong about, so what do we do? If we are wrong, then we will have to search for them once the Dark Lord has been debodied." It is something I hope won't happen, but if we cannot find them all, then there isn't much else we can do," stated Severus calmly, before he placed 3 drops of the precious liquid on each large sapphire adorned the beautiful tiara. Harry silenced the area as soon as the first sound of a screech was heard. Then, just as it happened to Harry, a ghostly spectre of Voldemort's face appeared, its mouth open in anguish. How Soul Pieces could feel anything was lost on Harry, but at least Voldemort didn't know about them being destroyed, otherwise more would be made in its place. Just like that, it was over. Another Horcrux was destroyed without damaging the item. Quite an important item, something that had been long since lost or destroyed since the Founder's time. This deserves a prideful place in Ravenclaw's common room, or maybe the Great Hall, over the house point system, said Harry, touching it reverently. He hadn't appreciated it much when he was 12, but it was part of history, Hogwarts history. Severus snorted. It would never leave the headmaster's office. Harry nodded, conceding the point. Too bad. Not many students would get to see such a priceless artifact stuck in an office with a dozen other items strewn all over the place. I wonder if the hat has anything else stuck up inside it, like something of Gryffindor's or Hufflepuff's. There is the potential that one or both are Horcruxes, mused Severus, muttering a cleaning charm and banishing the cauldron. Gryffindor, if I am not wrong, had a sword that was quite cryptically had a statement that help would be available to Gryffindors as so long as they had a need for it. Wait, Gryffindor family or just Gryffindor students? Why only them, and how would the sword know? Asked Harry curiously, soaking up the new information he didn't know. It wasn't in Hogwarts a history. Well, the information about Godric Gryffindor's sword, yes, but not the statement. Had he accidentally skipped over it? It's written on a plaque in the headmaster's office, which incidentally used to be Godric Gryffindor's office when he lived in the castle. It's in the niche between the 2 bookcases. Hardly anyone sees it. It's hand-scribed, but whether it was really Godric Gryffindor is anyone's guess. I assume it is for any student that has a need for it, at the very least Gryffindor students. The Founders were the ones who created the hat. It wouldn't surprise me if a Gryffindor was needed to be able to summon the sword, revealed Severus. I wonder if the other Founders did similar things, mused Harry, almost excited at the prospect. They did, revealed Severus. At least Salazar did. There is one in my private lab, and unfortunately I've never been able to translate it. It is to my understanding that it must be written in Parseltongue. I've never ventured to neither Ravenclaw nor Hufflepuff common rooms to know for sure. It may not have been where they had their main rooms. Harry shook his head. There was so much he didn't know. It just reinforced his saying, you learn something new every day. How soon do you think it will take to set up a rescue mission? Wondered Harry, as they left the lab, and wandered back, climbing up the few stairs and into the main house. 2 days at least. Scrimgeour will send out a scout, who has an impeccable reputation, one that will be able to sense wards, get a layout of the surroundings. Once he reports back, they will set up an attack plan and then go, replied Severus. What rescue mission? Asked Eileen, coming in through the kitchen door, having heard the conversation. She had a tray perched in her arms, filled with coffee, and it smelled absolutely wonderful. Ollivander, stated Severus, taking the tray from his mother, and placing it on the table, before taking a seat. He's still alive, cried Eileen, surprised, and it was unusual. The evil wizard didn't have a tendency to leave people alive. People had been mourning the elder wizard as dead. In fact, there was word in the paper this morning that someone was coming to take over the shop in less than a week. It was another Ollivander, obviously, since they couldn't just take someone's business away from them. Apparently, Severus said sardonically. I wonder what he wants, said Eileen. She was a smart woman, most of the time, and it was an inevitable conclusion to lead to. That he must want Ollivander for something he obviously didn't have yet, otherwise the wizard wouldn't still be alive right now. With a wand maker. Maybe a wand, suggested Harry, but it sounded stupid even to him, or maybe he just wanted to try and stop the students at Hogwarts getting their wands. It seems stupid. Surely he would have realized they'd go somewhere else for their wands. A wand? There's a myth, a legend of wands so powerful that the wielder can accomplish miraculous feats with it. It changed hands so often, that it was named the Death Stick. As you know, it's only by rites of conquest can the wand's allegiance be won, and so the wand left nothing but death in its wake, thus presumably how the name came to be, said Eileen, her brow furrowing as she tried to remember where she'd read it about. The last thing ever mentioned about it was stolen, decades ago, by a German wand maker who was determined to replicate the wand. Interesting, murmured Severus. It was probably the sort of rumors that the Dark Lord would pay attention to. He was always after more power, doing rituals and the likes, and it wasn't just to obtain immortality. If he was busy looking for a wand, at least his concentration wasn't in taking over the magical world or harming people. This was good. They really should try and get this Horcrux found. It was the last one. Perhaps he should write to Lupin and Black, go over everything they knew and hope they got lucky. Harry seemed to be at his best when surrounded by information, as did he oddly enough. The chances of finding a wand of unlimited power was slim to none. He didn't believe a wand could make you more powerful. Not really. It's stupid to believe that. The wand is only a tool to direct your magic. Nothing you put into a wand makes you more powerful, said Harry. It was the first thing Gary learned from his Master King. I think his name is. He usually just called him a dictator. Severus snorted. Some people just couldn't hack it as an apprentice, and it's why they only took on the people that showed the most promise. Not only the most promise, of course, they had to be strong-willed, capable of putting up with the demands doled out by a master. It's why most students at Hogwarts, who had no discipline, liked to head straight to the ministry and work there. He'd never taken on an apprentice, despite the fact those who approached him must have had the guts to see the apprenticeship through. Two of Harry's friends were freshly new masters of their own fields if he was correct. No, Gary was the only one. The healer was still studying, but he must be at the end of his apprenticeship since he was helping at the hospitals. According to Harry, that was almost guaranteed unless you screwed up badly. Neville would be doing something with plants, herbology. It was his payon. Perhaps apprentice to Sprout. Luna was an unknown right now, as was Cho Chang. Perhaps something about fashion. It was ridiculous how much he knew about Harry's friends, he realized suddenly. Although the cores themselves can help it a little bit, it's not really possible, is it? Asked Harry curiously. It is as you said, it's not possible for a wand to give you unlimited power. It's like handing a wand to a squib and asking them to cast the Patronus charm, replied Severus sardonically. Picking up his coffee, he settled into the couch, inwardly wondering some more about Dumbledore's reaction. Letter for Master Severus, said Dobby, appearing with it. Thank you, Dobby, commented Severus, taking the letter curiously, looking at the back and double-checking that it wasn't cursed in any way, shape or form. It wasn't. As much as he trusted the house elves, he was a cautious man and always double-checked. Well, it wasn't from Dumbledore, since he never seemed to seal it using wax coat of arms. It wasn't any he recognized. He was very curious about the contents of the letter. It was rather large. Everything all right, Severus? Asked Eileen, watching her son stare at the back of the letter. Do you recognize the family that this belongs to? Asked Severus, handing the letter over to his mother, instead of just opening it to find out. Oh my! Exclaimed Eileen, her eyes widening suddenly. What on earth could this family want with her son? It made no sense whatsoever. What is it? Who is it, should I say? Asked Harry, absently pointing his wand at the fireplace, and lighting it. He was, despite having a coffee in his hand, feeling the chill. It was such a big manor, that it was easy to feel cold. It was constantly drafty. Warming charms just made you really stuffy after a few minutes if you weren't appropriately cold, like outside where the cold was constant. Selwyn Warren, stated Eileen, one of the pureblood families in America. The two lines together made them more wealthy than any other. They own all the shops in the America magical districts. There was a lot of controversy about it 6 years back. Why is that? Asked Harry, confused. You won't remember, but both men openly declared they were lovers, engaged and had every intention of marrying. It was an outrage to every pureblood, said Severus. Just because they were men. Harry frowned deeply. He knew some people were prejudiced, but was it going to be that way with nearly all pureblood families? No, because they are the last of their line, answered Severus. The line will die out with them. But Selwyn is a name known here, isn't it? Harry racked his brain to remember where he'd heard it from. James went on about it all the time, how he'd been so sure that the Selwyns and Carrows were Death Eaters. They just didn't have enough evidence to convict them. He hated the fact they were roaming free, remembering now where he had heard that particular name from. They are indeed Death Eaters, agreed Severus, but they are from a bastard line. They aren't directly related. They did well for themselves despite it. Nowhere near as well as the Malfoys obviously, but given time they could have accumulated a lot of money. This family is the direct NCH. So the Selwyns in America are the ones considered one of the Sacred 28. Continued Harry. Yes, actually they are. The British ones only became pureblood 5 decades ago, said Eileen, doing the explaining this time. Which in reality wasn't that long ago. They were younger than her to be fair, but not too much. Since to be considered pureblood you had to have magical grandparents on both sides of the family. She hated the whole pureblood propaganda. It was causing squibs. Eileen knew that since her parents hadn't been at all very powerful, either was she come to that. It's why the princes had stuck to brewing and inventing potions, since it didn't require magic being cast. Yet look at her son. He was extremely powerful, and if she had to go back in time and do it all again, she would. Severus meant the world to her, was her world. She didn't know what she'd be without him and didn't want to find out. Mothers shouldn't bury their sons, but unfortunately in this blasted war, it was happening all too often. It would break her if anything happened to Severus, and she would break every bone in Dumbledore's body if anything did. Here, I wonder what they want with you, said Eileen, handing the letter back to her son. Severus accepted it back, and broke the seal and opened the letter, finding 3 pages of meticulous writing, calligraphy writing, and it was beautiful if he didn't say so himself. A lot of time and effort had gone into this. The paper itself was thick, which explained the bulkiness of the envelope. Potions Master Severus T. Snape. I'm curious, he hadn't realized either of them were in the business of potions. Potions Master Severus T. Snape. While I acknowledge this kind of proposition really should be discussed in person, I'm afraid my calendar is just too full to contemplate a trip to the United Kingdom, added to the fact that there is a war currently brewing on your shores. Well, it doesn't bear thinking about. My fiancé wouldn't even think about it, hence the reason for this rather large missive. I do apologize for taking up so much of your time, but we feel thoroughly explaining out situation might help. Severus had a grudging respect for them already. They weren't umming, he knew who they were, which did earn them his appreciation. Still, he would have preferred them to get straight to the point. He wasn't one for mindless chatter. Even in a letter, in all honesty, but his curiosity won out and he continued to read, seeing what they had to say, or more likely what they wanted. Both myself and my fiancé are under a great amount of pressure from our families to produce an heir, or in this case produce heirs. Quite arguably we are concerned ourselves, since we would like a child, one to pin our fortunes onto. Adopting is not an option, since they wouldn't be our blood, as you are no doubt aware. The thought of having a child with a stranger, quite frankly, I find repugnant. Severus frowned. Why the hell were they telling him their life story? What could they possibly want from him? We are aware that you and your former apprentice hold the titles as the youngest potions masters, and quite frankly with grades that would be next to impossible to beat. My fiancé has told me about the potions you both have invented lately, which has led me to quite a ludicrous thought, one that might just come to life, if the right person was put in charge of overseeing it. Severus flipped to the next page, feeling decidedly irritated by the vagueness of the letter. If such a miracle could be created, well, we will endeavor to put whatever is needed into the project and see it through to the end. We would ask for nothing in turn other than the potion actually completed. You may take all credit for it, and we won't even ask for a percentage in the potion's sales. Severus began to feel a sinking feeling in his stomach. Suddenly the letter wasn't so vague anymore. He had a feeling he knew exactly what they were asking of him without stating it outright, but there was still time for that. Completely forgetting that his mother and Harry were in the room, he continued to read the letter at his own pace. What we are trying to say is that we are making a formal appeal. We are more than willing to give you unrestricted access to a vault of our choosing, which each hold give or take 5 million galleons if you can create a potion that would enable one of us to have a child with both our blood, even if there needs to be a woman surrogate to carry the child for us. We look forward to hearing your decision, and urge you to do it at your earliest convenience. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Alex Selwyn Warren and Daniel Foley. Selwyn Warren and the Foley lines joined together. Well, it was little wonder they were being urged to have an heir. They were both extremely old pureblood lines. With so little of them left, they would be getting constantly pestered by their parents. They obviously didn't have any brothers or sisters, hence they were put into extremely difficult positions. If Harry had been an only child, and his childhood different, the outcry would have been the same. The Potters were proud of their long and lustrous heritage. Well, not all of them, thought Severus. Harry had been all too eager to leave behind. His hand holding the letter dropped to his knee, as his left hand rubbed thoughtfully at his chin. Was he really going to buy into this madness? He wouldn't even know where to start. Yet the prospect of a long difficult potion was positively exiting. He hadn't received such a puzzling opportunity in a long time. It would require a great deal of logic, and he was so very good at that. What did they want? Asked Eileen, unable to hold her question in any longer. It had quite literally been on the tip of her tongue for the past 5 minutes while he read. Irritatingly enough, he seemed to take his time reading over whatever it was. She wasn't normally that nosy, but she couldn't deny being so now, although she suspected it had something to do with potions. They want me to commission a potion, create a potion for them, mused Severus, hardly paying any attention to the others. Are you going to accept? Inquired Harry, standing up and going over to his desk, and swiping a few wads of parchment and a self-inking quill. He preferred them to the normal ones, since they didn't drip and blot the paper, which happened very often, since he was usually impatient to get it finished. He also grabbed his half-eaten sugar quill, and ate it between his teeth before sitting back down on the comfortable couch. It was time he wrote to his friends. He was hoping to meet up with them all soon. He had a feeling it would be at the dinner Fleur was hosting, which he found himself looking forward to. Their first dinner with friends. It meant a lot that Sev would go. He knew Severus would prefer just having dinner at the manor. He wasn't a people person. He also had a few questions for Luna, see if she had any idea about the Horcruxes. Even if she could just tell him how many were left, or perhaps a rough idea of where they are, it might be. I will certainly think about it, answered Severus. A challenge was always welcomed. And send my answer off tomorrow morning. What are they asking you to create? Asked Eileen, black eyes twinkling. By the sounds of it, a male-bearer potion, or at the very least one that would allow both men to be fathers to a single child, using a surrogate, stated Severus, a sardonic smirk appearing on his face. They aren't asking for much, are they? Gaped Eileen, her mind completely blown, and her son was actually considering it. She honestly didn't know what to say to that information. Severus' eyes went to Harry, his mind conjuring up a child that looked like them both, and found himself understanding the wizard's desire to have his partner's child. It will be a challenge, I'll admit, but it is something I'm interested in seeing if it's possible, said Severus, turning to meet his mother's gaze. Eileen's eyes had flared seeing Severus looking at Harry, and her lips twitched slightly. Oh, Severus would create it, and perhaps she would get a grandchild after all. If this happened, she would need to find a special way to repay that family for the gift they would give her. She had resigned herself to never being a grandmother. Until he was 15, she'd had high hopes of him and Lily Evans having a relationship, but none had occurred. Then she found out he was gay, so the hopes went down. Even if he was, he didn't seem content with anyone, didn't want a relationship, at least none she knew about. Then Harry walked in, and she was happy her son was finally living life to the full. The hopes of more had renewed her faith. Ministry of Magic, Auror Division. Severus and Harry checked their pockets out of habit, making sure they had their potions kit and incidentally their wands. Both of them apparated straight into the Ministry of Magic, the Auror Division. The room was filled with wizards dressed in their Auror robes. Dumbledore of course stood out like a sore thumb. Not because he was old, or the white hair, no, it was the gaudy robes he wore. Honesty, it could act as a beacon and alert people to the fact he was coming. Maybe that's why he used it. They had found out where Shacklebolt had been held. Some couldn't believe it, and others weren't so surprised. The Carrows had managed to evade justice during the last war, but they wouldn't this time. Even if they succeeded in getting out of the manor, their properties would be seized, cutting off yet another base of operations for Voldemort. What is an underage wizard doing here? Asked a voice, moving towards Harry. Get back to school, kid. I'll escort you. Thinking he had somehow managed to accidentally apparate to the Ministry of Magic. Harry grabbed the wizard's wrist, causing him to scream out as Harry twisted it, causing the wizard to more in agony as he dropped to his knees, his feet unable to securely keep his own weight upright. He was bloody outraged. Did he look like someone that should be in school? Well, yes, but that wasn't the point. He had done both his OWLs and his NEWTs and gained himself a mastery in potions. He wasn't a wizard who liked to gloat, but his accomplishments shouldn't be dismissed so easily. Would it have been hard for the Auror to ask who he was first? Harry, called Cedric, gaining his attention, fighting his way through the throng of Aurors to get to his friend, concerned. None of the Aurors went to Smith's aid. There wasn't one there who he hadn't pissed off. They, however, hadn't done anything about it but did enjoy seeing him brought down. "You're allowed to come along," asked Harry, abruptly letting go and forgetting the Auror. "You didn't say anything," he added as they said like brothers. "I do this and I'll be a junior Auror," said Cedric smugly, but his eyes were filled with apprehensive worry, and he had every right to be. They didn't know what they were facing. Other than general layout of the wards in each room that was held within. Which of course they all had looked at and imprinted on their mind. They each had a room to penetrate as well as a partner. He'd gone from being in training, to probationary Auror, and then of course junior Auror he hoped. The only ones after that were experienced Auror and then senior experienced Auror who were in charge of the ranks. People like Alistair Moody, Minister Scrimgeour used to one too. There was a space for the job, so one of the older Aurors would be up for promotion. Moody favored his own, so it would probably be Tonks or Shacklebolt. "Good luck," said Harry, knowing how much the job meant to Cedric. No more probationary Auror for him. He would be a fully fledged Auror and finally worth notice. He'd even started taking lessons from Sirius to turn into an animagus, hoping it would help elevate him to a better position. "I want him arrested for alt," snapped the Auror standing back up, clutching his arm as if it had been crushed. "Shut up, Smith. You are a disgrace to Hufflepuff House and the Auror Corps. How you've been kept on is anyone's guess," Cedric whispered dangerously. Zacharias Smith may have ended up in Hufflepuff, but the hat he felt was wrong. He was a coward and selfish, all things they stood against. He would run if it saved his worthless hide rather than stay and fight, and the Aurors would realize that sooner or later. He had been the first one to leave during the attack on the Ministry. He'd left a woman who had gotten hurt just feet from him in his bid to get away. He knew the wizard wasn't going to last. He would screw up. He always did. He'd never liked Smith though, nor did very many of his fellow Hufflepuffs. His attitude was just too unpleasant to keep up with him. "What are you going here?" demanded Moody, thumping his way over, staring not at Harry but at Zacharias surprisingly. "You meant I was coming," said Smith, putting his arms to the side. Suddenly it wasn't aching so much. You med wrong. We need our strongest," said Moody. Cedric twitched hearing that, so maybe he wasn't the only one who noticed how Smith acted. Either that or the Aurors were complaining. All complaints were anonymous unless it was something grievous, like actual bodily harm, or near-death experience. So obviously he wouldn't know if anyone was complaining about him unless they spoke about it. Harry said he had met the grandfather, if it was the same Smith family, and he was nothing like him. He'd seen Smith's father. He looked very haughty looking, quite possible where he had gotten his unpleasant attitude from. Smith bit his tongue, preventing himself from talking back and being put on a worse duty, which would feel like forever. It didn't seem like Moody was ever going to leave, and when he did, it was only for a few years. Then he came back. He had more experience than anyone else here, and when he tried to smarmy up, Moody wasn't having any of it. He had been forced to work just as hard as everyone else, and nobody here liked the truth. They never wanted partnered with him, and they avoided sitting near him at lunch or dinner depending on their shifts. Sometimes they worked night shifts, just a few of them unless they were all called in. While they did that, others did their normal hours, and it switched around and a different set of Aurors did night shift. He had once been on night shift duty for 5 weeks, just because he had exclaimed that it wasn't fair when he had to go out dressed as a muggle to some woman's door because she's unknowingly bought a magical artifact. And the fact he did not want to be seen with Arthur Weasley, who had been on duty that day. "Man the network," stated Moody, turning around and moving away, smirking in amusement. He could see 3 or 4 of the Aurors were trying to suppress their amusement at Smith's predicament. He could barely believe the Auror thought he would be going anywhere. Smith was an idiot, a puffed-up wizard who believed he was better than anyone else. Even fellow probationary Auror Diggory was more powerful than him, so he was definitely leaving him behind. Smith gaped at the wizard, before growling under his breath and stomping out of the room. Man, the network was sitting in a room waiting for a flow call, for someone that needed ores requested immediately, usually only used in an emergency, but the ore force and the public had two totally different meanings of emergency. Usually they had to direct the person or persons to the correct department and let them deal with it. The room was only next door, making it easy to summon the others in a timely fashion if it was required. Things were a lot different from they used to be in the old ministry. It's like it had been upgraded and ideas they'd had lounging around just waiting for an excuse finally were used. There was certainly no paper aeroplanes flying around. They had newer ways to send out messages. To think they had started off using real owls. Slumping down on the seat, jealousy and envy eating him up inside, as he listened to the hubbub next door. Listening to them all getting ready and geared up to go on an actual rescues mission. He'd never heard of that happening before. How could they? They hardly ever got confirmation about where someone was being held. They needed undeniable proof before they took down the wards of a manor and raided it, even during these harsh times. Scowling at nothing in particular, they were even letting outsiders go. That demented crackpot old fool and the teacher's pet Harry Potter. It wasn't a defense mastery he'd taken, it was a potions mastery. And Snape, he hadn't seen the greasy bastard since he was 12. He'd celebrated like everyone else when it was announced that he wouldn't be returning to Hogwarts. The door must have opened since he could hear them more clearly, from down the hall than before. "Ah, Mr. Whoever'll," said Albus, trying to cover his slip. Judging by the unimpressed look on Harry's face, he hadn't succeeded. He wasn't surprised to see him there. In all honesty, he seemed to go everywhere with Severus these days. Harry had developed a bit of a crush on Severus, it seems. He wondered if the elder wizard knew. He knew better than to think for a second anything untoward went on. Severus was a man of a strict moral code. Harry was young, enthusiastic potion inventor, observant, and Albus could think of no other more suited to Severus, who despite turbulent times still thought of Severus as a son he never had. "Hello, headmaster," said Harry softly, most of his attention not even on Dumbledore but the Aurors, who were talking amongst themselves beside the map they'd memorized of the property. "Please, now that you are no longer a student, I insist you call me Albus," said the headmaster, aware that when he asked it was always declined. They still called him headmaster, even people in the order who he trusted still referred to him as such. Only a few vague ones actually did call him anything other than headmaster from time to time. He had even given Nick permission, but he still called him headmaster too, although it might be to put distance between them. He had made things strained between them by forcing too much on the teenager. Unfortunately there wasn't enough time, but it had been brought to his attention he wasn't responsible for Nick. They had been kind enough to allow him train Nick in the end, but it was more than obvious James didn't trust him. He wished he could do something, anything, to regain James's trust, and Nick's. He hadn't meant to hurt either of them. He didn't really mean to hurt anyone, but somehow he always managed to screw up. Moody gave a sharp whistle and every Auror immediately quietened out of habit more than anything else. Most of them had at one point been trained under the old Auror, or Scrimgeour for the younger ones when he'd went into retirement. "All right, in." Moody looked at his watch before starting back up. "Exactly 5 minutes we will be apparating into Caro Manor, facing unknown conditions. Be at the ready, have your partners back, and we will get back here in one piece." "You didn't IGN me to anyone," commented Cedric, from where he was still standing near Harry, but had been discussing the best way to approach the manor. "You were a late addition. There is no other partner. Stick with me," said Moody, his magical eye looking at the list as he spoke, to confirm what he already knew. "The rules are simple. Don't hurt anyone that doesn't fight back. We have no idea how many innocent people are in there. They curse you, then you curse them back. You show the magical world you can protect them, that the Auror force doesn't bow to pressure," barked Moody. "Yes sir," called the Aurors excitedly. 3 minutes left," shouted Moody, stepping off the box he had used. He may be a fearsome Auror, but he wasn't as tall as some of the new Aurors they had these days. Even the boy he was taking with him was taller than him, and that was saying something. He trusted nobody else to apparate him, so Diggory would be getting sidelong apparated by him. Right now there were curse breakers removing and disabling the wards. They would feel it when the last one came down in exactly 3 minutes, give or take a few seconds. Too late to get away, since the Aurors would be on the scene, and anti-apparition spells cast, so nobody could get out. Which did also go for the Aurors, which was what made the situation a little grim. 2 minutes, called Moody absently. Everyone was just standing still, waiting for the order to go. Wands out at the ready, held loosely in their hands. Nobody apparated into an unknown situation with their wands in their holsters after all. Albus and I will be casting the anti-apparition wards 5 seconds after we've apparated in, so do not dally, he barked. If they didn't apparate straight away, then they wouldn't get in, that would be it. Considering how important the mission was, he doubted anyone here would get distracted. Yes sir, called the Aurors. Even Tonks was being rather solemn. It might be because she had a new partner with Shacklebolt on leave, or it might be because she realized how serious she needed to be right now. 1 minute, be ready, called Moody, his body tense not just with anticipation but a good dose of worry. It might not seem like it, but he did care about those under his command. It was a leader's duty to worry, and he did it in spades, but he and Scrimbor had trained them all well. Grabbing hold of Cedric Diggory, who was remarkably calm, he would be a very good Auror. He certainly needed to keep an eye on him. Go, ordered Moody, apparating both himself and Cedric immediately, not waiting to see if. Everyone did the same thing. The wards had been broken down, and every Auror apparated into the Grand Hall, or so it was always called in large manors. Almost immediately fighting broke out, as Albus and Alistair immediately cast anti-apparition wards, meanwhile surrounded by 5 Aurors who were protecting them while they were defenseless, none more impressive than Tonks and Cedric, who were letting off spells at a fast pace. They spread out as soon as they were done. Many were leaving the Grand Hall in pairs. Stupefy, cast Harry, not recognizing the wizard he was up against. He did look similar to twins he'd seen in Slytherin though, but what was their last name? No, he couldn't remember, but it was annoying him something rotten. He couldn't think about it right now though. Confringo, snarled the unknown Death Eater, and he was one. His arms were bare, and sleeves pushed up showing the mark for all to see. Harry cursed and ducked the exploding flames. The smell of smoke alarmed him, until he realized it had singed his arm. Patting at the flames, putting them out, coughing at the smoke that he accidentally inhaled, hastily throwing up a shielding charm when another spell came at him. It deflected back, causing the wizard to duck to avoid it as well. It blasted into the large table, which was still filled with breakfast foods. Conjunctivitis, cast Harry in retaliation, hoping to blind his target. He swiftly had to duck as a shield charm was cast and deflected it back to him. He heard cursing behind him, but he didn't dare look. He just hoped that it was a Death Eater, not an Auror. Unfortunately, in an enclosed area like this, there was always the chance of friendly fire. Crucio, snarled the wizard, obviously through playing. Defodio, Harry cast, pointing at the wizard's feet, hoping to make the wizard lose his footing by causing material to be dug out from the flooring. Seeing the wizard in a certain light, jumping to avoid his spell, he realized who it reminded him of. The Caro twins. This was either their father or uncle. Both generations of Caros were twins, a male and female, and then 2 girls at the school. It was odd, it didn't usually happen. 2 generations of twins, that is. Crucio was cast again by Amicus Caro. Harry ducked it, but someone must have cast it behind him, since pain suddenly exploded through his entire body. He fell down screaming in agony. At the familiar pain, whoever had cast it must have been distracted, since the pain began to wear off, just as Amicus Caro stalked towards him, his wand pointed at his face. His mouth opened in a smirking leer as he stared down at what he thought was a now defenseless wizard. Sectum Sempra, hissed Harry, grimacing as the blood spewed all over him. Amicus fell to his knees, staring between his and Harry in shock as he bled out at an alarming rate. His eyes began to glaze over, and his body fell sideways. He had stopped breathing before his head touched the marble flooring. Harry scrambled to his feet, almost falling 3 times as the blood gathered all around him. Added to the fact his body was still shaking due to the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. Looking around, he saw everyone was busy. Severus was in a battle of his own with Electo Caro. "Dear Merlin, Harry, are you all right?" said Cedric, grabbing hold of Harry, as he lurched slightly. His hands panicky as he tried to see where the blood was coming from, but he couldn't find any wounds. He was a sight that could scare even Moody. Half his face was covered in blood, other side was spattered in it, and his clothes were drenched in it. He couldn't see any visible injuries, or feel any. His green eyes were filled with fear as he eyed Harry, who was paler than he'd ever seen him. "It's not me, just sore, cruciatus curse," said Harry, wincing, as he walked funny, moving away from the blood. "Lean on me," said Cedric, helping Harry move. He as well as the rest of their group of friends knew what Harry had been through in Malfoy Manor, even intimate details that the press did not know. He sat Harry down on the bench. As he looked around at the fighting, which was tapering off, there was only 9 Death Eaters in the hall and almost double the Aurors, so they were easily subdued. He had no idea how the others were faring. They should be back from the dungeons by this. "Will you be all right?" seeing a fellow Auror struggling to keep up with a Death Eater. "I'm fine, go," said Harry, standing back up. The pain was fading away. Grimacing at the dried-in blood all over him, he needed a shower and desperately. He felt menacing magic in the air, as the anti-apparition wards were broken. Considering it was Dumbledore and Moody who had cast them, it must mean someone more powerful than them had taken them down so quickly. There was a big possibility that Voldemort had been here or was breaking down the wards to help his followers, which was unlikely to say the least, but considering he didn't have many Death Eaters left, he might have no choice but to act out of character. Suddenly there was an influx of Death Eaters, apparating into the scene. "Flipendo!" snapped Harry, causing a Death Eater to be knocked backwards, barreling into the others. "Avada Kedavra," said the wizard, facing Harry, furious at being made a fool of. "Immobilis," snapped Harry, casting it on the killing curse, before he cast Wingardium Leviosa, and flung it back at the Death Eater, who ducked. It hit his fellow dark wizard in the back. His body fell to the floor with cement. He wasn't even aware of his death. "Crucio," he uttered furiously. "Locomotor Mortis, Levicorpus." Harry cast in rapid succession. The Death Eater cast a shielding charm, causing Harry to smirk. He knew Severus' spell would just fly on through it. His first spell dissipated, but the second caused the Death Eater to be yanked up by his feet in midair. Wincing as the spell washed over him again. Damn it, why the hell was it always Cruciatus curse spells they damn well liked casting? "Avada Kedavra," snarled the upside-down wizard, his humiliation complete. "Expelliarmus," shouted Harry after ducking the spell that crashed into the bench he'd been using 5 minutes prior. His heart was beating through the roof. He'd never had so many killing curses directed his way. It was a good job Severus had taught him how to best maneuver, and that his first instinct should be to move from oncoming spells, not cast shielding. For the simple reason that there were more spells that just shattered the shield than there was ones that bounced off or dissipated. Harry stood there panting harshly, feeling his energy flagging. His muscles ached something fierce. Not only because of the Cruciatus curse, but because of him constantly dodging and weaving from spells. He was just glad he was able to keep his wand in his hand, despite the powerful shaking that was overtaking his body, becoming more prominent each moment that ped. Serpensordia. Roll sensing weakness in Harry added to the fact he wanted to avenge his fellow wizards. Harry stared at him in blatant amusement. Really? Did he think he was scared? "Kill the wizard who conjured you and I'll make sure you have enough food and warmth," hissed Harry, watching Roll gape in shock before squeaking as the S turned on him. Since it hadn't gotten far from the wizard, it didn't take any time at all for the S to wrap itself around the leg and be bitten by their vicious fangs. Considering it was deadly poisonous, he wasn't surprised by the fact the wizard was taken down fast. Looking around once again, his body was ready to collapse. He prayed that this was over, otherwise they were going to find him ped out amongst the bodies of the Death Eaters. He noticed the S-faced wizard and realized Voldemort had made an appearance after all. He was fighting with Dumbledore, or had been. Voldemort had his blood-red eyes on him, shock blooming in their depths. Then he abruptly disappeared. A few Death Eaters that were still free followed him. Harry felt his heart sinking. The Aurors cheered, but Albus had followed Voldemort's gaze and he was staring at Harry curiously. Harry tried to stop himself gulping, and thankfully succeeded. He didn't like the look either wizard had given him, at all. Stumbling slightly, itching at the dried caked blood that was causing the itch. His green eyes went ped the headmaster, looking for 2 people in particular, Severus and Cedric, sighing in relief when he saw both of them were alive and relatively well. Cedric had a large gash on his face and he was clutching his arm very closely. "Sonorous," muttered Moody, before barking in his usual demanding tone. "Head count," Grand Hall. Now, his voice was heard in every nook and cranny of the building. Finite incantatem, he muttered on himself, removing the charm, as he clumped across the room checking out the injured Aurors. Tonks, demanded Moody, waiting on the witch to come to his side. It didn't take long since she was closest to him. Take them to St. Mungo's, said Moody, levitating another injured unconscious Auror next to the other one. Yes sir, said Tonks, quickly holding onto both injured Aurors. Crouched down next to them, the portkey was clutched in her hand and all three of them disappeared. There was only the prisoners in the manor now, 4 of them in total, and they'd come out without losing anyone. At least not yet. It depended on how badly injured the 2 wizards were who had been sent to St. Mungo's. Tonks would remain until there was news. Before long the others would be going to see how they were. Garrick, how are you? Called Albus, seeing the wand maker being escorted and using an Auror as a leaning post. Concerned by the state of him, Kingsley hadn't been exaggerating the slightest about his state. He needs Street Mungo's, sir, we have to get him there right now, said Proudfoot, deeply concerned. The wizard weighed next to nothing. The others are coming, grunted Moody, his magical eye looking through the side of his face and out at the hall. Auror Savage came into the room with 2 wizards. They didn't look hurt, but when one looked closer they saw the obvious effects of the Cruciatus curse. They must have only been captured recently. They didn't have a cloak on or a wand, and there was the possibility that they weren't even magical. Take this, I'll see you back at headquarters when you are done, stated Moody, thrusting a portkey into Savage's hands, and another into Proudfoot's. Once they were all touching the portkeys, Moody said the activation words and they disappeared. Moody started looking around the room after they left, looking for someone in particular. He quickly found Harry and spoke to him. You were very impressive, laddie. You would make one hell of an Auror, stated Moody, nodding in respect. His spell work was very remarkable for a 17-year-old, especially considering it was a potions mastery he had, not a defense mastery. Severus Snape had taught him well, and he knew it was Severus. His spells were always very inventive, to say the least. As evidenced by the bloodless corpse of Amicus Caro. He knew it was Harry who cast the spell. He'd been watching and ready to intervene when the boy had surprised him. Thanks, rasped Harry, unable to help himself but leaning against Severus as he came close. We'll come to the ministry this afternoon to be debriefed. I'm sure it will take that long to get everyone else's statement anyway, stated Severus, not asking but demanding. He was quite frankly alarmed. Harry looked like death warmed over. He had no idea how injured he was, and the fact he was leaning into him, practically falling asleep on him, was saying a lot. All right, laddie, said Moody, nodding grimly. They were all injured in one way or another, between going to the infirmary at the ministry and, as Snape said, getting all their statements and memories. It would take them all day. I'm going to get Garrick's wife and son. I'll take them to St. Mungo's. I'll stay. I wish to know how Garrick is, said Albus. I'll see you later, Severus. He'd had a son and daughter. Regretfully, his daughter had already ped on to the next great adventure. Severus looked at Albus surprised, before blankly nodding. Why would Albus want him or need him? He wouldn't be surprised if it was to talk about the Horcruxes and locating them. Albus didn't know they had located and destroyed nearly all of them. There was only 1 or 2 potential Horcruxes left. When he eventually told Albus, he wasn't going to be happy. Not that Severus cared. The bloody old fool had almost killed himself. He wasn't taking the chance of him doing so again. He may not be happy with the way Albus destroyed his spirits 6 nearing 7 years ago, or how he had dealt with many things, but he still owed the wizard for standing up for him during his trial and making sure he kept his freedom and fortune. Shaking off his thoughts, he wrapped his magic around both himself and Harry before he apparated them out of the battle-zoned manor. It had been perfectly cleaned until they'd shown up. Now it was in awful shape, not that it mattered since it would be locked up tighter than Gringotts so nobody could get inside. At least not until the Caro twins came to their inheritance and turned 17 and legally adults. Harry and Severus, Prince Manor. Where are you bleeding from? Asked Severus immediately, sitting Harry on the couch. He couldn't care less if blood got all over it. It was easily replaceable. Harry, however, wasn't, and he hoped he could heal it without leaving scars. Harry got very self-conscious of anything that marked him. He viewed himself as damaged goods, and nothing he said helped. but Harry had cared less the more he said it, but it had still been there. Harry had been too relieved beyond belief when Fawkes had healed him to feel otherwise. "Harry," said Severus, using his knuckle to rub along Harry's, causing him to groan. Severus then repeated his question, his black eyes filled with concern. "It's not mine," whispered Harry, blinking his eyes trying to stay awake. "I used Sectum Sempra on Caro." He felt guilty, but it was more to do with the fact he'd killed someone than who it is that he'd killed. "You did what you had to. Do not feel guilty." "He certainly wouldn't if the roles had been reversed," stated Severus sharply, realizing immediately what was going on. He had killed before, but he hadn't seen it or caused it really. He'd only locked Quirrell up to stop him getting the stone. It was Voldemort fleeing from him that actually caused his death. Caro wouldn't have felt much of anything for long. If anything had happened to Harry, he would have gladly hunted him down and killed him in the slowest, most painful way possible. Harry nodded once, his eyes drooping. He was utterly exhausted and in pain. He just wanted to close his eyes and sleep. "Dobby," called Severus, opening his potions bag, removing 2 vials of anti-cruciatus potion as well as a pain reliever. "Yes, sir," answered Dobby, his green eyes wide with concern. "Bring a bowl of antiseptic water, quickly. I would also like some strong coffee in 5 minutes," stated Severus, removing Harry's robes and clothes with a spell, keeping his underwear and vest on. He saw that the vest had gotten soaked as well, so removed it. It certainly wouldn't be getting used again. Blood was impossible to get out of clothes, at least completely at least. He didn't even wait to see if Dobby had left, simply begun running a diagnostic over him. Thank Merlin he hadn't ended up injured. Harry would hate to have gone to St. Mungo's, and he would have had to if he was too injured to take care of him. Reading the results, he was pleased that he didn't have to remove any curses or hexes on Harry. It just seemed to be the Cruciatus curse that hit him. Just as if it made it better. It didn't. He was quite frankly furious. Damn the bloody Death Eaters to hell. At least more were taken off the streets and the Dark Lord had suffered another blow. He was also proud of Harry as well. He'd actually gotten the better of Amicus Caro and killed him. He was up there next to Bellatrix Lestrange as the most unstable but deadly Death Eaters. They, as well as he, had been trained personally by the Dark Lord, not something he was so proud of anymore, but if Harry could take on Amicus, he could take on the Dark Lord and hopefully win. Dobby appeared and placed the large bowl on the small table next to the couch. It had a yellowish tint, letting Severus know Dobby had done as ordered and put an antiseptic into the water. Dobby handed him a face cloth and a small towel before leaving silently, knowing he would want privacy without needing told. Spend enough time with someone, or even spend enough time serving someone, you got to know them and their routine. "Drink these, you'll feel better when you wake up," said Severus, cupping the back of Harry's neck to try and help him drink the 3 potions. "Harry, drink." The 3 potions were quickly swallowed by an exhausted Harry, who just wanted to rest. He could in a few minutes, but until then he would just have to put up with his prodding. Severus dunked the face cloth in the water, until it was completely wet before wringing it lightly. He ran it over Harry's face, getting rid of the copious amounts of caked in and dried blood. Sometimes it took 2 swipes and scrubbing to get it off. He repeated the process until the blood was completely gone, even from his hair. He would need to take a shower later, but until then at least he was clean. Accio Harry's nightshirt. Once the clothing came into view, Severus spelled it onto the unconscious 17-year-old. Nodding in satisfaction, he grabbed the cover from the back of the couch and put it across him, keeping him warm just in case he was in any state of shock. He prayed that Harry wasn't going to feel any sort of shame for what he had to do. It was going to be a busy day. Not only did they now have to go to the ministry this afternoon, but Black and Lupin were coming for an early dinner to talk. What about he didn't know, but his curiosity won out and he had agreed to the meeting. Black had made it a formal inquiry, using the best paper, calligraphy writing and the black coat of arms. He didn't know what the hell Black was up to, but if he tried anything he would make sure he lived to regret it for a very long time. Moving to sit at the leather-backed chair he liked so much, he turned it towards his desk and began a letter of his own. He had been putting it off for the past few days, but it was time to reply the request that had been asked of him. He honestly didn't know how the hell he was going to go about doing this, but he was definitely going to enjoy the challenge it posed. He had just finished penning his name when his mother apparated back into the manor. Her arms full of plants and various other items wrapped in brown packaging and string. The relief on her face said it all. He was genuinely surprised she hadn't stayed in and paced the rug to shreds while they were gone. She had probably gotten used to worrying about him. She knew waiting anxiously didn't change anything. "Everything all right?" she asked, happily enough, although when she saw Harry as asleep she did frown slightly. "Yes, it went off without a hitch," replied Severus calmly. Turning back he spelled the parchment dry, before folding it and burning some wax and pressing the ring he kept for official purposes only, into the wax and left it to dry. He was spell it sealed closed for the trip to America. "Was he injured?" asked Eileen, who had dropped all her items onto the chair and caressing Harry's hair. "Minor cruciatus damage," said Severus. "It wasn't on long enough to cause any lasting damage. He's already had the potions, it's mostly exhaustion." "Is Ollivander still alive?" questioned Eileen, grabbing one of the parcels. "He is. His son and wife are with him at St. Mungo's," said Severus. "He's married?" asked Eileen, quite frankly surprised. "He is. Albus went to get them," said Severus. He had been vaguely astonished as well. "I see. Here, I got this for you while I was out," said Eileen, handing the parcel she'd picked up, positively beaming at her son. Turning it around curiously, he opened the strings, wondering what his mother was up to now. She was grinning at him in a way that made him distinctively uncomfortable, when she had something planned or something was going her way. Which was more often than not these days. It was nice to see her so happy even if it irritated him. Moving the paper aside, he blinked in surprise and then stared drolly at his mother. Hermaphrodite, and its history, a collection of animals with such a condition, was printed on the front. Mostly things people usually wouldn't want to look at. As a potions master he'd seen worse. Worms, snails, fish, mollusks and crustaceans. Well, that made her wishes clear, thought Severus wryly. "Thank you, Mum, this definitely will be useful." "I'm glad you like it," Eileen said as she beamed at him. "I saw it and just had to get in, just in case you decide to do it." "I have," said Severus dryly, not surprised that his mother didn't even blink. She knew him well enough to know he would want to at least try his hand at this. Severus stepped out of the Flow network, entering Albus Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. His mind shields were fully up and he was cautious. Albus wanting to see him immediately and out of the blue like this was quite out of character for him unless it was an order meeting, which it wasn't. He was surprised to find himself alone in the office, but he shouldn't have been really. Albus seemed very concerned about Garrick. Or was it the information he could potentially have? He would be sorely disappointed that he wouldn't get near Garrick, not until the Aurors had all the information they could get once he was recovering. The Dark Lord obviously wanted something from Ollivander, it was just the question of what. He had obviously not given anything out, otherwise the Dark Lord would have killed him already. Ollivanders happened to be one of the families who had natural occlumency and legilimency abilities added with the benefit of knowing instinctively how powerful someone was. That was how the old man knew exactly who was entering his shop. Those that had occlumency barriers, he just looked at the wand and knew who it was. Ollivander had, as he said, remembered every wand he'd ever sold. Unperturbed, Severus wandered over to the chair and sat himself down. His back was certainly grateful for the seat, that's for sure. He hadn't rested like Harry had, but considering how many times he'd been hit with the cruciatus curse, he deserved all the rest he could get. He wouldn't be making potions today, that's for sure. It would take a while for the shaking to disperse, even with the potion in his system. The book his mother had given him was quite informative to say the least. It certainly gave him some good ideas. Which of course, is why she had bought it for him in the first place. Tapping his fingers against the carving in the seat as he waited, he was just beginning to feel the stirring of impatience when the Flow network activated. From the corner of his eyes he observed bright-colored robes. His stance didn't change any despite the fact he'd relaxed. He was always looking for exits and ways people entered. It was deeply ingrained into him. He may not have spied for over a decade, but one didn't just forget things that had saved their lives quite a few times. "Ah, Severus, I apologize for keeping you waiting," said Albus, sighing tiredly, as he made for his own seat, his face visibly giving of relief at being able to sit again. "How is he?" asked Severus, preventing the smirk from appearing. He already suspected the answer. I'm afraid I didn't get to see him. If it weren't for his wife I wouldn't even know how he was." Albus lamented sadly. "I'm not surprised. You know how it is, if you aren't family or a magical guardian then you don't get to see them," stated Severus. "The rules are there for a reason, even you aren't immune to them." The healers were stern about that, no exceptions were made. If anyone tried anything they were promptly thrown out by the guards, the emberment usually deterred them from trying again. "Yes, so I'm coming to realize," Albus said softly, his eyes filled with tiredness and a lingering bone-aching exhaustion. He was getting too old for this. He had been through 3 wars and he just wanted to rest, enjoy a retirement. Each day that passed, and the war got more severe, he began to realize he might not survive to see Tom destroyed and the light victorious once more. He had cursed himself more than once for his stupidity, trying to touch a ring that could be cursed. Severus was right to be so furious with him. He could also sense the shift going on with his order members. They were looking for a new leader, a younger one, and it wasn't Nick Potter. They were looking to Severus, the son he'd never had, and if there was anyone he would have chosen, it would definitely be him, if it hadn't been Nick who would be next to lead the magical world into a new era. "You wished to speak to me. Not the other way around. I have other places I need to be today, Albus. So I must insist you make this quick," Severus said, glancing at the time on his watch. "I see," said Albus, his eyes dimming slightly. He missed talking to Severus. They'd at one point spoken for hours even if it was about his potions. This war was not just keeping them all busy, but severing ties that had bound them for years. He only hoped Severus knew just how proud he was of him, of the man he had become. Severus arched an eyebrow, wondering at Albus' constant change in emotions. Despite being a Clumens and Legilimens of course, his eyes showed when he was happy and when he was disappointed. They say the eyes were the windows to the soul, and it was true. It was partly due to how powerful Albus was. The constant twinkle wasn't a spell, or a charm, it was just who he was. "Severus, I need you to be honest with me. Why have you trained Harry so rigorously?" asked Albus. The look he'd seen Tom giving Harry had astounded him. He hadn't seen that fear and astonishment on his face before, and he was running through every explanation in his mind. He couldn't think of anything that fitted at all, other than the fact Harry was a Parselmouth, but everyone knew that. He had, after Harry's 2nd year, asked James for a copy of his family tree, temporarily of course. He'd learned something that the family obviously liked to keep quiet about. Slytherin blood ran in their veins. The Potters were cousins to the Gounts, or the last living descendant. Tom, very distant cousins of course, many times removed now but still cousins. It explained where Harry's ability came from. He was, however, genuinely surprised Nick wasn't able to understand or speak Parseltongue as well. Harry seemed to be the first one in many a generation to receive the ability, so it wasn't completely unusual. "Having this conversation again, are we?" Severus asked dryly, refraining from rolling his eyes. Even if he were to tell Albus that Harry was the boy who lived, not that he would, his word was his law, he would never do that to Harry. Not even if he wasn't his partner. If someone couldn't see the obviousness in front of them, well, he wasn't about to let them in on it. Albus would never believe him. He'd invested too much time and effort in Nick Potter to conceive that he'd been training the wrong one all along. He was curious as to how Albus could have made such a bad judgment, or misconstrued the situation. He'd never seen the man wrong about anything, until a few years ago when he himself found out about Harry. He is, as Alistair said, a very good fighter, better than some of the Aurors that were there. Albus said, praising Harry, and rightfully so. He would make one hell of an Auror, better than his father and godfather, and that was putting it lightly. Becoming an Auror was one of the most difficult jobs, nearly impossible. It's why there was until lately only a small amount. The expectation barrier had been lowered. They needed all the help they could get to save the wizarding world from Tom and his Death Eaters. "So he should be. I trained him after all," stated Severus smugly. He had every right to feel smug. After all, the boy he'd trained in both defense and potions had outsmarted Amicus Caro and come out on top. They had remained undefeated until this morning. In the dueling world, you were only as good as your next kill or triumph. Words that Phileas was all too familiar with. Since he had been the dueling champion for 7 years running, he hadn't participated for a few years now. "Why?" asked Albus, desperate to know why Severus had gone into all that effort. Harry had asked for a potions mastery after all, not a defense mastery. Yet he wouldn't train Nick for what was to come. He just did not understand it. Surely Severus understood how important Nick was. And it was him he should be training. He was doing his best, of course, with Sirius at the helm, but with everything going on he couldn't train him as much as he could be trained. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose. I've told you before, Albus, my explanation won't change. He was a Potter. He's in as much danger as the rest of his so-called family, more so, I bet, for having successfully foiled the Dark Lord's plans. He was 14, Albus, when he was tortured, hurt beyond any younger teenager's endurance. When I asked if he would like to learn a few spells, he jumped at the chance, desperate to learn how to defend himself. It went on from there. Despite the training, his primary subject at being taught has always been potions. He was lying a little. It had been a stipulation when he first took Harry on and realized the truth. It was good job. It may very well save Harry's life in the upcoming battle. You know how important Nick is, yet you train Harry. I honestly do not understand you anymore, Severus, cried Albus, exasperated, staring wildly at the young wizard. He knew things about Severus nobody else got to see, knew the real man under the sardonic armor he carried around. Nick is currently receiving training, is he not? It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Yes, but that's besides the point, said Albus tiredly. We need someone of your caliber, he admitted. Hardly, replied Severus dryly. If anyone, it is you who can train him for what is needed of him. Severus, whispered Albus, feeling deeply disgruntled. I am busy making sure that when he finally defeats him that he remains dead, said Severus, quite sneakily, not stating who the he was, all the while remaining completely truthful. You concentrate on Nick Potter, like you've been doing all along. Voldemort had a very curious reaction to Harry earlier today, commented Albus, offhandedly, which put Severus on immediate edge. Albus Dumbledore did not do offhandedly, he was fishing. And what was that? Asked Severus, cautiously, but nonetheless curious. This was the first he'd heard of any look. He gave him a look that I can only discern as fear and astonishment, Severus, right after Harry spoke Parseltongue, then he disappeared. I've seen that look directed at anyone other than myself in all the time I've had the misfortune of knowing him, said Albus. Perhaps nobody thought to tell the Dark Lord that he wasn't the only Parseltongue in the world. Severus told him, smirking deviously. I have no doubt a few of the Death Eaters are going to be in severe pain tonight. Let's just hope he has someone who can brew anti-cruciatus potions. Why would it alarm him so? Albus said thoughtfully. Perhaps Severus could shed some light on an angle he hadn't thought about yet. With the Dark Lord, even if I was still a Death Eater I wouldn't know. Albus, he's insane. Nothing he does has logic attached to it. Unless you count his pureblood supremacy speeches the Death Eaters believe. Severus said thoughtfully. Something he had bought into, but back then as a teen, it had made a lot of sense to him. He had gone down a path that people rarely could deviate from. He had been lucky enough that Lily's life had been threatened, forcing him to take drastic steps in the long run. It had been the best decision he'd ever made. I just find the entire thing disconcerting. Please keep Harry out of the spotlight if you can. Out of the public I believe Voldemort might make an attempt on his life. It is the only thing I can come up with why he was so astonished. Perhaps he had forgotten about Harry. He knew as he spoke he was clutching at straws. Voldemort wouldn't just forget anyone, never mind someone who got the better of him. Don't worry, I'm not about to let anything happen to him, wurred Severus honestly. He will need a few days R&R after this anyway. Yes, I think everybody will, Cedric Diggory especially. He took a bone-shattering curse to the arm, but considering where it was aimed he did the right thing, said Albus. He had seen Cedric raise his arm once his shield was shattered. So instead of his heart getting hit, it was his arm which was perfectly healable, unlike the heart. Hit that vital organ and there is no going back, even for them, unfortunately. Yes, it was fast thinking. He definitely picked the correct career in the end, stated Severus, aware of Diggory's aspirations to be a Quidditch star. At least as an Auror the shelf life was much longer if you did it cautiously, but of course it could be even more life-threatening. It was definitely a career choice much better suited than flying on a broomstick. He couldn't stand the game. He had of course bet with Minerva on his Slytherins winning, but other than that it was his only enjoyment about the games. He's a tough young man, No doubt his parents are extremely proud of him. With a father like Amos, it's only natural that he go into the ministry business, mused Albus. Yes, because it's inconceivable that a child goes down his own path, stated Severus sharply. Not every child turns out like their parents. Thank Merlin for that, or he would have been screwed years ago. All Potters had been Aurors for generations, it was expected of them now. Your mother had the potential to be the great potions mistress the magical world has ever seen. In that regard you are like your mother, but you did something about it, said Albus, smiling proudly. Severus gritted his teeth, loudly, his black eyes flashing vengefully. The smile vanished as he stared at Severus solemnly as it dawned on what he had said. I didn't mean it like that, Severus, as you well know. Steel entering his voice just a bit, not liking that Severus would think for a second his existence was regretted, especially by him. If his mother had worked on her career, the likelihood of Severus being there was slim to nothing, since Eileen wouldn't have met Tobias Snape. Eileen could have done so much more, it was just a pity she hadn't had the guts to leave Tobias and afford Severus a better life. Part of him thought she had been afraid of facing her parents, acknowledging her failures. Are we done? Severus asked, coolly. No, how does the hunt for the Horcruxes? Asked Albus, sitting forward, his eyes full of hope. It goes, stated Severus firmly. How many have you gotten? Inquired Albus more urgently. I'll let you know when they are all destroyed, replied Severus, standing up, letting him know the conversation was over without saying anything. You know how many? Albus rasped, gaping slightly. Even he hadn't been able to figure that one out. He didn't know if he should feel indignant or shocked to the bloody core. How had Severus succeeded in getting that information? Perhaps the Order was right to be looking to him for leadership after all, thought Albus dourly. Roughly, said Severus, his tone clipped. Goodbye, Albus, he added before making his way to the flow. He wasn't interested in this conversation anymore. Prince Manor, shouted Severus, and he was whirling through the network before being spat out at his home. He noticed Harry was awake, looking a little bit better, drinking a coffee which he hoped Harry had the forethought to drink with a pepper-up potion. Are you ready for a long afternoon? Asked Severus, sitting down, joining him in a quick cup before going to the ministry. He certainly wouldn't drink anything offered to him there. Not only was the coffee disgusting, despite the overhauls, the Dark Lord probably had people on the inside. So he wasn't going to trust it. He didn't care if it made him sound paranoid. He would rather be paranoid and survive than a trusting fool and die. I'd rather not go, if that's what you're asking, said Harry, gulping the brew down as his shaky fingers refused to hold the cup properly. The quicker the cup was out of his hands, the better it would be for his self-control, which was seconds away from collapsing. He hated weakness. To him the shaking hands was exactly that. It left him helpless. He couldn't control it. No, I didn't think you would, but we shouldn't be too long. Everyone else will have already been and gone by this time, said Severus honestly. Hopefully, murmured Harry, yawning tiredly. Oh shit, what happens to animals they find in manors? He asked, his eyes wide. Depends on what it is, replied Severus. If it's dangerous it goes down to the dangerous creatures department. If it's an owl or such they would just let it go, leave it to fend for itself. So they wouldn't, you know, banish it, said Harry, feeling relieved. It, inquired Severus, so it wasn't just a random question, there was obviously a reason behind it. Yeah, I promised the S-roll conjured that I would take care of it if it, you know, bit him, said Harry. It would get on well with my ass. SS were too independent. As long as they had somewhere warm to come to and food to hunt, you'd barely see them. Which was exactly what happened to the one Sev had gotten him last year. He rarely saw the S in his tank, but strangely enough from time to time he would talk to him. He obviously desired company. Maybe this was the way to go about it. Of course, said Severus dryly, his lips twitching in amusement, wondering again why Harry wasn't in Slytherin. He seriously should have been. Perhaps if he was to be sorted now it would make the decision towards Slytherin instead of Ravenclaw. Although he had to admit, it was a good job Harry hadn't been sorted into Slytherin as a young child, otherwise the Potters would have disowned him immediately, and he wouldn't have been able to accomplish all he had. The S will definitely be in the dangerous creatures department. We can go down and visit on our way out. Good, if anything happened I won't be happy, said Harry, putting the cup down, which clattered noisily in his shaky hands. "I suggest we get this over with so you can rest," said Severus, seeing the building irritation behind his lover's eyes. Harry nodded, agreeing with him. True to Severus' word, they took a quick detour down to the dangerous creature department before their appointment with Moody. Severus had sent a Patronus message ahead, letting him know they would be there as soon as possible. It was only a few floors below the Auror office, so it wouldn't take them very long at all. At least both of them hoped that was the case, since they didn't want to linger too long. Harry was still recovering from what happened, and Severus wanted to make sure he received some rest after Black and Lupin came. He was undeniably curious about what they wanted, and why they'd made it an official meeting. The niggling feeling that he knew the only reason they'd made it official was because they knew he wouldn't have agreed any other way. Which of course took the mystery out of it, much to his consternation. "Can I help you?" asked a helpful voice, staring at Harry expectantly from behind the desk. "Was there a.s. brought down here from Carrow Manor earlier this morning?" inquired Harry, not reacting when she blanched. Some people just didn't like SS. He himself couldn't understand that fear, but he could understand them when others could not. "I'm sorry, I cannot say," said Amy. "Look, I don't have all day. I was there, I know there was a.s. in Carrow Manor. Now please just get someone that can tell me the relevant information," said Harry firmly. "I have to be up in the Auror department to speak to Alistair Moody in less than 10 minutes, so anything to speed this up would be appreciated." "Unless you want Alistair Moody coming down here," added Severus coldly, his lips twitching as she paled even further. It seemed as though Alistair Moody's reputation preceded him. "Wait here please," said Amy, standing up and hurrying over to the door to her right. She knocked twice before entering, leaving her desk unattended. "It's a lot different from it used to be, isn't it?" said Harry, looking around curiously. This was the level they had been at, to attend the party, but nothing was familiar, especially not the layout from his memories of trying to help everyone who had been injured. "It is much simpler as well," stated Severus in agreement. It was as though the original had been built one bit at a time, putting a name on the area, and that was it done. This design made much more sense, and the layout was much more simplistic. The law enforcement offices were right next to the Auror's office instead of 3 floors down. It truly didn't look anything like the old building. The attack had been good for something at least, but the loss of life could never be worth it. There was a fountain, with an inscription for those who had died. The money placed in it were given to the families who had lost a loved one in the tragic attack. Since it was mostly adults, the money was going to wives, husbands, orphaned children. "Mr. Shaw will see you now," said Amy, exiting the office and sitting back down at her allotted seat. "Go on, I'll wait here," said Severus, sitting down on the chairs scattered along the wall for people to wait. Harry nodded his head, before he ambled over to the office and entered it. "Thank you for taking the time to see me, Mr. Shaw," said Harry, shutting the door but not closing it completely. Harry's wand, as always, close to his hands just in case he found himself in sudden need of it. During times of war you couldn't trust people you didn't know, no matter how nice and accommodating they were. "My eye stant tells me you were at Carrow Manor and that a.s. which was retrieved there belongs to you?" questioned Shaw, getting straight to the point. "Yes," said Harry in agreement, nodding his head in respect for the fact he didn't mess around. "Do you have proof that the S belongs to you? Pictures of the S, a receipt, or perhaps where you bought it?" inquired Shaw. "No, nothing like that. It was conjured during the fight. I promised the S that I would take care of it," stated Harry sharply, not liking the fact Shaw was practically accusing him of trying to steal things that didn't belong to him. "How did you manage that?" asked Shaw, staring at the teenager in disbelief. "I am a parcelmouth, sir. I can communicate with SS," said Harry, not at all ashamed of his gift. "Why, you're Harry Peverell," gasped the wizard, staring at him in awe. "Yes, sir, I am," replied Harry, shifting slightly at the look. No matter how often he got stared at this way, he found it disconcerting. "Were you the one that conjured it?" asked Shaw, becoming professional once again, ignoring his slip-up. "No," replied Harry, shaking his head negatively. "By rights it belongs to whoever did," said Shaw. "The wizard who conjured it is dead. The S killed him on my orders, which is why I want to take care of it," stated Harry sharply. The time was going fast, he hadn't expected all this trouble for one little S. Very well, said Shaw, before removing paperwork on his desk, rummaging through them until he found the appropriate papers. Sign these 3 documents, and then we can go and retrieve him for you. May I borrow a quill? Asked Harry, accepting the item when Shaw had one over. His name was quickly scribbled on 3 documents, after Harry had read them to make sure they were just about getting possession of the S. His parents might have told Nick about signing things, but they hadn't warned him, but he'd overheard and took them to heart. You may keep this copy for your records, said Shaw, handing one over, but 2 of them were stamped with a flick of their wand and placed back in a tray for filing later that day. Follow me, he added, standing up. Together both of them made their way down the corridor until they got to a door listed S, which Harry presumed was for all dangerous creatures that began with an S. Harry wasn't the slightest bit surprised that only S's were there. The amount though was staggering. The only saving grace was they were being properly looked after, clean tanks, plenty of food by the looks of things, and the room was set at the prefect temperature for them. Why aren't they sent to a shop to be resold? Asked Harry. This isn't exactly a good life for them, stuck in here. They cannot be removed until their owners are dead, or we have verified there is nobody else in the family that can take them, said Shaw. Eventually most animals are adopted again, but SS are the worst to rehome. None of the reptile shops will take on older SS, since it's nearly impossible for them to sell the ones they have, at least here. Why don't you release them into the wild? Harry asked, looking around listening to them talk. Because they belong to people, whether they are good or bad, it's the law, said Shaw. The one in Tank 22 is the one removed from Caro Manor this morning. Hello, hissed Harry, approaching the tank, ignoring the fact every single S head had raised in shock and awe at having a human speaker amongst them. You came back, hissed the S, surprised. I did promise, Harry told it, still hissing and feeling very amused, as he lifted the lid from its enclosure, and placing his hand inside, allowing it to wind itself around his arm and slide up. It continued until it wrapped loosely around Harry's neck, hissing in contentment, happy that Harry was keeping his promise. You know your way out? Asked Shaw, keeping his distance from the very venomous S. I do, thank you for all your help, said Harry, before he walked out of the room, finding it difficult to ignore all of them calling for him to take them too. He couldn't save the whole world, it was impossible. I see you were successful, said Severus, smirking in amusement, not at all intimidated by the great big S wrapped around his lover's neck. He did get a great deal of amusement at the thought of everyone's terror. They had to walk towards the Auror office after all. He wondered with hardened Aurors would squeal like little girls. Oh, he was looking forward to this. Hopefully he wouldn't be let down. He's bloody heavy, muttered Harry, as he began walking side by side with Severus towards the law enforcement level. Then give him to Dobby to take back home, suggested Severus, opening the door so both of them could climb the stairs. Evidently Harry wasn't going to ask for Dobby since they continued their short journey in silence. Harry was beginning to wheeze quietly though. He wouldn't have noticed if they weren't in a stairwell, which even the slightest noise echoes of the walls, making everything seem louder than it actually was. I think the pepper-up potion I took is wearing off, said Harry, breathing deeply, smiling gratefully when Severus opened the door. Which meant he couldn't take another one for at least an hour, since he'd had the potion watered down. It would have been longer if he'd taken an entire vial full. Perhaps we should have apparated, said Severus, deeply concerned, finding no amusement as he had wished just a few minutes earlier when people recoiled when they saw the S wrapped around Harry. Are you sure you are up for this? I can ask Moody to reschedule the appointment while you go back and get some more rest. I'd rather get this over with, admitted Harry, yawning tiredly. He would definitely be going to sleep very early tonight, no potion brewing for him. He had learned his lesson the hard way not to brew tired. The last time he'd caused a MIV explosion and almost killed himself in the process. Instead he'd found out he was a bloody Horcrux as it was removed. He was glad he found out after rather than before. He honestly couldn't imagine how he would have felt learning that piece of information with it in him. Kingsley will see you, Severus, he's over there, said Moody, pointing to the wizard, who had come back. Against his superior's wishes, but he was on desk duty for now, taking it easy so he didn't become overwhelmed. Sometimes a job was all people had, so they just wanted to get back to it, try and get on with their lives as normal. He was keeping a close eye on him, looking for any signs of an addition to sleeping potions especially. If that happened, he didn't know what he would do. It would devastate Shaq to lose his job, but as his superior he had to report it if it happened. He certainly wouldn't be able to be on the field if he did take up an addition to sleeping drafts. He was strong though, one of the strongest wizards besides himself that he knew. "How's Cedric?" asked Harry, gratefully taking a seat, relaxing against it with a sigh of contentment. "He's taking the rest of the day off, he's perfectly fine, Street. Mungo's healed his injury and his bones are regrowing," stated Moody. The stubborn boy had not wanted to stay in the hospital. Instead he had come in just an hour after getting the potions, given his statement and only gone home when he told the boy to leave and get rest. He wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised if the boy was back tomorrow morning. The only reason he was telling Harry this was because he knew Harry and he were friends, good friends from what he'd heard. "Good," said Harry, giving a small smile of relief. In 24 hours he would be healed and perfectly fine. Although the arm would be a little tender for a few days, the best thing for that was to take nutrition potions and drink plenty of milk and dairy products. Street Mungo's will have hopefully told him that, so his new bones could get stronger. From what he could remember, it had been his left arm, so his wand arm was perfectly fine. "Right, down to official business. Tell me what happened from when you apparated into Caro Manor, from every spell you cast to everything you saw around you," stated Moody, the quill and paper poised ready to begin writing down everything Harry said. It began writing statement of Harry James Peveril, 17 years old, before stilling once more. "I started with stupefy at a wizard I didn't know. I later realized it was Caro, Amicus Caro. He cast a Confringo spell, before I cast Conjunctivitis. After that he continued casting Cruciatus curses at me. In between them I cast a Defodio. A Cruciatus hit me in the back before I cast Sectum Sempra, and it hit him and brought him down. Cedric helped me up after that. I spent a few seconds recovering before more Death Eaters flooded in along with Voldemort. Then I began fighting another Death Eater. I still don't know who he is. I cast Levicorpus and an Expelliarmus at him. He cast 2 Unforgivables at me before I disarmed him. Just as another Death Eater engaged me in a duel roll, he made the mistake of casting a Serpensortia spell at me. I told the S to bite him and I'd take care of it. That's exactly what the S did, and he went down," said Harry. It sounded so simple when he said it, but the entire thing had lasted over 45 minutes. Voldemort must have sensed he was losing, since he apparated out and the Death Eaters who were free followed him. After that you got everything sorted, injured to St. Mungo's and those that had been kidnapped taken there as well. Alistair plucked the quill out of the air once it finished writing, and signed his name at the bottom before pinning it over to Harry, not even needing to instruct him to sign it, since he did so straight away. "Were those who were injured in Caro Manor alright? Did they survive?" asked Harry. "No, one did not survive, 2 weren't even wizards, they were obliviated and sent to a Muggle hospital to recover," said Moody. "In a way they were lucky, they wouldn't need to remember everything that happened to them. They were simply suffering from amnesia and they certainly wouldn't regain their memories. Only Ollivander had been a wizard, he was on his way to recovery, it would take a while, and he was so emaciated. It certainly wouldn't just be a one-day visit to St. Mungo's and back home. No, Ollivander would be there for 2 weeks at least." He had no trouble telling Harry about this since it would be in the newspaper tomorrow. The press were all over this, just like everything else that happened. Harry nodded his head. "You sure you don't want a career in the ministry? You would make one hell of an Auror, laddie," said Moody honestly. Harry grinned. "No, I prefer brewing potions," he replied. You've made some good potions," agreed Moody. He had tried Eileen's potions, and it had helped all his aches and pains, especially the arthritis he had in his hands and leg. It had yet to return. It was definitely a potion he liked, that's for certain. "Thank you," said Harry, knowing coming from Moody, it was well-deserved and not an empty platitude. "That's the statement done. You are free to go," said Moody. The boy looked exhausted. Considering he'd had 2 rounds of Cruciatus curse cast on him, he wasn't surprised. He was strong, resilient, but considering everything he'd had done to him, he wasn't surprised Harry would never consider a job as an Auror. Some people just saw too much violence as a teenager to consider wanting it to be all they knew in life. Thanks, murmured Harry gratefully, looking over at Shacklebolt and Severus to see him signing the paperwork. Standing up, he hoisted the S across his shoulders more equally, so his left shoulder wasn't taking all the weight. Ignoring the grumbling it was doing, honestly, he had just saved its neck and now it was grumbling about being moved a bit. Harry smirked wryly, shaking his head. Honestly. You can use the flow in here if you wish, Moody said, noticing the strain in Harry's shoulders. Normally civilians weren't allowed to use the flow network in here, but there was the occasional exception. Nobody could call him up on it anyway. Not only was he head of the department, his no-nonsense attitude made sure nobody complained to or about him. Since it would take just one word from him to see them either demoted, sacked or back to training or put on the crappiest duty that all Aurors hated doing. I'll take you up on that offer if it wasn't for the S, Severus said immediately. We'll apparate from here. I'll be seeing you later, Moody said, giving a nod as Severus wrapped his arms around Harry's midsection and apparated them away. Impressive, aren't they? Said Shacklebolt, staring at the space where the two had just stood. We will see a lot of good things from the pair of them, mark my words, said Moody. Do you think anyone knows that they're in love? No. The news would have gotten wind of it before this, whispered Shacklebolt, breaking himself from his reverie. True, mused Moody, before he too got to work, doing the paperwork while he had a chance. You never knew when an emergency flow might come in, which was becoming more and more frequent. Voldemort was stopping full-out attacks and just attacking families one at a time. I've found a common denominator in all the attacks, said Sirius, rushing in, his hands full of paperwork. He had been working non-stop trying to figure it out, and felt extremely stupid when he realized it. He moved over to the large desk at the back of the room and spread all the paperwork around. What is it? Asked Moody, moving around, looking at the paperwork, trying to find out whatever Black had. I'm an idiot that it took me so long, cried Sirius. Each section with a name was circled 5 times. The last 5 attacks are seemingly random, but they all have one thing in common. A child aged 11, marked to go to Hogwarts, Muggle-born, they're killed in the attack. What about the other 2? Asked Moody, pointing towards 2 smoked ruins. There weren't any children 11 years old. Yes, there was. One just happened to be staying at friends for the night, the other has been missing ever since. Now in all the commotion we found an uncommon magical signature, and I think the 11-year-old managed to apparate from the house. If we can get our hands on it and track it, we will find him. He's bound to be scared out of his mind. Not only was his family attacked with magic, but he doesn't even know about the magical world but probably realizes he is magical too. Sirius said, giving over the statement from the child's friends from the first house that was attacked, and the missing child report the Muggles had filed on the child from the second property. Could they have gotten their hands on the magic book? Asked Shacklebolt, paler than normal. That's impossible, denied Moody. Albus has it under lock and key. If it's conceivable we need to ask him, said Sirius. If not, then we have a traitor in the ministry. Moody grumbled under his breath. He didn't like either thought if he was honest. All right, I'll ask him, but if it's still there, we need to find out who it is and quickly. Especially since we don't have the resources to cover every Muggle-born that's due to attend Hogwarts, agreed Shacklebolt, as Moody moved over to the fireplace. Accio accidental magic records of Muggle-born children in the last 5 months. Shouted Sirius, moving the paperwork to one side, keeping the most relevant documents on top. All right, let's see if we can figure this out, said Shacklebolt, sitting down waiting on the relevant documents to come. He picked up the paperwork with the family's names on them, looking particularly for the children aged 11 years old. It didn't take much longer for a huge wave of documents to appear before them, landing one at a time in front of Sirius neatly on the table. Hopefully soon. I have to get off in half an hour, said Sirius. What's the name of the family in the first attack? Samantha Brown, said Shacklebolt, after he had looked over the documents for the dates of the first attack. All right, said Sirius, flicking through the documents looking for one in particular. There, Samantha Brown. Quite a few instances of accidental magic, he said, looking down the list. The ministry had to be dispatched, so the family had already known about her abilities before the attack. Sirius took the document from Shacklebolt and placed both together at the top of the desk. "The boy who's missing?" he asked. "Aaron Hank," said Shacklebolt. "Another one with high uses of magic, but harmless ones. The ministry was never dispatched to the home," said Sirius, accepting the paperwork from Shacklebolt and putting them next to the first one. "The book is still there, perfectly guarded, hasn't been accessed by anyone," said Moody, coming back towards the desk. Picking up the two they had so far, finding Archibald Carter had been sent to deal with their accidental magic. He had lost his parents and younger siblings to Voldemort. He doubted the wizard would join Voldemort. Accio log book and magical signature recorder for room 203. They might need that. "The third is a boy named Jason Smith," added Shacklebolt. "Got him. Are accidental magic records always this high?" asked Sirius, staring at yet another long list. He ped it over to Moody. "No, but it's not usual," grunted Moody, handing it back. Watching as Sirius and Shacklebolt got through all the paperwork quite quickly. It was true enough. Each home that had been attacked seemed to have a child with quite intense accidental magic track records. "All of them were overseen by Archibald or Rachel," said Shacklebolt. "They were members of the AMRS, Accidental Magic Reversal Squad. Their department was the largest in the ministry next to the Law Enforcement Department, so it would be next to impossible to pinpoint an actual perpetrator." "I have to go," said Sirius, looking at the time. He was going to clock off now, which he hated to do now that he had a full lead in front of him. "I've got it," said Shacklebolt, grabbing all the paperwork, including the log books from Moody, and wandering over to his desk, determined to work it out. Just as Sirius apparated out, an unspeakable made his way into the Auror office, which was extremely rare in itself. "Prince Manor, is he all right?" asked Sirius, looking over at Harry concerned. He was asleep on the sofa, a cover thrown over him. He looked so young and innocent asleep. Yet awake he had an intense presence around him, sort of like how Dumbledore had been. He was extremely pianate about everything he did, and determined to better himself. He was grateful every day for the second chance Harry had given him. Considering he would never forgive James, Lily or Nick, he knew forgiveness would be a rarity when it came from Harry. "Just tired," replied Severus. "Now what do you want?" he asked both wizards, who were standing suddenly awkward at the question. "We want to see if we can help, with the Horcruxes and whatnot," said Sirius, edging towards the seat and sitting down directly across from Harry. "May I?" asked Remus, gesturing towards the seat, having the sense to ask, so not to irritate Severus further. "Very well," sighed Severus. It was obvious he wasn't going to get rid of them anytime soon. "How is the hunt going?" asked Sirius. "Harry, wake up, they're here," said Severus, shaking the tired wizard awake. He didn't like it, but Harry had made it clear he wanted to be woken up when they came. "This better be good," murmured Harry, his voice filled with exhaustion as he blinked open his tired eyes and reluctantly sat up. He kept the cover over him, too comfortable to move. "They want to know about the Horcruxes," Severus told him, rolling his eyes as he sat down next to him. There was no pretense needed with Remus or Sirius, since they knew about his relationship with Harry. They had both been there when Harry was at his sickest, and when he had been more worried than anyone else. From his understanding, Remus and Sirius had also been there when Harry had told his friends about them being together. "What about them?" asked Harry, staring at the pair of them, arching an eyebrow. "Well, we need to destroy them all. I thought maybe we could help," said Remus, his amber eyes alight with Pion. He was good at research. He could find things and sense magic if they even just had a rough idea on the area. "We have no idea if there are any more out there," said Severus honestly. "We suspect there might be one or two others." The Dark Lord spoke about the possibility of creating 7. "How many have you destroyed so far?" asked Remus, sitting forward. 6, but we summarized that one of those 6 might have been accidental." Severus told them. "What were they all?" "I know about one, Slytherin's locket," said Sirius. He had found that one with Remus while they were on holiday. Hidden in plain sight for years, without anyone the wiser to what it really was, he couldn't believe it really. "A diary, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin locket, Nagini and Gaunt's ring," said Severus. "That's only 5, said Remus, pointing out an inconsistency. "The other is quite frankly none of your business," said Severus grimly. Just know another was destroyed, no questions. All right, so he seemed to favor personal items or founder's items. How he found Ravenclaw's diadem is curious, admitted Sirius. It had been missing since the founder's time after all. He was smart, charming and dangerous, a lethal combination. Severus said he should know he'd fallen for it, hook, line and sinker. So what other founder's items are there? Gryffindor sword, right? Wondered Sirius out loud. And Hufflepuff's cup. The chalice is said to heal those that were even gravely injured, but other accounts say the nature of the cup's magical properties isn't known. Helga was also the one to perfect the charm to bring the food from the kitchen to the Great Hall, so it might just be something that she chose to drink from. Harry added, I traced the main Hufflepuff line to the Smiths. Hepzibah Smith was the last person to have it. She was murdered supposedly by her house elf. Her family realized the 2 items were missing. There was a big reward for anyone to come forward with the precious heirlooms. Hufflepuff cup and Slytherin's locket, they were never returned to the family or found. Since he had the locket at one point, he obviously has the cup, said Sirius. Not necessarily. The locket was his, he was Slytherin's descendant, the cup might have just been discarded, suggested Harry. I doubt it, he was obsessed with anything to do with the founders, and he would have kept it. Severus told him, so we have a possible Horcrux then. Hufflepuff's cup, said Remus. Where were the locations of the others? Asked Remus, bringing paper out of his pocket and scribbling information down. Don't bother, I already have everything written down, said Harry, standing up and moving over towards his desk. Plucking out a red journal that was used solely for the Horcruxes before sitting back down and throwing the book onto the table lightly. Thankfully there was nothing in there about him, not that he was in a hurry to put what he had been anywhere. Remus opened it and found old Daily Prophet clippings in each of the founders' lines as far as Harry was able to get them. Which was quite far. It was impressive, considering everything else he had going on. All of this was available from public record, but to go through all of them, years and years worth of history, and find what you were looking for was more than impressive. It was determination. He'd never seen anyone like it, and although he was sure Severus had helped a great deal. The location of them he found, and they were scattered all over the place, from Hogwarts, Scotland to London to Little Hangleton. All had some importance to Voldemort. He knew nothing about him, at least nothing in Voldemort's past to help aid the search. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but there is a letter at the edge of the wards. It won't let me remove it from its leg. It's for Sirius Black, said Dobby, appearing before them. Me? Asked Sirius, surprised. He wondered who wanted him. Bring the owl in, said Severus. It had to be official for the owl not to allow even the house elf to remove it. Yes, sir, said Dobby, disappearing as quickly as he came. You have quite a lot of information on Voldemort, said Remus, still flipping through all the information. He realized if they couldn't think on any locations, the possibility was they wouldn't either. Everything I could find, said Harry. Most of it is information Sev already had. Hardly, said Severus dryly. I merely contributed. So where do you think Gryffindor's sword is? Wondered Sirius. I wouldn't be surprised if he was using all 4 of them. It's possible. I mean, he found Ravenclaw's diadem. Agreed Remus, but there's no mention of it in Hogwarts A history. Maybe it stayed in the family. It didn't, said Harry abruptly. How do you know? Asked Sirius, staring at Harry pensively. Look at the family tree. Gryffindor became Peverell before changing to Potter further down the line, said Harry. There's been no mention of a sword in any of my inventory. I ordered a backlog to see, and there was never a Gryffindor or sword removed from the vaults. Sirius and Remus gaped in shock. Oh, squeaked Sirius, that was definitely a surprise. Stupid bird, said Dobby, reappearing. His finger was bleeding steadily from a bite, no doubt courtesy of the owl. Once he'd done his job he left immediately, hopefully to get something on that finger before it got infected. Oh no, said Remus, it was a black bird, official ministry seal. In other words, it wasn't good news, at all. Sirius untied the string around the owl's leg, a little weary, not wanting to lose a finger himself. There were 2 letters, one from Gringotts and another from the ministry, both obviously from the same place. Sirius mind whirled, wondering what the hell was going on. This only happened when you received an inheritance. It had happened when his father and mother died. With Regulus dead he had been the main heir. Reading the contents, his eyebrows slowly but surely began to climb higher and higher. "What's happening?" asked Remus, not able to see what Sirius was reading. "Bellatrix, Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange are dead. They attempted to flee Azkaban prison. They drowned trying to reach dry land," said Sirius. "They wouldn't have gotten anywhere even if they managed to get to dry land. The Fidelius charm would have prevented them from getting away. The Unspeakables had worked it that way, according to rumors which he was inclined to believe." "Why now?" Severus said, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. "Some of the new inmates must have told them that Voldemort was back," Remus said, "but it was more of a suggestion." "Most likely," agreed Severus thoughtfully. "What made them think they were in any shape to swim to shore?" "It was pure madness. Bellatrix must have been the one to convince them. The others wouldn't have suggested it, and he was surprised they'd even agreed to it. They had been the more sane ones compared to Barty and Bellatrix at the very least." "Holy Merlin's balls!" shouted Sirius, causing Remus and Harry to jump, Remus more noticeably. "What the hell?" grumbled Remus. "What is it?" he asked Sirius. "The cup. Look, it's in the inventory for the Lestrange's vaults." "Why did you get them? Shouldn't they have gone to Narcissa or Andromeda? They're closer relatives than you," asked Remus, confused. "They're married with vaults of their own, and female. They won't get anything other than what Bellatrix gives them, in a will if she even has one," said Harry, before Sirius or Severus could answer. He knew this by reading everything he could get his hands on, before he emancipated himself. "You should get the cup before the will reading, just in case she plans on giving it to her sister, which would be what I would do." Severus and Harry looked at each other, unable to believe their good luck. It seemed like Black knowing about the Horcruxes had been a good thing after all. They wouldn't have found the two if it weren't for him. Well, they may have just found the last one. They wouldn't know until he landed the killing blow on Voldemort. If the mark disappeared, they were home free. If it remained, they had one hell of a search on their hands. 4 days had gone by since Sirius and Remus had gone to Gringotts, and Harry and Severus had cleansed the Horcrux from Helga Hufflepuff's chalice. The end of the war was approaching. Harry could feel it in his bones, and he was terrified. He'd never envisioned himself as a hero, and never wanted to be. It was why he'd been so adamant about nobody finding out he had been the one to survive the killing curse that night. He never wanted to be like Nick. His own brother had left him to die at the hands of evil wizards. Just seconds after he had saved both their necks by getting them down. Nick was a coward, and Harry had never been like that. Hell, he could have gotten just himself down and ran, left him there, but he hadn't. He may not be a hero, but he wasn't a coward. Harry entered his bedroom, the one that had been unused since he had began dating Severus properly, and sleeping in his bed, their bed now he supposed. Closing the door behind him, he moved over to his desk, and took a seat as he removed a sheet of parchment. Flipping up a wooden box lid, he plucked a black inkpot out and a quill as he absently opened it. Official documents always had to be done in black, clear, illegible writing. This was exactly what he was doing, writing the most official document he would ever write in his life. Last will and testament of Harry J. Peverell. I, Harry J. Peverell, of Prince Manor, England, sound in body and mind, do declare that this is my last will and testament. Harry stared at it, unsurely. He didn't know if he was doing it right, but he had looked for an example but hadn't been able to find one. Writing this made his thoughts and feelings more pronounced. He was 17 years old. He didn't want to die, but if he did, he didn't want everything to revert back to the Potters if anything happened to him. It would make everything he'd done redundant. He had more than doubled his income, not just with potions but investments in various Muggle companies. He'd even gotten a large percentage in the company Weasley Wizarding Wheezes he'd helped start up, and lately, he'd helped Gary open a shop in Hogsmeade, where he would be making and selling wands. He wasn't sure how good the investment would work out yet, since it had only just literally opened. No, the fortune he built up would go to the people he loved, and he prayed to Merlin that they would survive. He'd sacrifice himself in a second to ensure it, but life didn't work out like that. He would just have to hope that someone up there was listening to him, and would protect them if he wasn't able. It was the only reason he was contemplating going out there, putting himself in harm's way to end this damn war before he did lose someone. Especially with Fleur and Gary having moved here as well. I give my properties and entirety of my vaults unless stated otherwise, to my partner, Severus T. Snape, specifically including my research journals. If he fails to survive me, then I give it all to Eileen Prince Snape. Closing his eyes, he stopped himself from squashing the quill and splattering it all over the document. He really didn't want to start it all over again. Breathing shakily, he didn't even want to think about Sev not surviving. He wouldn't be able to live if anything happened to him. People might think he was being overly dramatic, but the truth was, without Sev he wouldn't have had a life. He would have holed himself up in the Muggle world, attended school, and never achieved his dreams. It had been his plans for so long, get enough money and live in the Muggle world away from his so-called family. He's been such a fool really, to think he would have been able to buy property at 13 years old. Shaking off his thoughts, he had to get this finished and sent off, make sure it was legal so his estate wouldn't end up in James and Lily's hands. To Fleur Delacour and Gary Dubios I declare all interest agreed in the terms of the contract for the shop at number 4 Hogsmeade be null and void, and all interest in said shop go to Gary Dubios on the event of my death. To Fleur Delacour I leave the jewelry in the trunk of Vault 216 and 4,000 galleons and an additional 3,000 on the condition they show Gringotts a copy of their marriage certificate. If he wasn't there when they married, he wanted to know he had left them something at least. If they didn't marry, he knew the money would just revert back to the estate and whoever had it, hopefully Sev. The jewelry was no good to him anyway, since he was a man, and the contents of the trunk was intricately designed pendants and such for women. He had given a beautiful piece to Eileen already, and she loved it. He had yet to see her without it on. She deserved the world, especially after what she'd endured in life. It wasn't fair, but at least she was happy now. To Cedric Diggory and Cho Chong, I give 4,000 galleons and an additional 3,000 upon Cedric Diggory being married. Unlike Fleur and Gary, he didn't know if Cho and Cedric would last. She had changed a great deal since they began dating. From what he'd observed from her, she had been extremely shy at school. Now she was growing up, but he wasn't at Hogwarts all the time to know for sure. He wouldn't say he liked her as much as Fleur and Luna, but they had both been there for him during the hardest time in his life. They were special to him. Cho as of right now was just his best friend's girlfriend. He'd never made her feel left out though, and Fleur and Luna seemed to like her well enough. To Luna Lovegood and Neville Longbottom, I give the jewelry in Vault 217, and 4,000 galleons and an additional 3 upon the event of their marriage. They would marry, they were already engaged, and he could see how much Neville loved her. There was little doubt they would have a long and loving relationship. Luna had been there for him at a time when he needed it most, been his pillar of strength, and in doing so helped Neville overcome his despair and helped make himself stronger. He hoped he would be able to perfect the potion before the battle, so he would know he'd not let him down. To Victor Krum and Lucas Alexeyev I give 4,000 galleons and additional 3 whereupon Victor Krum marries. I also gift Victor the shares of the Quality Quidditch Supplies in Angelev Alley, Bulgaria Magical District. Unfortunately he couldn't think of anything else that would mean anything to Victor. The Quality Quidditch Supplies he had a very major share in had belonged to Victor's grandparents, who had both died during Grindelwald's reign. He would be very happy to have it back in the family. The Potter family had taken the majority share sometime after the grandparents' death, and he now had it of course. Money certainly wasn't going to be a thing Victor would ever need to worry about, not for a long, long time. He had vaults full of gold, even sharing it with his family hadn't put a dent in it, and he was 18 years old. He had many years of being a professional player before he became too old to play. Unless he became injured, but Victor was actually quite a safe player. But it only took one bludger to do irreparable damage. I have intentionally omitted making provisions for those of my blood in birth only, who have not specifically been mentioned and included herein. I generally and specifically disinherit any and all persons who ever claim to be, or who may lawfully be determined to be, my blood by law. If any such person shall contest in any such court any provisions in this will, then each and all such persons shall not be entitled to any devises, legacies, bequests or benefits under this will or any codicil hereto. To each such person or persons who are successful in claiming under this will or to a portion or all of my estate, I give 1 Canute. Harry took a deep breath. This would prevent the Potters from successfully taking anything now belonging to him, other than the Canute. They could fight all they like, but they wouldn't get much, he had made sure of it. This was the part he'd successfully managed to read upon. Sev might not need the money, but he sure as hell didn't want the Potters getting it. It was too bad that if they contested he wouldn't get to see their faces when they thought they won, only to realize they were getting nothing. He would sign it at Gringotts, with 2 goblins acting as his witnesses, making it irrefutable. In fact, that's exactly where he was going to go now. He wanted it dealt with as soon as possible. Grabbing the Peverell ring, he stamped the will with it, before sliding both the ring and the will into his cloak pocket before apparating from the manor directly to the steps of Gringotts. "I'd like to speak to Griphook, please," said Harry, walking up to the teller, speaking firmly but respectfully. He had a great deal of respect for the goblins. They had helped him, and kept it a secret, otherwise he would have been found out and disowned before he could push his plans forward. "Take a seat, Mr. Peverell. I will get Griphook for you," said the teller. He was a priority customer, so unsurprisingly Griphook would see to him very quickly. "Thank you," said Harry, taking a seat in the reception area. Most people didn't wait at the reception. It was empty bar him, and it wasn't because of how early it was either. Most people simply went to the other side of Gringotts to get into their vaults. Unfortunately, it wasn't such a simple thing for him right now. In fact, it was probably one of the most important documents he'd drawn up, even more so than his emancipation papers. "Mr. Peverell?" questioned Griphook, his small legs walking quickly down the corridor, gazing at Harry in confusion. He hadn't expected him, and there had been no notice of his impending visit, which was something he had always done until now. "I need to file my will," Harry stated, his voice quite low, but Griphook heard him nonetheless. "Do you require witnesses?" asked Griphook professionally. "Two," confirmed Harry, as he followed Griphook, who began leading him to his office. He had been there a few times previously, mostly to talk about his accounts. His heart jumped through his mouth when Griphook suddenly barked out in gobbledygook. Looking around, he saw to his confusion absolutely nobody there. "Would you like any refreshments?" inquired Griphook, gesturing for Harry to sit as he walked around the table and sat on his own. "No thank you. I don't have much time," replied Harry. He wanted to get started on the potion for the Longbottoms. It might be the last chance he got to create anything. His ideas would be passed on to Severus, who was much better than him at potions, at least in his opinion, and he would be able to finish them and have them published. "Of course," said Griphook, nodded grimly. He was 17 years old and had already created many potions. They were selling very well, that they were even buying them to resell. They did get a profit from it, albeit a small one, but in the end it did accumulate to a good amount. "Ring and Smoot will be here momentarily to aid us in getting the will finalized." "Good," said Harry, unrolling the parchment and handing it over to Griphook. "If you don't mind, I'd like to know that this is airtight and will pay any scrutiny forced upon it." Griphook took the document and his black eyes quickly but thoroughly read it. It wasn't as big as some of their wealthy customers, which is what Harry was. Yet it was cut and dry, especially in terms for what Harry wanted to give to his friends and to ensure people wouldn't be able to contest it even if they tried. He had to suppress the feral smirk at the thought of the Potters dragging the will, contesting it, in front of the Wizengamot. It would greatly amuse him to turn around and give them a single canute each. He was good, he'd obviously did his research, and despite its shortness, it would work very effectively. "It is perfect," said Griphook, placing it on the desk. "Nobody will be able to demand anything from your estate, Mr. Peverell." Harry nodded curtly just as 2 additional goblins entered the room. They could only be Ring and Smoot. He'd never dealt with them before, so he had no idea who was who, and yes, he was able to tell the goblins apart. Unlike a lot of people, he paid attention, and there were differences in each of them. "Just to confirm, you did not write this will out under any duress?" asked Griphook. "If someone did, the will would be null and void. Magically speaking, it would go blank, and it also meant whoever had done the coercing wouldn't get a single sickle of the money." "I did not." "No," said Harry. "Very well. Just sign it and date it, then we will get it filed for you, Mr. Peverell," said Griphook, handing the will back over along with a self-filling quill. "Okay," said Harry, sitting forward. He swiftly added the date, his name and signature at the bottom. "Ring," barked Griphook, before speaking in gobbledygook, and Harry couldn't even begin to translate what was being said. Riang replied in gobbledygook before taking the quill and signing his name. As soon as he stepped back, Smoot repeated the process with practiced efficiency. They bowed to Harry, without saying a word, and left the room, the door closing with a click behind them. Harry turned back to Griphook to see him rolling it up, using his wand to heat wax and press the Gringotts seal into it. It would not be broken again until his death. Harry didn't understand why he felt much calmer with this dealt with, but he did. He was still terrified he would die. Who wouldn't be at 17 years of age? "I will place it in the records now, Mr. Peverell," said Griphook, standing up. "Is there anything else you require?" "Nothing, thank you, Griphook," said Harry, nodding his respect as he followed the diminutive creature out of his office. "Goodbye," he added as they parted ways, Griphook going in a complete different direction from Harry, who was exiting Gringotts, not going to a vault underground. The Ministry, or Division. Sirius sat at his desk in the Ministry, a mountain of paperwork on it. It was the worst part of being an Auror, and no matter how many years went by he still couldn't get used to it. Sighing softly, he pulled yet another bundle of paperwork towards him, and began to trudge through it, signing it when he had to before it would roll itself up and disappear to yet another department to be filed away. It was early in the morning, and hardly anyone was in yet, other than Alistair, James and Kingsley. Their shifts had been changed, at least James's had at least. This time he hadn't been given a choice, work or be let go, and being an Auror meant too much to James for him to pack up now. James was manning the flow network this morning. James had just changed Nick's routine. He would begin training at 6 o'clock, after dinner when James got off duty. Nick didn't require such intense training anymore, since he was well up to Auror-style training. He had changed a great deal. He was no longer the reluctant boy who had allowed his father, Remus, and him train him back when he was 14 years old. Added to the fact he was picking up spells much faster, ever since his core had stabilized he'd been much more respectful of magic. Things were unfortunately, no less, awkward when he visited the manor. Nick treated his mother as if she wasn't there, barely spoke to her unless he had no choice, and it was always curtly. Sirius felt he was being a little bit of a hypocrite. After all, what Lily had done was no worse than what he had done, which was leaving his brother to die at the hands of Voldemort. At least Nick had been a child. Lily had been an adult and definitely should have known better. "Did you get any closer to who it could be?" asked Sirius, trying to get rid of the mind-numbing silence in the office. At the same time he signed his name at the bottom of the statement and sent it off. "No, whoever it was didn't sign in, but we couldn't expect them to sign it if they were up to no good," admitted Shacklebolt. "What about the magical signature records?" Sirius inquired, his mind only half on the conversation as he focused on getting all the paperwork finished. He didn't want to have to stay longer than necessary, although he might have to with Voldemort getting more active. He didn't have as many Death Eaters as he had during the last war, but that didn't stop him terrorizing everyone. In fact, it just gave them more paperwork to do since he was placing people under the Imperious Curse. The wall behind him was filled with missing witches and wizards who have all disappeared. Considering one had been spotted at a raid, it was the general consensus that Imperius was to be blamed. "Nothing. They knew what they were doing," grumbled Shacklebolt. "I've got Sturgis and Smith keeping an eye on the corridor under the invisibility cloaks. They're putting a list of time and dates whenever someone goes in. It should only be a matter of time before we figure it out with a bit of luck." They were more desperate than ever to find out who was doing it. There had been more attacks since the night Sirius had figured it out, 2 each night now instead of 1 spread out. It was obvious he was just furious that he'd lost the Battle of Caro Manor. "Damn it," said Sirius, and there was no rhyme to his attacks. It wasn't as if they could just sit one property out, sit and wait until he attacked. He had though informed the parents to take a rather long holiday, since a spate of attacks had occurred in the area, and the group were evading justice. They could only hope that they would do it, since there was literally nothing else they could do. It might come to it that they would need to actually sit and wait, hoping he'd attack the property sooner or later. "I know," barked Moody, just as furious as the others were, but it had never been simple in figuring out who the bad guys were in the Ministry. If it had been that easy, then they wouldn't have had to put up with the invasion during the last war. "How is Nick?" He seemed really quiet during the order meeting. "Was he sick?" asked Shacklebolt, changing the subject. "Sick? No, he's not sick. He's actually quite quiet nowadays, answered Sirius bemused. Does he even have a single friend? Asked Shacklebolt. It wasn't natural for children to change their personalities so quickly. Yes, he writes with Susan Bones every day. They both seem to have hit it off. They understand each other a bit. Sirius told him. Both had expectations on their shoulders, although not by Amelia. She was very supportive of whatever Susan wanted to do. Losing your family like that would do it to anyone, he guessed. Nick's was a bit more severe than Susan's expectations, but he liked Susan, and Sirius was just glad he had someone to talk to that wasn't himself or his father. In fact, Sirius was sure there was a bit of a crush for Susan in Nick. He was 17, it was about time really. Even Roxy was dating someone. He'd had to stop James from going to the school and warning the little snot, as James had called him. Sirius had gotten a good laugh about it later. Things had changed, but none more than James. He was taking a very active interest in his children's lives, not just giving them whatever they wanted and playing Quidditch as though they were friends. He guessed everyone had to grow up at some point. She definitely needs someone, said Shacklebolt, and he hoped Nick didn't hurt her. She'd been through enough. She'd lost the last of her family. Amelia had been a good friend and colleague for years, despite the fact she was older than him. I agree, murmured Sirius. He couldn't imagine how much pain she was going through. Losing her parents at a young age and then her aunt, she was a strong teen, and that fact was a good thing. Neville was probably the only one that could even remotely understand, but at least he still had his grandmother and his parents were still there, just, not completely. They couldn't communicate with people, but there was something still there that wasn't coming through. Or couldn't. He didn't like dwelling or thinking on it at all. Frank and Alice had been close friends, almost as close as James over the years. Call of an attack at Zabini Manor, kind as unknown, said James hurrying in. If they didn't know what kind of attack it was, they had to go in a group. Looks like I just got here in time, said Cedric, walking through the door amused, wand already at the ready. Let's go, barked Moody. As they all stood up, Shacklebolt watched them go mournfully, and he couldn't wait to get back into the field. He would have to wait for his mind healer to approve of it though. They were making good progress, so he was very hopeful that it would be soon. Where have you been? Demanded Severus, his black eyes roaming over Harry, making sure that he wasn't hurt. Once he saw that Harry wasn't harmed, he relaxed slightly, still giving Harry a glower. He had been terrified when he'd woken up and Harry was gone, not just from his bed but the manor itself. I had to get a few things done, said Harry. I'm sorry if I worried you, he added, feeling bad seeing the worry plainly showing across Severus' face. Maybe he should have woken him up, but Sev had been up late last night, same with him, so he'd been reluctant to do so. He couldn't stay cooped up in the manor, just in case Voldemort attacked. That just wouldn't be living a life. If his was going to be or always had intended to be a short one, he would make sure he went out without regrets. There would always be regrets though. Regret not having more time with Sev, regret leaving behind people he loved immensely. But if those were the only regrets he could come up with, then his list was pretty damn short. Have you eaten? Inquired Severus, letting the matter drop. He could tell there was something bothering Harry, and knowing his lover he wouldn't share until he was good and ready. No. Did I miss breakfast? Asked Harry, confused. He hadn't realized he'd been gone so long. He'd gone to Gringotts then Hogsmeade to see Gary at the new shop, which had been surprisingly lively, with a good few customers. Evidently there had been a dire need for wands, which there shouldn't have been. After all, Ollivander's shop had still been open, despite the fact Garrick Ollivander had been dragged from his shop. He was safe now, but it would take a while for the elder wizard to recover and get better. He'd been missing for months after all. He hadn't hung around for long, just said hello to Gary and spoke to him for a few minutes before leaving after wishing him well with his new shop. No, it will be through momentarily, replied Severus, sitting down feeling much better that he knew exactly where Harry was. He was still undeniably curious about where Harry had gone. Good, I could use something to eat. I'm starving, said Harry, sitting down next to him, suppressing a yawn. His sleep hadn't been easy last night. He'd tossed and turned the entire time. Hopefully he would get some decent sleep tonight, having dealt with the thing causing most of his anxiety. If he survived the oncoming battle, he vowed to himself that he would crawl into his bed and sleep for a day. The thought of him being able to successfully defeat Voldemort though was laughable. He'd learned all he could, and all he could do was hope for the best. "Here," said Severus, handing over a cup of coffee, just the way Harry liked it. "Thanks," murmured Harry, smiling at Severus in gratitude. Lily, James and Nick, Potter Manor, later that day. James stumbled out of the flow, rubbing his tired eyes. He had ended up staying 1 hour later than he usually did, getting all his paperwork finished. He didn't know how much longer he could keep this rigorous schedule going. He wasn't getting enough sleep, and it would soon begin to affect him. He couldn't allow that to happen. If someone happened to him because he was tired, he would be letting his kids down. "Hello, James," said Lily quietly, watching her husband with tired eyes. The loss of magic was weighing heavily upon her. Even being able to cast basic spells wasn't a comfort, it made her feel just as useless. She couldn't help train her son, not that he seemed inclined to talk to her, never mind allow her to help him. Instead she just watched Nick dueling with his father, godfather and headmaster, and what a sight that was. He was so good, he had a real chance of winning against Voldemort. He would win, and he would be adored again like before. She may as well have lost all her magic for the good it was. She had read over the documents, Merlin's law, and found no way to get her magic back. Apparently the law itself would decide when she had repented and deserved magic again. Each morning she would wake up and try casting spells, hoping that this day would be the day she got it back, only to be bitterly disappointed. Not to mention being cooped up all day in a manor, without company, it was driving her up the wall. "Hello," said James quietly, when he saw the house elf bringing through a steaming hot plate of food and a butterbeer. He couldn't help but smile in gratitude. That's exactly what he needed. Moving over towards the dining table, he sat down. "Has Nick eaten?" he asked. "Yes, sir, young master has eaten," replied the house elf. "Can I be getting you anything else, Master James?" "No, I'm fine thank you," said James, dismissing the house elf, ignoring the indignant look on Lily's face. Why had he agreed to let her stay here? He should have just had her remain in one of the Potter cottages or something. It would have been better for everyone. Roxy was avoiding coming home. Nick didn't want to be near her, and to be frank he didn't want to either. He wasn't a total dickhead. He wouldn't throw her out and leave her homeless. Not homeless, she would end up back in Azkaban, unless he pulled some strings with Scrimgeour to have her moved to one of his other properties. Looking over at her he felt sorry for her. He was no longer plagued with old feelings. Did that mean he didn't even love her a little anymore? Not that he would ever move on. He'd never do that to his children or Lily when they were still married, even if only in name. "Have you eaten?" asked James, staring over at Lily as he dug into the food, which was as always, delicious. He'd forgotten how great it was having food at the table right away, never having to wait for it. Even now he was constantly surprised that as soon as he got in the food was there for him. He had missed how useful house elves were, and he certainly wouldn't be getting rid of them again. "Yes," said Lily after a brief pause, "not much." She couldn't stomach a lot after being in Azkaban and eating bland food. Even after all this time she'd been free. Of course it might have something to do with her stomach constantly churning due to having no magic or little of it at least. What kind of use was she when she couldn't cast spells? She was practically a squib. She couldn't help but shudder. "Nick!" yelled James, as he grasped the bottle of butterbeer and gratefully drank half the bottle in one go. "Hi, Dad, when did you get back?" asked Nick, appearing at the doorway, giving a small genuine smile. It had taken a long time, but he finally actually had parents, not people giving him everything he wanted just because he asked. If asked a few years ago, he would have said he loved them, but he certainly had no respect for them. To respect parents, there had to be boundaries that weren't broken over time, and he certainly had boundaries now. "A few moments ago, are you feeling up to dueling tonight?" James asked him, staring at his son. He'd lost a lot of weight going through the training. He was starting to look a lot more like Harry, especially with the fact he hadn't cut his hair in a while. If Nick wanted he would need to get out for a while and maybe get his hair cut. "Is Sirius coming over?" asked Nick. He hadn't been able to make it yesterday or the day before. "Yes, he will be over in an hour after he's had something to eat," replied James, finishing off his own dinner. "Great," said Nick. At least with Sirius the duel would feel more real. His dad was always too afraid to hurt him to really send anything dangerous at him. Which did defeat the purpose of dueling, although he did learn some really awesome spells, so it wasn't a total loss. Even Headmaster Dumbledore hadn't been by the last week, which didn't bother him, just made him curious. He'd constantly told him how important it was for him to learn. About Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, said Lily, scolding him. He's been taking his time out of his busy schedule to help you, Nick. At least be respectful. Nick just blatantly ignored Lily as if she hadn't even spoken, as he mostly always did. To say Severus was confused would be putting it mildly. Harry had been extremely quiet throughout the day. Disappearing into the dungeons for hours, coming out for dinner, barely saying more than a few words before going back down. He was honestly baffled by what could be wrong with him. He knew regardless of any action he took, Harry would tell him when he was ready. Severus was trying desperately to give Harry the space he needed. Nothing had happened in the past few days. In fact, Harry should be able to relax that they'd gotten the last of the Horcruxes, or so they were umming at the very least. He'd just gone to bed, letting Harry come out of what peculiar mood he was in, all the while trying to ignore the churning of worry in his stomach. Eileen wasn't helping matters either, with her silent concern for both of them. He knew she was worried she would lose both of them to this damn war. He heard the bedroom door open, bringing him out of his thoughts. As he opened his eyes met troubled green ones. The troubles seemed to ease when he stared at Severus, leaving behind a small smile just for him. It made Severus' heart clench, in a way it never had before. He opened his mouth, but to say what he didn't know. He didn't get the chance to say anything, as Harry began to strip, revealing inch by inch of his pale flesh that caused Severus' mind to forget everything and concentrate on the sight in front of him. He didn't know what it was about Harry that could turn his mind to mush, but he could. Harry was determined that if anything happened to him, that it wouldn't be awkward silence, stilted conversations that he would remember as their last. No, he would make sure there were plenty of good memories. Sev would always know he'd loved him. He would never doubt that he loved him, ever. Moving towards the bed, his fingers trailed along Severus' foot, which twitched but remained still. Severus liked to make him think he wasn't ticklish, but he knew better. He wasn't interested in tickling him though, no, far from it. His fingers instead continued to trail up his thigh, knee, and further still, brushing over the burgeoning cock under the underwear he had on. Up his, and Harry threw the covers aside when they got in the way of his prize. Harry climbed onto the bed, and straddled Severus, his knees taking most of his weight so he didn't end up crushing him. Groaning quietly at the feel of Severus still swelling beneath him. It made him feel so very powerful, that he could make this man feel alive, feel this, and nobody else got the chance. Suddenly he lurched forward, his lips viciously dueling with Severus, pouring all his emotions, his desires and worries into that breathtaking. His fingers raking with Severus as he ed around the bruising, squirming lightly, enjoying the feel of both of their aching members. Severus, whispered Harry breathlessly, drawing back, closing his eyes as he leaned forehead to forehead against him. He could feel Severus' breath panting next to his own. He could taste the wine he had drunk earlier. "My own," murmured Severus, removing his hand from Harry's as he yanked the back of his neck back down, reclaiming those cherry-red lips with even more urgency. Mapping out every inch of his lover's mouth, already familiar with it, but doing so again, inhaling sharply. Harry ground down sharply, easing in at the same time causing a bigger ache in him. He could never get enough of Harry, not even if they spent 100 years together. It was as if this bundle of desire had been made specifically to drive him insane. Murmured Harry, how could he be so affected with so little touching? It was just albeit powerful, breathtaking, and dear Merlin, he was harder than he'd ever been in his life. Harry automatically raised his hands when Severus removed his t-shirt. His cloak was already discarded. A pleasurable shudder racked his trembling frame as Severus' calloused hands raked up and down his nails, causing titillating pleasure sparks to shoot off inside him. How could slightest bit of pain cause such pleasure to go through him? Indeed, grunted Severus, enjoying the sweet look of rapture on Harry's face. It was all so easy to have Harry writhing beneath him, or this instant on top of him. He had been so starved of touch during his childhood, touches children took for granted, that even the smallest of touches could ignite his very soul. That's the idea, he added, knowing how much his voice could affect him as well. He'd always been proud of his voice. It was the one thing he had that wasn't ugly in his book. Although Harry could make him feel as though he wasn't, and he would treasure Harry forever because of it. Severus felt around for his wand. Without breaking he'd just curled his fingers around it when they drew apart for air. A quick flick of his wand had their remaining articles of clothing off and folded neatly on the chair in the corner of the room along with Harry's wand and holster perched on top. Severus hissed out in exhilaration when Harry's fingers wrapped around both their cocks, rocking back and forth steadily, as he glided effortlessly back and forth with their pre-emission easing the way. The wand dropped back onto the table, as Severus grasped onto Harry's shoulders, one hand grasping his neck as he pulled him forward and devoured his mouth as pleasure built up to unbearable proportions. Neither were going to last long. Harder, growled Severus, breathlessly as he nibbled at Harry's earlobe. Harry hissed at the sudden pain, and did as he was asked, making sure to put more pressure than necessarily to get Severus back. Severus must be a secret masochist since he didn't react other than to arch up slightly, unable to put much into it since he was currently straddling him. He pressed his face into Severus' neck, as he felt his orgasm approaching rapidly. Judging by the stiffening of Severus, he was on the precipice as well. His jerks became sporadic as he lost himself in the feeling. Their breathing and grunting was the only thing that could be heard in the room. For that brief shining moment, there was nothing but the both of them and the pleasure they were seeking. No worries, no fears, and definitely no thinking about the war brewing on the horizon. Then they couldn't think at all, as pleasure exploded between them, as both of them came with desperate Severus more subdued than Harry, of course. Harry kept his face where it had been, buried in Severus' sweat-soaked neck. Severus had his chin on his head as they basked in the feeling of weightlessness, happiness, and a lot of other emotions rolled into one small feeling of release. "Oh, no, I don't think even you could be up to that so soon," said Severus, grasping a hold of his rocking hips, stilling him before he could continue. "Want to bet," murmured Harry, swiping his tongue along Severus Adam's apple before he ate and bit down teasingly. "Against you," replied Severus dryly. His sarcasm of course was slightly off, and due to the fact his voice was a little breathless still. Gasping onto his wand once again, and cleaned the mess that was drying between them. The longer it was left, the crustier it became, and it was impossible to get out completely if it dried, even with magic. Oh no, he would never bet against Harry, since he had a tendency to prove him wrong, blast all expectations whether they were conceivable or not. "Why not?" taunted Harry, enjoying the feel of Severus and his scent surrounding him, holding him close, chasing away the fear and coldness. He never had to pretend with Sev, ever. He always knew when he needed him, when he needed space, time, or even a holiday. "I'm not an idiot," snorted Severus, his eyes widening slightly when he felt the truth of that statement becoming clear. The beauty of youth, they couldn't half recover with speed that could surprise even the best of people. It had been quite a few years since he'd been able to do that, and he definitely wasn't taking anything to help him along. He wouldn't need it, especially if Harry kept provocatively rocking his hips against him in that fashion, rutting against him like a possessed demon. "No, you're definitely not that," whispered Harry, enjoying the feel of Severus against his hands. "Beautiful," murmured Severus reverently, as he rearranged them to his liking, one of Harry's legs thrown over his shoulder, allowing him to see his puckered entrance that seemed to throb as if it knew he was staring at it. Harry lay against the pillows, legs sprayed out, relaxing, trusting Severus completely. Raising Harry's hips, his tongue laved at the entrance, causing Harry to exclaim loudly, and grasp a hold of his shoulders to keep himself in the right position. "More please," rumbled Harry, arching up further, squirming desperately, eager for more. Not even caring when his body strained, as he tried to keep himself up in the air, not a natural position at all. Then Harry was overwhelmed with desire, only Severus and sheer stubbornness keeping him up. His was standing up at attention, neglected for something much more, intensely hot. Harry was shocked by how good, how great it felt. He'd never considered that part of himself pleasurable. Then suddenly, as if Severus knew he wouldn't be able to take it anymore, he was lowered back down, his joints protesting sharply after holding that way for a while. "Thought you wouldn't be up to it," teased Harry, his entire face flushed with pleasure and wanton desire. It was cut off by the feeling of Severus sliding a finger in, well-oiled, and finding his prostrate first time, for what felt like punishment for teasing him. He felt as though electric was spreading out across his body, desire squirming behind his stomach, enhancing the feeling until it was almost too much. Severus, he gasped, arching up, a tight grip on one of his arms, the other was clutching at his own leg. You were saying, murmured Severus, stopping all activity. Nothing, yelped Harry, moving almost incoherently, trying to have that finger hit his sweet spot again and failing. He whined despondently, for half a second before he ed halfway though when another finger was added. Severus chuckled softly, before scissoring gently, causing Harry to grumble again. Oh, he knew Harry better than he sometimes knew himself, especially when it came to matters like this. Harry had thought he'd known just because he'd been with one person. Severus had taken it up on his own shoulders to show just how wrong Harry was. Set about owning him in every way there was possible, so he would never forget. Sev, grouched Harry. He wanted more. No, he needed more, desperately. He couldn't take this slow torture anymore, it was driving him insane. Hush, my own, soon, murmured Severus. He wasn't going to only half prepare him, and delicate care was always needed when they did this. Unless he was too impatient and used a spell that in many ways worked better than fingers, but not as intimate. He loved seeing the flush glazing Harry's entire body, his writhing, and his impatient cries of his name when he grew too impatient for more. It was delicious. The clenching of that tight channel around his 3 fingers spelled the end of his restraint, as in one swift movement he lined himself up and sank in as deeply as possible until he was as far as he could possibly go without being attached to him. Yes, murmured Harry, clenching around Severus, trying to keep him there, so he could remain full. He'd never tire of his feeling, not now, not ever. Such impatience, chided Severus, hissing as Harry tightened around him repeatedly. Only for you, said Harry, his green eyes full of fire. He would leave the British magical world to its fate and go elsewhere if he was so much as asked. Taking with him the people he cared about, he wouldn't leave without them. He knew he would never be asked. Neither of them were selfish or cowards. They would do what they had to keep themselves safe, their friends safe. Hell, he would give the entire world to Severus if he asked it of him, in a heartbeat. Severus leaned down, bringing their lips together, their paean and desires saying for them what they couldn't put to words. Harry's greedy gasp was muffled as Severus thrust deeply into him. He arched up, rocking tightly, giving his neglected some needed friction, as his world exploded in pleasure. His mind was focused solely on bringing them both off in sleep. He was exhausted, but a good exhausted, a magical tired. Merlin, he loved how tight Harry was around him, how he clenched down around him as he thrust in fully, how he gazed at him, never letting it falter as he plundered him. The green eyes, glazing with irresistible pleasure, as Severus sped up, taking his fill that was being so willingly given to him. He did not let the thought that this might be the last night they were together linger long. He refused to believe that would happen. Harry had trained long and hard for over 4 years. He could do this, he just had to. He wasn't sure he could live without his lover now. He'd been a part of his life for 4 years too, living with him, training with him, brewing with him, watching him grow into a kind-hearted but unforgiving young and powerful wizard he was today. He would never find another like Harry, not if he lived another 100 years, which he would, hopefully, with Harry by his side. Harry orgasmed between their sweat-soaked body, with a silent grunt, which caused Severus to follow, the velvety walls, rippling and milking at him until he'd emptied his load. Breathing heavily, he moved to the side, the one where Harry's leg wasn't occupying his shoulder, which it wasn't for long. Breathing heavily, he grabbed his wand yet again and cast a spell to get rid of the evidence of their recent activities. Harry immediately curled up beside him, as he always preferred. Severus wouldn't have let anyone other than Harry treat him as though he was a cuddly toy or pillow. It had taken a while to get used to when they started sharing a bed. He had been a solitary man after all. An amused smirk sprayed across his face, as he wrapped his arms around Harry, pressing him tightly to him, and getting comfortable. It was still a bit early, but they'd gone to bed really late last night and gotten up early. "Are you feeling better now?" inquired Severus, rubbing his calloused hand up and down Harry's arm, which was on top of the covers and quickly becoming goose-bumped. The rest of him, which was pressed against him, was warm. Severus cocked his head to the side. He hadn't replied. Was he already asleep? Harry sighed softly, tightening his arm around his lover, wondering whether he should say anything or not. He trusted Severus completely, it was just part of him wasn't used to revealing things. How could he tell Sev that he was terrified of what was coming? He was going to have to kill Voldemort, no matter what he had done, he was going to have to kill someone in cold blood. That's if he got the chance, he killed before he struck a fatal blow to the evil wizard. I'm scared, Harry finally murmured after a few moments of silence, and the soothing strokes to his arm never once faltered. I would be concerned if you weren't, Harry, replied Severus soothingly. Anyone going into battle and saying they aren't scared is a fool or a liar. Being overconfident is just as dangerous as being in denial at the end of the day, it could very well cost you your life. He wanted nothing more than to tell Harry everything was going to be all right, but the truth was he couldn't, he hadn't lied to Harry, and he wasn't going to start now. I don't know which one is worst, it's easy to say it, kill or be killed, but Harry couldn't find the words to say. I know, believe me, I know, said Severus quietly, his eyes closed. He didn't even want to think about it, he'd marked his own soul young, but at least he hadn't been as young as Harry. He liked to pretend he was strong, but Harry was just the same as everyone else, he'd just gotten good at masking his own feelings through self-preservation so the Potters didn't know how badly they were hurting him. He would rather Harry kill Voldemort than be killed by him, he would be there for him every step of the way, make sure he knew he didn't have a choice. This was he survived, but he knew if he died at least Harry would have his mother to talk sense into him. Oh, his mother liked getting her own way, thankfully he got most of his personality from her. He shuddered at the thought of being like his father. Night, Sev, love you, murmured Harry, exhaustion carrying him off to Morpheus' arms. He didn't feel Severus stiffening or tightening his arms around him. Severus closed his eyes and exhaled sharply at the unexpected words. How the hell was he going to be able to let Harry go and do what he needed to when he turned around and said things like that? Cursing under his breath, cursing the war, the Potters, every damn thing he could. He prayed to Merlin nothing happened to him, not for his own sake, but for Harry's. He honestly didn't know what Harry would do if he lost someone close, he wasn't stupid, he could see how much Harry needed him, his mother and his friends. Harry needed them like everyone needed water to survive. Hell, the only reason he was doing anything was because of his mother, him, and of course his friends. If Harry hadn't had them he would have probably gladly just sat back and watched the world collapse, he would have been hardened, extremely bitter, disgusted with the world, but it was thanks to his mum that Harry had softened, accepted people could be good and kind without asking for anything in return. He'd seen it in his eyes after the tournament, but he had just been kidnapped so he could be mistaken. Unfortunately Severus didn't really believe that. His hunches and thoughts were nearly always correct. Potter Manor, James and Nick. I'm not going to beat him, am I? Said Nick, sitting on the grounds on Potter Manor, feeling the GR under his fingers as he tried to regain his breathing. Only Sirius could make him feel as though he had a fighting chance. His dad just tried to ignore the thought of him not winning and Dumbledore just went on about how he would win, that he was destined to do so. He wondered if Dumbledore was deluding himself, just like everyone else. How on earth could he beat a wizard with about 60 years magical training? It just seemed so impossible. He rarely got to sleep for hours after going to bed, thinking the same thing over and over again. He was no closer to feeling confident in his abilities, he doubted he ever would. James stared down at his son, his brown eyes filled with worry barely concealed. Sighing softly, he sat down across from his son, realizing that none of his conversations were helping. He would need to try a different approach with him, he hated talking about it. This was his bloody son, he didn't want him fighting Voldemort, but it would come, and he would make sure Nick knew enough to give him a fighting chance. You won't be fighting him alone, Nick, nobody is asking you to do that. I will be helping you all the way, James said firmly. I'm not good enough, said Nick, shaking his head. Yes, yes you are, replied James firmly. What had happened to his confident young boy? Had he ever felt this worried about anything at the age of 17? No, he'd been recklessly overconfident, and it had served him well, it only tampered off when he became a father. Somewhere along the lines he'd forgotten who he truly was, and became a monster. There would have been no savior for him, if Harry, his son, hadn't forced his eyes open in the most painful, horrific manner. Only then had he been able to salvage his family from the wreckage, well, the most important people at least. James thought, thinking of Roxy and Nick. Lily on the other hand was, so far, in denial apparently. "Dad, I can't just kill someone," protested Nick. The thought turned his stomach. He was terrified. He wanted to run away from all the pressure. It was worse than the Triwizard Tournament. The whole order watched his every move, waiting on him, saving them, and he didn't know how to handle that. He wished he was better, smarter, less scared, but he wasn't, and there was no point to wishing things were different. "I don't like it either, Nick, but if you don't, he will kill you, and everyone else," James told him, sighing tiredly. "I would do it myself to save you the pain of it, and who knows, maybe I will be able to, but we don't know how it will end, son. See, you're just like everyone else, expecting me to kill," cried Nick, wide-eyed. "Calm down. Getting hysterical won't help you," said James, grabbing onto his knees, squeezing tightly as he tried to hold onto his own terror. "Do you think you're the only one scared? You aren't. I'm bloody terrified for you, Nick. This isn't the life I wanted for you either. The fact is, we cannot change that, just make the most of it. Once he's gone, Nick, you can do whatever you want, and I'll help you, I promise. I'll support you if you find you don't want to be an or anything. I love you, son." Nick moved to his knees and hugged his father close, his heart pounding erratically, in sync with his father. He was telling the truth. He was just as scared of him. He was just better at hiding it. How he envied his father's composure. He wished he knew how to do it. He wanted to be more like him and serious. Maybe one day he would be a hero the people thought he was. "We'll get through this, I promise. Just be strong, Nick, just be strong," said James, his throat choked up. Nick held on tighter. Be strong. The words were so easy to say, but how could he be strong? He'd fought Death Eaters, yes, apprehended them, yes, but kill? No, he'd never killed, and the thought was horrifying him. He would do it though, to make his dad proud, to protect his family, even Harry, his twin who he owed everything to. Their moment was broken by the hooting of an owl. James turned to find Roxy's barn owl flying towards them and falling to the ground gracefully. Reaching out, he plucked the letter from it, giving it a small stroke, knowing she would go to the house for a rest before making her way back to Scotland. "Let me guess, she doesn't want to come home for the holidays?" Nick asked resignedly. Roxy had been hurt the worst by what their mum had done. He'd been a father's boy. Roxy had been a mummy's girl, even though she'd adored everyone, even Harry, when they were younger. He used to read her stories. He could remember that, and when Lily had found out, she'd put a stop to it. At the time he'd felt smug and happy when she did. He'd been slightly jealous of how close they were. Then after a while it transferred to him. They'd done Harry wrong in more ways than one. He just wished he could go back and change everything. Then the saying, "learning from your mistakes," would be made redundant. He had to make amends and make Harry realize he was sorry. James just sighed, not having to answer. He couldn't blame her really. If he could get out of there and stay away, he would. Lily's presence in the manor was straining everything. Every conversation they had was stilted when she was there. She constantly tried to correct Nick as if she still had that right. She didn't. He had full custody of their kids, had done since she ended up in Azkaban. Just before their training session, she to correct him on how he was talking about Dumbledore. The truth of it was he wasn't Nick's headmaster anymore. He had no reason to call him that. "Come on, let's head back in," James said, standing up, before taking his son's hand and hoisting him up. "I'm going straight to bed," said Nick, a yawn leaving his lips as if agreeing with him. "Nick, you can't avoid your mum forever," said James, as they walked towards the manor. "I'll try," Nick told him seriously. "I know what I did was wrong, Dad, but she isn't even sorry. What if she had done that to me? Would you still be letting her stay here?" "No," James told him definitively, "absolutely not." "Why is it different because she did it to Harry?" questioned Nick, giving him a penetrating look before he jogged away, opening the door and leaving it ajar for his dad before running up the stairs 2 at a time. Hopefully tonight he would get a decent sleep. If he survived the war, he swore he'd get a property of his own with what's left of the vault his dad gave him after Harry returned most of their money. His sister would want to stay with him, anything to remain away from their mum. James watched his son's retreating form. even as he entered the manor and watched him flee up the stairs. Turning around he ambled towards the living room, deep in thought. He suspected there was something going on between Nick and Susan as well as his daughter's new boyfriend. She hadn't told him yet, which did irk him something rotten. It didn't help that he understood. He hadn't told his parents when he was dating, but before Lily it had been a new girl every month. None of them had interested him. They were all the same, clingy, stupid, laughed at everything he said. He hadn't cared much back then. It made him feel smug, until he saw Lily as a woman, and her constant put-downs. He'd never had to work for anything before, and he wanted her, so he had to have her. Along the way he'd fallen hard. He never expected his life would turn out like this. They'd been so in love. He was just glad his parents were not around to see this. They'd always wanted him to settle down with a woman who understood the pureblood ways. That's not to say they hadn't approved or liked Lily. They had, very much, but she hadn't been raised in the magical world, and didn't know much about how pureblood women were. The first time he'd understood what his parents were referring to was when Lily had demanded the house elves be freed. Despite telling her they liked it, needed it even, and that freeing them they were making the house elves homeless. Not wanting to start their marriage with fighting, he'd done it with a heavy heart. "Is it from Roxy?" asked Lily, perking up noticing the letter in James' hand as he entered the living room. If she couldn't get through to Nick yet, she might have better luck with Roxy. Hopefully it would only be a matter of time before her family became whole again. She honestly didn't understand their anger. Yes, she'd gotten too angry at the boy, but it shouldn't have bothered them. They had never once shown care about him. Hell, even when Nick left him and saved himself, the family had stuck together. The boy had taken away her magic. If anything, they should be angry on her behalf. She wanted to yell that at them, but given their new attitudes regarding the boy, she knew she had just best keep her mouth shut. "Yes," said James, giving her a ping glance as he moved over to the table and began rummaging for some writing materials and paper. He was beyond tired. Neither Dumbledore nor Sirius had made an appearance, leaving him alone to duel with Nick, which they had finished just an hour ago. It was too dark and they were both too tired to continue. Too emotional as well. Nick was beginning to doubt himself and his abilities. "What did she say?" asked Lily. "She's my daughter too, and I have a right to read it." "You gave up that right when you ended up in Azkaban," said James coolly, giving her a glare. He was tired of her constantly hounding him and Nick. She only remembered Roxy once in a blue moon. 2 or maybe 3 times she'd actually mentioned her daughter in all the time she'd been released from prison. Why was she so uncaring towards 2 of her kids? Why only Nick? Had she always been this way and he hadn't seen it? No, Lily had been over the moon when she learned she'd had a little girl. "James, this has to stop," said Lily, a tremble starting on her lips. James sighed, physically exhausted. He had enough to worry about without Lily's problems added to his own, and his sons and the work as an Auror. "I think it's best if you moved back to Godric's Hollow or one of the other cottages," he stated tiredly. He knew what was coming without being a seer. Maybe if she set foot in Godric's Hollow it would bring back the past, where they had loved both their sons equally. Maybe then that would get through to wife, who was still in this big wall of denial she refuses to get out of. "I'll speak to Scrimgeour. He will help." "What? Why? Please don't do this, James. Please. You don't want me anymore, that's it, isn't it? You can't, James. My son, my daughter, I can't lose you all, please," pleaded Lily, green eyes wide with fear and terror at the thought of being alone. In Godric's Hollow of all places, her entire family could have been killed there. "Lily," murmured James, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was trying to do what was best for everyone. The thought on his mind was what Nick had said. Would she be there if she had tried to use that spell on Nick? "This can't continue, and because Nick wouldn't listen to you, you've started getting on at him for every single thing you think he's doing wrong. This is for the best, my daughter. No, our daughter won't come home because she doesn't want to see you." "Why?" cried Lily. "Why isn't she giving me a chance? What did you say to them?" Looking for someone to blame now. Unbeknown to her, this was the snapping point for James. "What did I say to them?" roared James, his patience evaporating completely. "How about the fact you tried to curse out son? You could have turned him into a vegetable. Just like Alice and Frank. You have no idea how long to keep the curse on without causing damage. Damn you. Lily flinched as if James had just struck her. James stomped over to the fireplace, his decision made. He was getting her moved. He couldn't even stand to be in the same room with her anymore. Ministry of Magic, Minister's office. And he was gone. Lily's face was paler than nearly headless Nick's as she stared at the empty space where her husband had been 5 seconds ago. You're a modern individual, with a mind that's strong and free. And it got you what you wanted. From the day you came to be. But when you got what you wanted, it could never quench your thirst. So you blamed the ones around you for not warning you first. But now the ones around you are going and of no use. 'Cause as the last one vanishes, she takes the last excuse. There's no one left to blame. You're the cause of your pain. Love made you forget it. Love of every hue. A mother's love, a father's love, a lover's love, a child's love. But it came back again. And you felt like you'd lived through an almighty deception, designed just for you. But the almighty deception gives while you just take. It's living all around you, while you're holding its wake. There's no one left to blame. You're the cause of your pain. You blamed it on the market for burdening you with wealth. You blamed it on the whiskey, as if it poured itself. Dive into the mystic, so you don't have to think. Find another suspect, find another shrink. There's no one left to blame. You're the cause of your pain. There's no one left to blame. There's no mystery, not even the one that you see. There's no mystery, not even the one that you see. There's no mystery, not even the one that you see. No one left to blame. The Proclaimers. James was spat out in the Aura department. Only the Minister of Magic could use the flow in his office. It was a closed connection. Nobody could accidentally use it. Which meant it had a P word. That changed every 3 days, and Scrimgeour was the only one that knew it. The security surrounding the new ministry building was brilliant. If anything had come of the attack during Harry's Order of Merlin ceremony, it would that. The security had been more than tripled. Voldemort would find it next to impossible to break into it and try and take over. No doubt he was furious about that, hence his attacks on Muggle-born children. At least that was their assumption, but they didn't know for sure. Nobody did. James said nothing to his fellow Aurors. They in turn said nothing to him, sensing the anger brewing in the wizard. It helped by the fact they were just in for their nightshirt, and they were still tired. Their shifts were longer than normal due to the war, so sleep was something they didn't get much off. James left the door open as he made his way towards the minister's office. As a senior Auror officer, he was able to come and go as he pleased. Although even he couldn't just walk into the minister's office without announcing himself, unless he wanted to be out of a job, which he most certainly didn't want. "Is the minister in?" asked James, staring at the minister's current undersecretary. She was outside his office, at her desk where they always were situated. "Yes," she replied, staring at him in enquiry. "I need to speak to him if he has a moment, please," said James, praying he wasn't in a meeting, but with the state of the world he wouldn't be overly surprised. "Is it important?" De asked, making a note in her book without looking up at him. "Yes, to me," thought James. He couldn't continue living as he was. It was causing his entire family upheaval, and he should never have allowed it in the first place. He just hadn't expected it to be so hard. Well, he'd learned his lesson. He just prayed Scrimgeour would take pity on him and help him. "Give me a moment," De said, standing up and making her way into the office and closing the door behind her. "Auror Potter wishes to see you. He says it's important," De told the ministry, waiting for his orders. Unlike her predecessors, she didn't. She did her job professional without ing up to anyone, not under the illusion it would get her anywhere anytime soon. It's perhaps why the 24-year-old had gotten so far so soon. She was the youngest undersecretary who'd received the job, and ironically enough the most qualified. "Send him in," said Scrimgeour without looking up, signing his name on a document which rolled itself up and disappeared presumably to the correct department. "Yes, sir," said De, opening the door and silently gesturing for the Auror to go through, before reclaiming her seat. "Thank you," commented James as he walked into the minister's office, praying that it would work out. "What can I do for you, Auror Potter?" asked Scrimgeour, looking up from his work, his eyes penetrating James's. "I need you to change the property in which Lily Potter serves her parole," said James, the strain he was under showing through momentarily. You are aware that she needs checked upon, stated Scrimgeour, staring curiously now. Yes, I'll do it, said James. I'll continue to bring her in for her appointments to get her wand checked and to see the mind healer. Not that it seemed to be working, she didn't seem to realize the extent of her heinous crimes. It should be the first thing the mind healer was helping her with. Unless Lily was twisting the healer's mind by agreeing with everything just to pacify them. Cursing under his breath, he knew he couldn't ask either, since it would be breaking the confidentiality clause, which all mind healers swore on their magic, so it wasn't just a clause to them, they couldn't speak of it unless they wanted to lose their magic. Which property do you wish for her to use? Aware that the Potters had lost everything at one point, but according to the papers Harry Peveril had given it back, but how much was anyone's guess? It wasn't for the lack of trying to wheedle it out either. Godric's Hollow, murmured James, feeling a little guilty about it. Neither of them had been back to the property since the attack, although it had been repaired. In fact, it looked like new. Just because the property held bad memories for them, it didn't mean it would for their children or children's children and so on. It had been in the family for generations and he hadn't wanted it to be discarded. Godric's Hollow and Potter Manor were the only properties he had at the moment, and he didn't have enough money to be buying properties he didn't need. Without investments, they didn't have money coming in. He had to make what they had last them, especially for his children's sake since it would be split into 3 equal shares, minus the properties of course, but Harry had no need for either of them. Lily wouldn't be alone there, she would have neighbors, hopefully they'd talk to her and she'd get on with her life. He just couldn't stay with her anymore, it was driving his family mental. It was driving him mad as well, he couldn't cope with it any longer. Very well, I'll have someone go over and place the necessary charms on the property, I'll let you know when she can move, said Scrimgeour. Is it under any protections? Yes, I'll need to let whoever does it through the wards, said James. He'd also hired someone to place wards on the property, even stronger than the ones before. Although all the charms had been taken down for the Fidelius charm, which had been useless when Pettigrew betrayed them all. The thought of being there made his stomach flip unpleasantly, but needs a must. He was determined he wouldn't be spending any of the Potter money on himself or Lily, come to that. You meant as much, replied Scrimgeour, rubbing at his leg, where the persistent limp bothered him from time to time. Duh, he shouted loud enough for her to hear. Yes sir, she asked, coming in promptly. I want to speak to Morgan Young immediately, said Scrimgeour curtly. I'll let him know, said Duh, before she left, using the flow network to get to him, if he was in the building that was. It was night time, most of the night shifters were already here, although there were those doing overtime, and perhaps Morgan was one of them. Thank you, said James honestly, rubbing at his eyes tiredly. He just wanted his bed and would have already been in it if Lily had kept her mouth shut. He couldn't believe she'd had the gall to blame him for their children not talking to her. She refused to take the blame for what she'd done. She was the only one in the family who seemed to be still in denial. I expected it to happen eventually, stated Scrimgeour, grunting as he moved his legs. Sitting down all the time wasn't good for it. He'd seen it all before, Orrs having to arrest family members, then letting them stay. The strain of it got to them. It didn't help their reputation by aiding someone who had broken the law either. Potter had survived it since he was already quite far up in the ranks. He probably wouldn't get any further or be minister due to past history. Nobody would want to elect him minister after everything he'd done to his son, regretful and repentant or not. James didn't seem interested in running for the office anyway, he was quite happy being an Orr. Take a seat, he added eventually before going back to his work, reading through documents and signing them or placing them aside if they needed further reading or confirmation. James silently did as he was ordered. Scrimgeour was his boss, and he was doing him a favor, so it was best not to antagonize him. Not that he had any plans to do that, but he sometimes did without meaning to. Eileen sighed softly, closing the book and placing it on her nightstand. She had been learning defensive spells for weeks now. She wasn't about to let her boys go to war themselves. She had stood inside as they faced battle after battle, and her ragged nerves could no longer take it. She had to protect them, and to do that she needed to be there, with them. She hadn't told them because she knew they would protest vehemently against it, but she loved them too much to sit back. She had never been good with spells, but she refused to let that get her down. She was better now than she'd ever been. Shields and protective magic as well as defensive spells came a little easier. She was determined that she would be able to do it by the time it came to blows, the final battle that was. It had been easy to take the books from the Leary, much easier than she thought. Severus could notice a single Canute missing out of a pile of coins he had lying in a jar. He was very observant. However, they were both distracted by their potions, Harry trying to cure Alice and Frank Longbottom and Severus trying to come up with a potion that allowed men to give birth. As much as she was sure of their abilities, she knew Harry would complete his potion first. Then again, he had been working on it a lot longer than Severus had his. She was worried about Harry. He was under immense strain. She hoped he would speak to Severus and that they would calm down, but until the war was over she doubted they would relax. She wanted this war over with, almost as much as she didn't want to see it finished for fear that her boys wouldn't survive. They were both excellent duelers, but Voldemort had many wizards willing or otherwise willing to do his dirty work. As much as she loathed James and Lily Potter, she felt sorry for them. If this was how she felt, how did they feel about Nick Potter? They'd always favored the boy. The thought of him dying was surely pulling them down. Not that they had anything to worry about. Nick wasn't the one destined to defeat Voldemort. No, it was her son. Eileen cuddled up under the duvet, her mind continuing to spin. Sleep wasn't coming easy these days. She spent hours just telling herself they were here, in the manor, both safe right now. Nothing could hurt them here. Her parents had made sure the wards were the strongest, using powerful wizards from abroad to ensure their longevity. As much as she hated her parents, and used to hate the manor for all the memories it held, she was glad they'd secured the manor in such a way they would be safe from attack. It helped that it was unplottable. She didn't think there was anyone alive today that remembered Prince Manor or its location, perhaps with the exception of Dumbledore and those that had been invited in by Severus or Harry. None of these people would reveal its location. They would die first. Eventually Morpheus seemed to take pity on her and she drifted off, but even in sleep her face was filled with worry lines that nothing would help, except the end of the war. "You wished to see me, Minister?" asked Morgan Young, appearing at the office entrance, observing James Potter and Scrimgeour waiting to find out what was going on and why he was needed. "Go with James Potter and set up wards on Godric's Hollow, for Lily Potter's house arrest," stated Scrimgeour. Young would know what to do. He'd been doing this job now for 2 decades now. If she left after curfew they would know and she would end up back in Azkaban serving the remainder of her sentence. They didn't have to worry about her using spells, he knew. About James Potter searching the archive and going into the room where the copy of Merlin's Law, the real thing, was located. It hadn't been harmed when the old ministry had fallen. The spells on it had held much to everyone's relief. It was one of the oldest relics in their world. To lose it would be just devastating. Lily Potter was paying for her crimes in a way that Azkaban couldn't, and she wouldn't get her magic back until she truly repented. "Of course," said Morgan in agreement. "Ready to go?" he queried to James. James nodded grimly, thankful that this was getting sorted now. He should have done it ages ago. Standing up, both of them left the minister's office and made their way out off the building. "Sorry if I'm keeping you longer," murmured James. He was just as exhausted as Morgan looked. "It's fine. I put in for some overtime anyway," admitted Morgan. He hadn't interacted with James Potter before, but he knew of his reputation. Before and after all the shit that had happened 3 years ago, one thing that couldn't be denied was Potter was good at his job. Although Black and Moody were better, they'd brought in more Death Eaters than anyone else. "Aren't we all?" admitted James, shaking his head wryly, as both of them apparated to Godric's Hollow, sticking to somewhere that was relatively secluded. There were many wizards and witches living at Godric's Hollow, but it wasn't a purely wizarding society. The only one that housed a wizarding community was the village of Hogsmeade. Looking at the house he paused. He'd known it was rebuilt, but to see it, like his family hadn't been devastated, was daunting. "You haven't been back here since, have you?" said Morgan, staring at James surprised. "No," admitted the battle-hardened Auror. "I never thought I would be either." "Why didn't you sell it?" asked Morgan curiously. "It's been in my family for generations. It's the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor. It's not easy to let go of something like that," said James honestly. "Ignotus Peverell was buried here in the cemetery. Who would have thought the name would have been resurrected after all this time? It would pee onto any children Harry had in future, and it would be the main family, not the Potter family, not Nick's family. He wasn't sure how he felt about that, but considering everything they'd done to Harry, perhaps it was what they deserved. Morgan said nothing, waiting patiently for Potter to gather his scattered wits and lead him into the property. "Let's get this over with," said James, grimacing. He shouldn't be willing to bring Lily here if he could barely stand the sight of it. Stalking forward, he grabbed onto Morgan until they were past the wards, and then let him go. Breathing out, before he opened the door, his eyes were drawn to the place where he and Voldemort had fought. It had been a short battle. He remembered one of Twins' toys had caused him to lose his footing shortly after Lily had ran to the twins. His eyes were ripped from the place where he'd been stunned and he looked around. Pictures of him, Lily and the twins hung on the walls still. Walking forward towards the fireplace, he stared at the picture of Harry. It had been his first birthday party. Just months before the attack. How could it have changed his family so much? "That's it done," said Morgan, watching James Potter pensively. "I'm going to head back now." "Thank you. I appreciate it," said James, whirling around. He really had been out of it. He hadn't even heard the spells being cast. Morgan said nothing as he turned around and made his own way off the property. A property famous for having been the place where Voldemort had died, or rather been defeated, albeit temporarily. It certainly seemed to hold a lot of ghosts for James Potter. You wouldn't have been able to tell they'd hurt their son by the amount of pictures adorned the walls, and how happy they all were. Maybe they had been at one point, but it couldn't be said now. Breathing deeply, James walked up the stairs, heading straight for his old bedroom. Everything was as it had been. Moving over, he unlatched the at the bottom of the queen-sized bed he and his wife had used from they got married until they left Godric's Hollow 16 years ago. Inside the giant trunk was smaller s and papers. Smiling bittersweetly, he removed the one with HJP in gold letters. Opening it up, he began to look through it. Harry's birth certificate, which had changed to Peverell due to magic. Casts of his feet when he was born, handprints from when he was 3 months old, then again at 6 and 9 months. His first tooth, a noted record of his accomplishments including his first bout of accidental magic. There were heaps of pictures in it. There was an identical one for Nick with the initials NSP, Nick Sirius Potter. He took one of the pictures of just him and Harry, and another with him and the twins, before he closed Harry's. He shrunk both s, planning on taking them home. Roxy was the only one whose was at Potter Manor. In fact, mused James, he would take everything of his out of here. It wasn't as if he would ever live here again. James summoned everything of his, from the house, and placed it in the. He would be taking that back home. It held his medals, school grades, or certificate, and everything important to him. James closed the bedroom door, and just 3 feet was all it took, steeped with trepidation, towards the twins' room. He opened the door. The cribs were still there, still demolished, the twins' toys strewn across the room. Moving forward, he crouched down, picking up the small toy unicorn, a frown on his face. Harry had never slept without that thing. It was in the broken crib, Nick's crib, closest to the door, where Voldemort's body had been found. It must have gotten thrown in the chaos or something. Oh, if he could only turn back time. He thought miserably, before standing up, the small unicorn still clutched in his hand as he exited the bedroom. Hoping that there was still flow powder in the pot, he wanted to get back to Potter Manor quickly, then get Lily back here before returning and getting some much-deserved sleep. Sighing in relief at the sight of the full pot, he grasped a handful of the powder. Climbing in hastily, he flung the powder at the grate and yelled his destination. "James, can't we just talk about this?" cried Lily, watching as James packed all her belongings using a single spell, as if he was wiping her from his life completely. "I didn't mean what I said. I was just angry, frustrated." Ever since she'd ended up in Azkaban, her life had gone down the pan. "The time for talking has passed," sighed James in irritation. "I've tried since you got out to make this easy for you, despite the fact people are disgusted by the fact I'm sticking up for you after you tried to use the Cruciatus curse on a child, your own child. James the First can't use magic. And you're leaving me there." Her voice piteous. "The wards are strong, and there are only a few people who know where you are. I'll give you an emergency portkey from the ministry. said James, looking around the guest room satisfied that the spell had made everything of Lily's go into her trunk. Turning to stare at her, surprised by the fact he didn't feel guilty about this. What about Nick and Roxy? How can I get them to forgive me if you won't let me be part of their lives? Whined Lily, her green eyes wide and filled with betrayal. You can't get them to forgive you, they must wish to forgive you. It's not something either want at this time. But we don't know what the future holds, said James. This is better for everyone, it's as though being here is making you forget what you almost did. I'll be taking you to your appointments at the ministry and to the mind healer. James, I love you, I can't live without you, I mean you and the kids were all I thought about in Azkaban. I was terrified that something would happen you all and I wouldn't know, said Lily, moving towards him grasping his arms. Please forgive me, I'm sorry for what I did, I just don't like admitting it. Let's go, said James, shrugging her hands off, grabbing the trunk and moving out of the room, not even looking back to see if she was following him or not. He was so tired that he felt as if he was going to pee out due to severe exhaustion. Please don't send me there, begged Lily. It's either Godric's Hollow, you buy your own property or back to Azkaban. You can't stay here, I'm sorry Lily, said James. Stepping into the fireplace for the second time in many minutes, waiting for Lily to make a decision. He wasn't surprised when she stepped into the fire, throwing the powder down, shouting his location, then both of them were falling through the network and being spat out at their destination. Lily inhaled sharply, looking around the property she hadn't been inside for years. I'll be here at 2 o'clock in time for you to see your mind healer, said James. Can't we just work this out? Cried Lily desperately. James mutely shook his head before he climbed back into the fire and he was gone. He couldn't put his family through it anymore. He was going to apply for a divorce. She could continue using Godric's Hollow as long as she wanted, but she wouldn't get the property or anything from him. The most she would get is a vault, since they had kids at the very least. If they hadn't had any, and he died, she would have gotten it all. James slumped onto the couch and fell asleep, not even having the strength to get up the stairs. Come tomorrow all their lives would be changed, most for the worst and only a small select few for the better. For now they all slept unaware of their fate. Life would never be the same. Harry scrubbed the table, getting into every little crevice to make sure that any residue of the potion ingredients was thoroughly washed out. Magic was good, but there were just some things better done by hand to make sure, or both just to be doubly certain. Smug satisfaction rolled off Harry in waves, and he deserved to feel extremely satisfied. He had finally come up with the right combination of potions to help Neville's parents. 3 of the ingredients had cost him an arm and a leg, or rather it had cost Neville a lot of money, since he had paid for it. Either was it wasn't going to be a potion that could be brewed for those with budgets in their life, at least not right away. They would definitely need to save up for months to be able to afford it. The plants were only available by 3 different sellers and all abroad, that's how rare they were. He contemplated getting seeds to grow his own, perhaps even giving one to Neville so they weren't so difficult to acquire in future. The potions had to be given in a particular order, and on a timeline, for it to have its full effects. In fact, that's exactly what he was going to do. It would be much better than having to pay if he was asked to brew it again. Once every part of the tabletop had been done, he stepped back in satisfaction and then cast a spell to cleanse it again before drying it. It was better than leaving it then having to do it before brewing another potion. Throwing the brush into the cleaning supply box, which would be cleaned by the house elves, he wandered over to the sinks and began to wash his hands and arms with antibacterial soap out of habit. He would go to St. Mungo's today at some point, and hand them to one of the Longbottom's healers. They were well aware of him and what he was trying to accomplish, and that Neville had agreed to alternative methods potions than what were already invented. Which means they didn't need the board's approval to use it, like they had with Eileen's potion when they were first affected. Still, they would probably know about the potion before the night was out, and stay close by to watch and wait and see what happened. Of course, nothing was foolproof. Theoretically the potion should work, and there was nothing to indicate it shouldn't. They had no way of testing it on animals, so Alice and Frank were, quite frankly, the guinea pigs in this instance. He was pretty confident it would work. Potions and his feelings for Severus were the 2 things he was the most scared of in life. He had every right to be, Since he'd been able to brew 6th-year potions at the age of 11, and thank Merlin he'd saved a unicorn and been given a precious gift in turn, a vial of unicorn blood willingly given. He doubted that would ever happen again in his lifetime. He was still amazed it had happened once. Drying his hands off, he left the towel where it was and made his way back to the side table. Harry picked up the vials and placed them in the box. The box itself only had 3 individual slots, exactly the amount needed for the potion. It was velvet-lined and both the vials and box had been made indestructible, just in case anyone with clumsy fingers handled them. Breathing deeply, he'd done it. He'd finally done it. He didn't ask Dobby to do it, since he would have to explain what was to happen thoroughly to the healer to make sure it was understood. Sliding the box into his pocket, he left the lab in search for Severus and Eileen. He had gotten up really early, when inspiration had struck him. He was just grateful he'd had the ingredients necessary. Their penchant for buying all sorts of ingredients had paid off. They hadn't bought much of it, but that would hopefully soon change. When he bought a plant, he'd give a cutting to Neville and see if he could make it grow. If anyone could, it was Neville. He had an affinity towards plants, and he wouldn't be surprised if he took a job with something related to herbology. He hadn't spoken about what he wanted to do after school, neither had Luna come to that, but they probably just wanted to graduate first. Everyone wasn't like him. Not everyone decided after their first potion CL that this was what they wanted to do with their lives. "Everything all right, sweetie?" asked Eileen as Harry made his way into the sitting room. She wasn't concerned. Harry looked extremely happy about something. She was just curious about what had put such a look on his face when everyone had been so worried and down as of late. "I did it," explained Harry. "I finally did it," he added as if the first time just hadn't been enough to emphasize his point. "Did what?" asked Eileen. There was so much Harry and Severus were doing, that she honestly couldn't keep track of everything. She had a feeling she knew what it was about but didn't want to assume anything. "The potion for Frank and Alice. I thought about letting Neville know, but I'm not sure anymore. What if he ends up disappointed and it doesn't work?" stated Harry. Not that he doubted his work, far from it, but there was always the possibility, unfortunately. "If you created it, it will work," said Eileen firmly. "However, it might be a nice thing to wait and let Neville find out on his own. It would certainly be a surprise he isn't expecting." "Now come here and show me how it was done," gushed Eileen excitedly. Her first love had been potions, much like her father, and of course the love she'd ped onto her son. Everyone in the Prince family had an affinity towards potions. It was just the way things were. Harry grinned before he joined her on the couch. Sitting down, he handed over the journal, trusting Eileen with his life, so giving her his precious potions book was nothing. He waited patiently for her to read through it. It was 5 pages long, for the 3 different potions and how it interacted and things like that. A house elf popped in with the mail and the newspapers. They were usually brought in with breakfast, but it wasn't time for it yet. They were all up early, so Dobby must have just assumed they would like it early. Harry accepted them, giving Dobby a small smile, showing his thanks and keeping quiet so Eileen could continue to concentrate on the book. "Will Dobby begin breakfast?" inquired the house elf quietly. "Yes, thank you, Dobby," replied Harry, nodding firmly. Dobby bowed before he was gone, to do his master's bidding. He often thought about the time Harry had been down in the dungeons of Malfoy Manor. He was so different from the little boy he'd ensured had food, unable to do anything to help him. He had been stuck due to the fact he served the Malfoys, and he wasn't able to remove him from the dungeons. When he'd been sold into services of the Malfoys, the rules had been made very clear and he hadn't been able to circumvent them. He had been secretly very pleased when he'd gotten away from Nasty Master and the evil Dark Wizard. He had never expected to survive when he heard about the memories being used, only to be saved from death and decapitation by Narcissa Malfoy and employed by the wizard who had saved him. Not only that, but he got lots of money which he spent on materials to make his own clothes, all because he helped Master Harry with the potion to help Mistress Eileen. "Harry, this is amazing," said Eileen, beaming with pride. He was amazing with potions. "You've done really well." She closed the book and placed it back beside Harry, mesmerized. After all this time he'd finally succeeded, and she had no doubt he would. Seeing this made her regret a lot of decisions. She could have had a career in potions of her own. Unfortunately she didn't have the smarts to create her own, but she did love potions and brewing them. Harry blushed. "Thanks, Eileen," grinned Harry sheepishly. He'd never get used to her praise, no matter how many years went by. "When are you sending it over?" asked Eileen, curiously. "Probably sometime today," murmured Harry, slightly distracted as he went through his mail, opening and reading it before either putting it beside his book or scrunching it up for fire fodder. He kept his statements for his investments. All of them were doing really well, up 10% in the last month. The startup business the Weasleys had was actually up 19%, which was brilliant for a newly started shop. It was unusual but doable, and it definitely looked good for the future at any rate. "Good," said Eileen, satisfied. Grunted Harry, cocking his head to the side. Why would Ollivander's wife be getting in touch with him? Unrolling the parchment, he began to read it, his eyebrow arching as he did so. The wife was basically telling him that Ollivander wasn't speaking to anyone, other than to tell them he wanted to speak to him, Harry. The Aurors were getting exasperated with her husband. So she was hoping that he would spare time to come in, that it was obviously important to Garrick. It trailed off with her practically begging for him to come in, telling him what ward and room Ollivander was in. "That's weird," he admitted. "What is?" asked Severus, upon hearing the statement as he entered the sitting room, fully dressed, but looking a little tired. "This letter from Ollivander, do you think it's genuine?" asked Harry, ping it over without a second thought. Severus accepted the letter, and much like Harry, his brow began to arch as he read the missive, his black eyes roaming over the words quickly as if it could somehow reveal itself to be true or not. He could flow street Mungo's, but unfortunately they wouldn't be able to tell him since he wasn't family. It is in Ollivander's nature to be mysterious and dispionate. I can see him refusing to speak to anyone if he has something he wants to say," Severus said, his voice slow and cautious. He was very worried actually. Ollivander wouldn't be requesting them for anything other than something quite big. Harry probably wouldn't want to hear what the wizard had to say, he just had that feeling in his bones. "To me?" asked Harry skeptically, baffled. "Evidently," stated Severus sharply, "but you do not have to go if you do not wish to." "I would just end up dying with curiosity," exclaimed Harry, shaking his head wryly. He was by no means a nosy person. He didn't care about other people's lives, with the exception of his friends and those he considered family, but to be called upon by Ollivander, a wizard he hadn't seen since he was 11 years old. 7 years ago now. Nobody could fault him for being curious. Severus slowly smirked. "You would," he agreed, knowing Harry all too well. It would do his head in trying to figure out what the wizard wanted. He would give in the end, but perhaps it would be for the best to go while visiting Street Mungo's later on today. He knew Harry had completed the potion for the Longbottoms. He had been excitedly told at 5 o'clock this morning. Thankfully he'd already been up to go to the toilet. He wouldn't have thanked Harry for wakening him, but his lover already knew that. "Ugh, damn it, I'll go," grumbled Harry, beaten by his curiosity. "Should I write to her and let her know all by this afternoon?" "You should," declared Severus immediately. It was rude to show up unannounced, especially if it wasn't family or a friend. "All right," said Harry, standing up. He moved over to the desk and hastily scribbled that he would be by some point this afternoon between 1 and 3. He refrained from explaining he was visiting Street Mungo's anyway, since quite frankly it was none of their business. "I'll be right back," he added as he quickly ran up the stairs to the little ollary they had for the owls and other birds that might end up sitting in the ollary to rest before leaving again. Opening the door, he smiled softly as he made his way over to Hermes. He was very fond of him. He'd ended up with a familiar later than most students at Hogwarts, most wizards and witches more like. It had made him cherish Hermes more, he liked to think, than the others. Moving towards him, he began to stroke his features, listening to him hooting excitedly, sensing an upcoming flight on the horizon. "Send this to Mrs. Ollivander. She's at St. Mungo's. Hermes, you might have to give it to a healer instead," said Harry, stroking his stomach a few times before he tied the letter to him. "There you go. Go on then, Hermes," murmured Harry, stepping back, and with a delighted hoot he took off, his wings soaring into the air, and what a picture it made surrounded by the immaculate estate that was Prince Manor. Watching him until he was nothing but a blur on the landscape, he wistfully made his way back down, To be able to do that, fly free in the wind, it would be awesome. He was determined though that he would become an animagus. The only one that had stuck to it so far was Cedric, and the others were just too busy right now. There, that's it done, said Harry simply. Now he would just have to sit and wonder what on earth Ollivander wanted him for the next few hours. He was quickly distracted by the smell of coffee and breakfast being brought through for them. He moved over and took his usual seat. He would read the rest of his letters when he was done with breakfast. Not that there were many left, just 2 or 3 by the looks of the pile. What did Ollivander want? Thought Harry distractedly as he ate his breakfast, poking the yolk of his egg in quiet contemplation. He didn't even know the wizard. He'd met him once. What on earth could he have to discuss with him that he was refusing to speak to all others until he had spoken to him? Why couldn't he have just said he would go now? Potter Manor. James stirred, sleepily opening his eyes, met with the living room, sitting up abruptly, confused momentarily until his memories came to him. He'd slumped on the couch last night completely exhausted and apparently fell asleep without going to his bed. Groaning softly, he sat up. His back ached something fierce, his own fault for sleeping on the couch in the first place. For the first time in months, despite his ache, he felt better than he had in a while. So would Nick, and maybe with a little luck Roxy would come home for the holidays. Rubbing at his side, where the miniaturized S had been digging into him all night. He removed them from his cloak absently, before spelling them to their correct size. He opened it and gazed at the unicorn, once again struck by the fact it had been beside Nick's cot. Had it gone flying in the chaos? Or had Lily dropped it when getting the twins from their cots after the attack? He didn't know why, but it was bothering him. Harry had never slept without it. He would cry until he got it if it fell out of the cot or his hands when he was younger. A small smile of pain flittered across his face. Why was it bothering him so much that it had been found where it was? He thought to himself, squashing the toy unicorn in his hands. "Morning, Dad," called Nick, wandering in, giving him a curious look as he did. "Morning, how are you feeling?" asked James, placing the unicorn in the trunk. He'd have Sirius or Remus deliver it to Harry. He knew they were on good terms with his son, and he really envied them that. He would never have the kind of relationship with Harry that Sirius or Remus had. He didn't really deserve it, but he desperately wanted it. "Fine," replied Nick, rolling his eyes at his overprotective and worried dad. He was always asked how he felt. It was out of concern that his magic might be on the wobbly side or if he was feeling tired or drained. His dad worried that he would have a relapse and his magical core would split again. It wouldn't happen. He knew that. He knew what to watch out for. Plus he wasn't being forced to do spells all day and night, like he had been when it split. Normal Cleese, then detention with Umbridge doing spells, then training with his parents when they weren't, going on about how disappointed they were that he was getting detention. "We don't have any training today anyway," he added, shrugging his shoulder. He would be reading mostly today since his dad used this day to run errands between picking up his mum from the mind healer's office. "True," murmured James thoughtfully, watching as Nick sit down. "What's all that?" asked Nick, peering at the trunks. "Oh, is that your old school trunk?" "That one is, yes, the others are yours and Harry's," explained James, amused. "Those aren't our school trunks," said Nick, confused, "although you wouldn't know since Harry's initials were still the same. It's your baby S, with everything from your first year in them," explained James, picking one up and reverently swiping his fingers across it. "I got them when you were both born, then engraved by me a week later when your birth certificates were filled and names chosen." "Can I see it?" asked Nick eagerly, plucking it from his dad's hands, and opening it to see the treasures that waited inside. "Oh, Dad," cried Nick, embered as he saw pictures of himself in the bath with either his mum or dad holding him. James laughed in amusement, finding the look on his son's face absolutely hilarious. He knew if he looked at all the pictures here he wouldn't find many or maybe even any of Harry. Unless he was in the background of the party photos that the camera went around automatically taking on birthdays. He should check, although he was sure he wouldn't be disappointed. "Hey, look, I remember this," said Nick, looking at the unicorn. James looked at his son, and belatedly realized he was looking through Harry's as well. He didn't know why, but he had the urge to grab it off his son and close the. He didn't, Instead he decided to put the copy of the letter he'd written for his will to be given to Harry upon his death. He doubted Harry would even look in there, at least for a long while. If he did, he wanted it to remain beside the keepsakes that belonged and had been loved by his son. "It's Harry's," he stated. "I know," said Nick, frowning. Something was teasing the edge of his memory, but for the life of him nothing came to the forefront of his mind. He loved that unicorn, didn't he? Yes, he was never without it. Look at the pictures, it's in every single one of them within touching distance. James told his son, pointing out the small teddy out. He was right, of course. Whether in Harry's hand, the floor, amongst his other toys, or in the background, the toy was there. They had gotten a new one for Harry after the attack, but he wasn't sure what happened to it. He couldn't remember it being used. "What are you doing with them?" Nick asked, confused. He'd never seen them before. "Wait, did you get these from Godric's Hollow?" His face horrified. "The wards are safe there now, son. We weren't unsafe, we just picked the wrong person to trust with our lives," soothed James worryingly. "You cannot be scared of a house, or scared that something will happen to anyone under its roof." Perhaps he should give the property to his daughter, since Nick definitely looked as though he would never get over what happened there. Harry had killed the traitorous rat, appropriate really, since at the end of the day his life had been affected worse because of what happened. No, he couldn't blame Pettigrew, and he wasn't really, but if it hadn't happened surely they wouldn't have treated Harry that way. He certainly didn't like to think so, but he couldn't change the past. "I know that, really," said Nick. He just didn't like the thought of him going back there. He needed his dad. It was just an innate fear that wouldn't leave. "Good," said James, relaxing into the sofa. "What are you going to do with them?" Nick asked again, remembering his previous question. Putting the soft toy back into the trunk and letting it fall closed with a thunk, waiting patiently. "I'm sending Harry's to him. I want him to know he was loved," said James, even if only for a short while, he thought grimly. "Oh, actually, can I come with you? I want to get something for Susan," questioned Nick, realizing belatedly that he needed something. "If you want to come, you may as well try for your apparition test. We can squeeze it in before I take your mum to St. Mungo's," agreed James. He really should have taken it a long time ago, but between everything he just hadn't had the time. "Brilliant," exclaimed Nick excitedly. He had been looking forward to it for ages. Even Susan could apparate. She had ped her first time. She'd written to him about it, and how easy it was, but her aunt had helped her before she was killed by Death Eaters. "Can we practice before we go?" James looked down at the time. "We have enough time, but you are better off eating something first. Believe it or not, dry toast is best. It helps with the nerves and doesn't cause you to be sick." Not that he would be, since Nick was used to being side-along apparated, had been from a very young age. Just like all purebloods really. Even if he technically wasn't, he was still from a pureblood line. Any child he had would be considered pureblood as well. If anything, in his experience, it was more difficult being side-long apparated as opposed to just apparating yourself. "Okay," said Nick, trusting his dad on that. "Prince Manor. You boys be careful now," said Eileen, watching them get ready to go to St. Mungo's. It was only 12 o'clock, but Harry said he didn't know how long they'd be with the healer. So they decided to head out now, have a late lunch either at Hogsmeade or at home when they were finished. Eileen had the urge to go with them. There was something inside of her telling her something was going to go wrong. Then again, she felt this way every time Harry or Severus left the manor. Not to this extent though, but she failed to realize that. The last time she'd felt this strongly was hours before the ceremony for Harry and Severus' Order of Merlins. She had UMed. It was a case of jittery nerves. "Don't worry, we'll be home in a few hours," said Severus, rolling his eyes at his mother's worry. Then he felt ashamed of himself. He had put her through a lot. Especially during his spying days. He may not have seen her to know, but he wasn't stupid. She had worried constantly. Back then she'd been in Spinner's End, with no way to contact him. They weren't even set up there. Then years after the Dark Lord's defeat, and 1 year before Harry began Hogwarts, he'd bought her the shop. "Yep, hopefully it won't take too long," added Harry, as he clipped his travel cloak around his shoulders, although he wouldn't need it for much longer. It was getting too warm for it. Summer would be approaching soon, well, in a few months, but it was close enough. He's a healer. He will have a rudimentary understanding of potions if nothing else," stated Severus, confident that they would be in and out of the office within 20 minutes at most. "Well, he certainly knows his stuff," replied Harry, wryly. He'd made him feel like an idiot when speaking about the mind, not on purpose of course, he had just been a complete novice about stuff like that. Severus chuckled dryly, already knowing what Harry was thinking. He'd spoken about it often enough when he returned from St. Mungo's after talking to him the first time. Once they were ready, both of them apparated from the manor to the entrance to St. Mungo's and walked in. "Hello, I have a meeting with Healer Walsh and Smethwick," explained Harry, waiting patiently. "That's right, you know the way," the receptionist asked, aware of whom Harry was, having seen him a few times. "I do," erred Harry, nodding at her before he and Severus walked past the security and right into the main hospital. Making their way to the elevator and to the floor they needed, wasting no time in getting to the healer's office and knocking. They were right on time, so he hoped that they wouldn't have to wait. Severus would have definitely concurred with his thoughts. "Come in," called a male voice. "Thank you for meeting with us on such short notice," said Harry once the door was opened. Severus closed it behind them and they both took a seat opposite from both healers. They were extremely excited, but composed. You could tell they'd been waiting for this meeting to start for hours. "It's our pleasure, really," said Healer Welsh. "In your letter you said you'd found the cure." "Created one, yes, hopefully," corrected Harry. "Care to elaborate on that?" asked Healer Smethwick, sitting forward, giving Harry his full attention. He had always known Harry could do it. He was a genius at potions, a prodigy really. "It's a series of 3 potions, one can be given today, the next in exactly a week's time, down to the last second," he warned. "The third in a fortnight. The 3 combined should bring them out a bit at a time, but until the 3rd potion is consumed there won't be a significant amount of progress, so do not be disheartened by the fact nothing much happens between the 1st, 2nd and until the 3rd is consumed. It's the combination of the first 2 potions that harnesses the 3rd and brings them out of their comatose state," Severus told them, saying in a more understanding manner what Harry was trying to say. Harry nodded his head, agreeing with him. "What's in the first 2? Will it interact with any potions they are currently taking?" fired off Welsh. "Give us a list of what they are taking," said Severus immediately. "We had it ready," said Smethwick, handing over the small pad of paper to Harry, smiling. He was always prepared for anything. Harry accepted it and held it between them both so they could read it together. Both their brows furrowed as they read it, trying to think of any consequences that could occur if they were given these potions at the same time as the new one. Most were the ones they expect to appear: vitamins, nutrients, sleeping potions if they needed them, things that a hospital supplied to long-term patients. "They cannot get dreamless sleeping potions, or a general one either, come to that," Harry told them when he saw that on the list. "They have ingredients that will interact badly with this potion," stated Severus, agreeing with him. "To be on the safe side, I wouldn't give them anything other than the nutrient potion." Why they were on that was a mystery, since they were able to eat on their own. They should be getting all the nutrients they needed by eating healthy. "Why do they even need a nutrient potion? Have they stopped eating?" asked Harry worriedly. "No, it's just something we tend to give to all our long-term patients, just to be on the safe side," explained Healer Walsh. "Then they'll be fine to be taken off it for the duration of this potion?" inquired Harry. "They will be, yes," said Healer Smethwick in agreement. Writing the information down on a fresh piece of paper, they would be on a NP, no potion, system. It wasn't often that was used here, but there was those allergic to a lot of ingredients and couldn't consume potions. They were few far in between, but it happened occasionally. The healers would all know what NP stood for, but considering Healer Walsh was in charge of that specific wing and its patients as well as the potions they'd get, nothing would happen. "Here are the instructions about the potion and what will happen during the course of taking it," said Harry once the room went silent again for a few minutes. "Ping over the instructions." He didn't give the ingredients list over since he wasn't publishing the potion yet. If someone got their hands on it, well, let's just say he would be very pissed off, so it was staying within his reach and out of everyone else's. He hadn't worked his ass off for someone else to come along and try and claim it as their own. Both healers read it, making the occasional noise as they did, humming and awing, until they read everything and nodded their understanding. It made perfect sense. even a trainee healer would be able to understand the instructions on the list. Not that they would see it, of course, but it was just to clarify how simply worded it was. Will you be coming in to see the results of the work? Or would you like me to send you the results each day? Questioned Healer Smethwick. Murmured Harry, thinking it through thoughtfully. Perhaps you should get the results of the first 2 potions but here to observe the third one being administered in 3 weeks. Suggested Severus. He would like to be here to see it. In all honesty, this was groundbreaking work. He had a feeling those he was acquainted, more like friends, with would travel from America to observe it as well when they heard. Good idea, exclaimed Harry. We will do as Severus suggested. He added to the healers. Very well. We shall write to you every day and then tell you the time the third will be administered, said Healer Walsh. All that's left to do is inform Lady Longbottom and her grandson Lord Longbottom, added Healer Smethwick. I think it's best just to tell Lady Longbottom for now, argued Harry, just to be on the safe side. Neville was only considered Lord since his father was incapable of performing the duties of a lord. He idly wondered if they even thought of the younger son, or if he was just considered irrelevant, when it was his parents they were talking about too. That I am afraid will be up to Lady Longbottom, said Healer Walsh. She did agree with Harry though, it probably was best that the children weren't informed. It would be like being told what had happened to them all over again. The shock, the horror, the devastation. No, it was best not to let them feel that and being let down if it didn't work, but Harry seemed to know what he was doing. Harry nodded reluctantly, conceding the point the healer made. It was true, and it was up to her whether they found out or not. Hopefully she wouldn't say anything and have a heart. She was a stern woman, but surely she wouldn't put her grandchildren through unnecessary pain. If there is nothing else, we have further appointments we need to keep, inquired Severus politely, at least politely for someone who was basically saying, anything else you want? We want to leave, at any rate. No, nothing else. I'm sure we have everything we need. If not, then I'm sure you won't mind if we ask some questions in the updates we send, said Healer Smethwick. It was more of a question than statement. No problem, replied Harry, and it wasn't. He wanted this to work out, mostly so Neville's parents would be whole and happy to see him graduating from Hogwarts in a few months' time. He knew that was Neville's dearest wish, that and to be there for him and Luna when they finally married. Don't let us keep you, said Healer Welsh, and on behalf of the medical community, you have our deepest gratitude for everything you've done to flourish the magical community. Harry blushed. Thank you, he said, abashed. Have a good afternoon, said Severus, ending the conversation and getting them both out of the office. Now all they had to do was meet Ollivander and head home. Although he had a feeling it wasn't going to be as simple as that. Oh no, this was going to be a long and terrible afternoon. Harry wasn't going to like whatever Ollivander had to say, of that he had no doubt. It's only up 1 floor, we may as well use the stairs, said Harry. They were closer. In fact, as he spoke he opened the door and both of them took the short trip up the stairs to the ward they needed to be at. Breathing deeply, he looked for the door where Ollivander was. He didn't know why, but now he was here he was sweating, feeling nervous and dry-mouthed. All right? Asked Severus, sensing and seeing the hesitation written across Harry's face and body. Yeah, lied Harry, his heartbeat shooting through the roof. Just remain calm. You may be getting worked up over nothing, soothed Severus, squeezing his shoulder to let him know he wasn't alone and to help ground him. He didn't believe a word coming out of his mouth. The silence and mystery surrounding it couldn't be good. He wouldn't let Ollivander near Harry though. He couldn't risk Ollivander taking Harry to Voldemort, whether it be by portkey or apparition. Although he was hoping the hospital had checked for the Imperious Curse and any influencing potions or spells. Just remain cautious, he added grimly. Harry nodded, before he knocked on the door, waiting patiently to be allowed in. The door swung open and a tall skinny woman smiled at them tiredly. Mrs. Ollivander? Queried Harry, blinking at her. She was much younger than he'd expected. After all, Ollivander was already white and old. Call me Gina, said the witch. Come on in, he wishes to speak to you alone. This was directly mostly at the wizard with Harry, whom she knew as Severus Snape, a fellow potions master. Not going to happen, barked Severus immediately. He wasn't leaving Harry alone with Ollivander. Let them in, whispered a breathy voice, that everyone over the age of 11 would never forget, could never forget, Mr. Ollivander the wizard, who they get the most important instrument of being a wizard or witch from, their wand. Gina nodded her head, before she gave her husband one last look before she left the room. Closing the door behind her, it wasn't fair. What was so important that he would want to speak to them rather than her and his son? Well, hopefully soon he would be back to normal, or at least normal as he could be after being held by Voldemort. If she ever got her hands on that wizard, he wouldn't know what to do. She would kill him with her bare hands for hurting her family. Harry stood there awkwardly. Even sick and rail-thin, the wizard had this penetrating gaze that could make one think he was staring into your very soul. Narrowing his eyes, he straightened his spine, refusing to let anyone intimidate him or make him feel inferior, like his family had done his entire life. "You asked to see me," stated Harry, well, more like demanded to everyone around him. "Thank you for coming," whispered the wizard, his voice still hoarse, speaking slowly as if each word was a pain to get out. Those under the Imperious curse couldn't show pain, their bodies didn't comprehend the fact, so it looked as though he was clear for that particular spell. Severus also observed the fact his eyes were clear of any influence, not even a pain reliever by the looks of things. Still, he was on high alert. He wouldn't relax until they got back home to the manor. "What do you want?" asked Harry, his confusion showing as clear as day. "He knows," whispered Ollivander eerily. Harry gulped, but managed to get out, "Knows what?" His voice as rough as Ollivander's. "I tried to prevent the inevitable," rasped Garrick. "Unfortunately, there is only so much a man can take, as I'm sure you both understand." "What did you tell him? What was he asking?" demanded Severus, arms crossed, staring suspiciously at Ollivander. "At first he wanted to know about the death stick, tortured me for weeks trying to get information I did not know," said Garrick. "One day I was dragged from my cell, and he began asking questions about you," his eerie eyes looking straight at Harry. "Why?" gaped Harry. "You speak the language of the SS," Ollivander said. "You also have the brother wand to him. You cannot fight with these wands. Brother wands refuse to work against each other." Harry's eyes widened comically. "I had suspected you were the one to truly defeat him, you know," he confessed. Harry snorted in derision. "Really? When was that?" "I remember your words years ago. You expected the wand to go to Nick Potter," spat Harry, irritated and edgy. "Easy," murmured Severus, his tone slightly distracted as if he was thinking intently about something. "I did. That's when I put it together. It explained the odd aura around you, which is oddly enough gone," said Ollivander. "That explained the intense look he'd received when he first entered the room then." "It is," said Harry quietly. "What did you tell the Dark Lord?" demanded Severus, wanting more information. "Only what he needed to hear, that the wands won't fight against each other," said Ollivander. "I told him nothing else. He already knew that you were the true boy who lived." Harry shuddered. He'd never heard anyone other than Severus say those words, and he didn't trust Ollivander to keep quiet about it. He was quite literally facing his worst fears here. He'd told Severus they would know one day, but he was being disingenuous. He'd never had any intentions of telling anyone. He couldn't do this. He just couldn't stand here anymore. Turning abruptly, he yanked open the door and sped off down the corridor, using the stairs to get away. Not even wanting to wait for the lift to come up. He could feel a presence close by, with familiar magic. "Severus." "Harry, wait up," stated Severus sharply, as Harry disappeared out the doors of St. Mungo's. A loud grunt and cry caused him to run faster. Skidding to a halt, of all the people, it had to be the Bloody Potters. Harry was the first person to get to his feet. Severus grasped his shoulder tightly, but he wasn't looking at Lily, James or Nick. He was looking at the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters no more than 6 feet from them. Quote, exclamation mark, quote, was the only epithet out of Severus' mouth, and he wasn't a wizard for bad language. Harry's head jerked up, his green eyes taking in the sight. 4 wizards and a useless witch against all those people. The odds weren't looking very good. "Harry Potter," hissed Voldemort. "The real cause of my downfall. You die tonight." His red eyes gleaming viciously. Heard of his own victory since they were alone, ripe for the picking, or killing as was his agenda. Eileen closed the door behind her, exhausted beyond endurance, her face haggard and worn. She fought to make her feet move. She had bundled in her arms everything Severus had on him when it happened. Cedric Diggory had said the spells that confirmed that Severus was dead and had died due to an unspeakable dark curse that shut down your internal organs slowly added with the cutting curses he took. Cedric had been very reluctant to tell her, but Eileen had demanded to know. Some part of her wished she hadn't asked, knowing her son had died in excruciating agony hurt worse than his death itself. The boy had returned to the ministry with the information, with promises to return. Sirius stood up when Eileen entered the room, swallowing thickly. He knew the woman didn't like him. She had every right to loathe him. He shouldn't be here, but Harry was going through agony. He deserved someone here for him, and he was determined it would be him. Not that he was aware of anything right now. He had depleted his magic to almost dangerous levels and it had knocked him out cold while it recuperated. He couldn't imagine what he was going through. If he lost Remus, it would kill him, so maybe he could imagine what it was like only a little. Dobby, called Sirius, remembering the house elf from his previous visits. A frown appeared on his face when nobody came. Had he gotten the name wrong? What was the name of the other house elf? He was sure it was a flower, Rose. That was it. You called, said Dobby, his large eyes red-rimmed as he stared at the guest who had called him. Could you make some chamomile tea? Asked Sirius, feeling extremely awkward, not used to seeing emotional house elves. He had grown up with one. Yes, he'd hated the damn thing, but never once had he seen it crying or emotional, other than angry. Tea, said Eileen, placing the items onto the table before moving over to the cupboard where she kept the alcohol. She couldn't even muster up the energy to glare at Black for being here like she normally would. Turning back, she froze seeing Harry awake and staring at Severus things with a tortured look on his face. She shouldn't have put it there. Eileen moved back towards the sofa, to be beside him, but Harry had already crawled off the sofa and towards the table where Severus' stuff was lying. She was going to have to make sure one of the house elves kept an eye on him, stopped him from doing something extremely stupid. Dear Merlin, she could only imagine her son's reaction if he caught him doing something so idiotic. Her heart clenched in agony at her own thoughts, as renewed tears ran down her face. She'd thought she was all out of tears by now. Why Severus? Thought Harry in desperation. Anyone else would have been fine by him. Why did they have to take away the person he loved most in the world? When he ended the war, it was supposed to be their fresh start, maybe go on holiday again or just brew potions together. Sev wouldn't get to complete his potion or see if his would be successful. He picked up a velvet green pouch, hearing the clinking inside, wiping his tears away futilely as more just replaced them. He opened the strings and 2 rings fell out onto his palm. They were gorgeous, an Ouroboros rings, as biting its own tail, a symbol of her eternity. One had small emerald eyes and the other smoky quartz. Harry didn't even see the beauty, he just squashed them in his fist as he rocked back and forth once more, completely destroyed by finding them. They should have had eternity. He was one of the best duelers out there, and he should have been able to hold his own. He should have survived. Damn it, he was supposed to live. Shish, murmured Sirius, kneeling before Harry and bringing the destroyed teenager into his arms. Rocking with him, not caring that his robes were getting wet with tears. He may not have been overly fond of Snape, but he would have done anything to bring him back right now, bring him back for Harry. Who did it? Choked Harry, his voice cold. Dobby popped in with the drinks, leaving them at the table usually used for flowers next to the sofa. Right next to Eileen, who accepted the cup and poured whiskey into it. It felt the tea lukewarm, but she didn't care as she gulped the brew down. She wasn't a big drinker. In fact, she rarely drank at all. Solely due to the fact her husband had left her with a big distaste for alcohol drinking. She half expected her son to apparate into the manor and ask them what on earth was going on. Yet he didn't. He was gone and he would never tell her what to do out of concern, or scold her for one thing or another. She'd never see his black eyes filled with silent concern and love. Mothers weren't supposed to bury their sons. Why had she let them go when she'd known something was going to happen? No, Harry, revenge won't make this better, said Sirius, tightening his hold. WHO did it, yelled Harry, fighting against Sirius' hold angrily. I don't know, said Sirius, repeating the words over and over again, keeping a tight grip of him. I'll kill them, he said harshly, meaning every word. He would find a way to kill them if it was the last thing he did. That's too good for them. Let them suffer for the rest of their lives in Azkaban, vowed Sirius, desperately trying to get Harry off this vengeance route. He should have preferred the anger to the despair, but he didn't. He knew where it led. If Harry did this, he would end up in Azkaban, and that was the last thing he wanted. Eileen needs you. You are all she has left. Using guilt to make Harry stop his thoughts before they had a chance to fester. He felt Harry slump further into him, and he knew without further proof that Harry had heard him. He had won for the moment at least. Eileen plucked a dreamless sleeping potion from her son's potions bag, and poured some into the tea. There was no way anyone would be getting sleep without it. Black observed what she was doing, and accepted the mug for Harry, as he let go. Drink it, you need to keep hydrated. I want Severus, whispered Harry, his hand unclenching, showing the rings to Sirius, whose heart sank seeing them. How was Harry going to recover from this? Why did it always happen to him? He'd been through enough shit to last him a lifetime without this piled on top. I know, Harry, said Sirius sadly, I know. Sirius unclasped his chain, and looped both rings through it before clipping it around Harry's neck. It had been a gift from Harry's grandparents, so perhaps it was fitting that it finally went to him. He wished he could say he was surprised by the fact it had been Harry who finally destroyed Voldemort, but he wasn't. Harry was the most powerful of the twins, the smartest, and the most resourceful. Of course, just wait until he realized the full extent of it. Sirius lurched forward when the cup slid from Harry's fingers, as Harry lost the fight to keep his eyes open. Sighing softly, he moved Harry's hair from his face. He couldn't stay here forever. He had to get back to the ministry to give his statement about what happened. Which is probably where the Diggory boy was at the moment. Placing the cup on the table, he lifted Harry into his arms. Looking over, he saw that Eileen had ped out as well. Dobby, called Sirius, wishing he didn't have to call him. Yes, sir, replied Dobby, answering the call. Where does Harry sleep? Asked Sirius, grunting slightly. Harry was heavy after all. Follow me, sir, said Dobby, guiding Sirius towards Harry's bedroom. He can't sleep here, said Sirius, wide-eyed when he realized belatedly that this wasn't just Harry's room but rather a place where both of them had slept. He was better off sleeping somewhere else, where he wouldn't be met with a constant reminder of what he'd lost, at least for the moment until it sank in. Master Harry's old room, suggested Dobby, doubling back and opening another door, one more familiar to Sirius since he remembered visiting Harry in here many months ago when he'd been hurt. Thank you, and if you could help Eileen as well, I would appreciate it. It was more of a question than a statement. Dobby will look after them both, said Dobby firmly. Sirius just nodded as he put Harry into the bed, and pulled the covers up and over him. I'm sorry, Harry, I'm so sorry, he whispered thickly before turning and leaving the room, closing the door behind him. At least he would sleep straight through the night. He hated leaving, but at least if he went now, he could be back before they woke up. A sharp crack surrounded the lobby as he apparated out of the manor. Sirius had barely gotten into the Auror's office before James approached him looking very concerned. How is he? He asked, hoping Sirius would at least answer his question. It had been a sort of silent agreement between them that they'd never bring Harry into any conversation. To begin with, it hadn't been difficult for James, but things had changed since they had gotten their rocky friendship back on track after the attack on the ministry. How do you think he is? Sirius said, rubbing his hands over his face. The worst of it was James probably had no idea what Snape had meant to Harry. Nobody outside his little circle of friends knew. Although he was sure many people had guessed, he was exhausted. We screwed up, muttered James, so badly. Sirius gave him a confused look. We've already established that, he pointed out, moving towards his desk and slumping down. Not only did he have his own paperwork to write, but he had dozens of Auror's statements as well before signing them and handing it in. You don't know, do you? Said James, his face spasming in pain. Sighing in exasperation. What is it that I don't know? We were wrong. We made a big mistake that night, whispered James, shame going all the way to the core of his being. Either spit it out or bugger off and let me do this, snapped Sirius, extremely agitated. He wanted to get back to Harry before he woke up. Seeing the stunned look on James' face, he groaned. He'd always had a bad temper. He blamed his mother. Look, I'm sorry, I just want to get back to Harry. Just read my report, stated James, handing it over. Hand it in when you are done. I have something I need to do. First he had to get Nick and Lily, who had also been giving their own reports. He wasn't sure whether they'd stayed or not, but if they were anywhere they would be in the cafeteria where everyone had been directed to go after giving their statements, well, with the exception of the Aurors. Sirius accepted the report, wondering if he had entered the Twilight Zone. James was going on about messing up badly, yet it had something to do with what had happened this afternoon. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already dinner time. 3 hours had already gone by since it started. It was beyond comprehension. The only way he knew the time was right was the grumbling of his stomach, but Sirius didn't think he could handle anything right now. Leafing through the paperwork, he stopped when he got to James's and began reading. He understood why James said it just a few minutes in. His jaw was unhinged as he stared at the written statement of what Voldemort had said. It had been Harry all along. Unsurprisingly, he wasn't overwhelmed by the fact Harry was the boy who lived as he ought to have been. He had suspected it a few times. He'd talked himself out of it like an idiot, of course. What would they have done if Harry hadn't had Eileen and Severus? He certainly hadn't had a family. He could have gone down a dark road and they would have all lost. How could Lily have made such a stupid mistake? Why hadn't she just told them she was unconscious because of a stunning spell? Why say Nick was the one who survived? He didn't understand it. Had she favored Nick over Harry even before that night? No. She had adored both boys. He was absolutely sure of it. What had he known? He hadn't realized half of what James and Lily put Harry though, since he was always gone, searching for Pettigrew to give his friends peace of mind. They weren't solely to blame though, since he too had ignored him practically. Why hadn't Harry told him? Had he even known? Yes, he realized as he read further, Harry had said he'd always known. Did that mean Harry still didn't trust him? Had Snape and Eileen known? Considering the spells Harry had used, he would say definitely. Harry had destroyed Voldemort for them and lost the most important person in his life. It wasn't right. Closing his eyes, he breathed harshly through his nose. Harry was right, it wasn't fair. James entered the cafeteria, and found it heaving with people. Most of them were sitting but a great deal were standing. Many of them were actually Order members, who had joined the battle after his warning. Eumed Shacklebolt had alerted the Aurors immediately, so the Order wasn't alone in trying to help win what was now being termed the last battle. "Can we go now?" shouted a voice James couldn't identify. "I'm sorry, but you'll need to wait a while longer. Head Auror Moody will be down shortly and he can tell you more than I can," James said loudly, so everyone could hear him. "Dad!" yelled Nick, waving his hand as he stood on his chair so his dad could see him. "Why are we being kept waiting?" demanded the security guard from St. Mungo's. "Many Aurors were hurt and killed during the battle. We do not have the resources to track everyone down. We would rather it was dealt with now so you can go home and not be bothered by us again. It's better this way while it's fresh on everyone's memory," said James softly. No doubt he wanted to get to his family and assure them that he was all right. "Just have a little patience. I'm sure you'll be able to head home soon." The security guard had the decency to look embered as he nodded his head reluctantly. James was then able to get through the crowd of people, grunting painfully as Nick tackled him, giving him a hug. James returned the hug, relieved that his family had made it through still alive. "Have you seen your mother?" he asked Nick as he let go, looking around for a familiar red head, but he couldn't spot her. But that didn't mean she wasn't there. "She's at the toilet," said Nick. "She's really away with it, Dad. She's still insisting he isn't gone because I wasn't the one to kill him. That he would be back for them because Harry was desperate for fame. There's something wrong with her, isn't there?" His eyes shadowed with sadness. "Yes," agreed James, "perhaps she should be in St. Mungo's full time for a while. She was becoming increasingly deluded and quite frankly he was worried about what she would do to herself or those around her, especially Harry, who seemed to be the subject of her hatred. If anyone could help her, it was St. Mungo's. It would mean he would need to stay married to her because once they divorced he wouldn't have any say. Maybe she would snap out of it quickly. They were all in a state of suspended disbelief, but he wasn't going around telling their son that Voldemort would be back. "Ah, James, finally, we need to talk," said Albus, his blue eyes glimmering as if he was suppressing tears. About? Inquired James, but he already had a feeling he knew what it was about. He slid himself and his son into the booth, taking the weight off his feet. Was Voldemort telling the truth? Asked Dumbledore sadly. It explained why Severus was so adamant about not training Nick. The wizard he thought of as a son had known all along, and hadn't trusted him with the information. That hurt very profoundly, but not as painful as the fact that he was taken from them so young. 38 years old, he should have had his entire life ahead of him. He wanted badly to say goodbye to him, to send flowers, but he knew they wouldn't be received well. Eileen hated the fact that he had asked Severus to spy. He hated himself, and perhaps Severus wouldn't have died if it hadn't been the case. They would never know now. He just had to summon up his courage to visit Prince Manor. He had to do it even if Eileen wasn't happy. Yes, sighed James, I found Harry's teddy unicorn by the crib where it happened, last night when I visited. I was too tired to think straight, and I didn't think anything of it at the time. Harry must remember that night. It's not true, said Lily, having heard James' statement as she returned. I was there, I saw everything. You were not unconscious, demanded Nick, remembering Voldemort's words that he had stunned his mum. He stunned me, yes, she admitted, but I still saw everything. You can't see anything while stunned, stated Albus in feigned calmness. It was the petrifying charm, you were aware of everything happening around you. The stunning spell was exactly that, it stunned you, rendered you in an unconscious state. His heart sank. He should have insisted to Lily and James that both boys go to the hospital and get examined, but he hadn't had a reason to disbelieve Lily. Why would he, especially with something obviously as important as her children? It was Nick, cried Lily, it's all wrong. I'm afraid you were wrong, Lily, said Albus tiredly. He had spent years training the wrong child to defeat Voldemort. He thanked Merlin Severus had had the forethought to train Harry, otherwise their world would have perished in fire and flames. The horror of what could have happened almost crippled him. He had alienated everyone for what? Absolutely nothing. I was not, she hissed, her eyes wide with indignation. Nick, may I see the memory? Asked Albus, being straightforward and honest. It may be slightly disconcerting since I will be going quite far back. Nick gulped loudly, but that will mean I will see it, he said worriedly. Yes, yes it will, only if you wish to, said Albus. He had to know the truth once and for all. No, he's been through enough, denied Lily. All right, agreed Nick, knowing his brother was right, he was the boy who lived. Harry never lied. Never in all the years had he said anything that wasn't true. Not here, said James insistently. James, cried Lily, glaring at her husband, but once Albus viewed the memory he would know for sure that she was telling the truth. Nick was the hero, and because of the boy Voldemort would be back. Enough, Lily, said James coolly. Here, this portkey will take us back, said James, pulling out a portkey he'd made when he was in his office. He shouldn't be leaving yet, but he'd already done everything that was needed. If he was told to come back and then he would, but he was hoping it wasn't necessary. Keep relaxed and open, allow me to enter, instructed Albus, as he penetrated Nick's mind, paying no heed to any of the memories that ped him by. He only wanted one memory, one that he already knew in his heart was wrong from the image he had possessed for the past 16 years. He went slow as not to cause any mental pain to Nick, knowing that the boy would automatically erect his mental shields and throw him out, causing both of them headaches they wouldn't get rid of anytime soon. The family got younger in each memory until Roxy wasn't in them and the twins were just toddlers. It was coming up to the memory, he realized, slowing down so he didn't end up accidentally skipping it. Not much longer, the memory began to play out in slow motion backwards. The fact that he could see the confrontation told Albus everything he already suspected and knew. It had not been Nick that had defeated Voldemort at the age of 1, it had in fact been his twin brother. He absently noticed the unicorn James had been talking about earlier. Lily was on the floor face down, stunned by a stupefy. She woke up, begged for her children's life before the exploding door went back to its normal shape. That was how Nick had been hurt, he realized at the phantom pain that disappeared. The door exploding had caused the scar. He had been such a fool. The last thing he saw was Harry reaching for his twin, hand in the air when they first heard the screaming. It must have touched a nerve in Nick as he let out a sob of despair and bolted from the living room. Nick, called James, getting up concerned. Let him go. He is feeling very fragile right now, said Albus, stopping James from following. Well, said Lily, sitting there so sure of herself. It is as I feared, it wasn't Nick that defeated Voldemort, it was Harry. I saw it with my own eyes, replied Albus calmly, preparing himself for her denial. He was next to Nick's crib, said Lily, as if Dumbledore's memory wasn't enough for her. Enough, roared Albus, causing James to whip around to stare at him in surprise. Severus died today and you haven't even shown the slightest bit of sadness. He was the only friend you've had in your life. Why would I care? We haven't been friends since I was 15 years old, said Lily. She had plenty of friends. She used to visit Alice all the time, and Amelia and Molly, and she couldn't think of anyone else off the top of her head. He was the reason you even knew Voldemort was after you. If it wasn't for Severus putting his life on the line to tell me, you would have all died 16 years ago. Then he proceeded to put his life on the line by spying for me, but his main concern had always been keeping you safe, snapped Albus, revealing something he had promised Severus he never would. Yet he couldn't take it, her nonchalance at what had happened, the fact she hadn't shed a single tear even for old time's sakes. James and Lily both sat there stunned, for obvious different reasons. Albus didn't stick around to see the looks on their faces. He finished his diatribe before apparating out. Harry stirred, his green eyes opening, looking around his old room, tears immediately springing to his eyes. He weakly got to his feet, and opened the bedroom door and made his way to his bedroom, his and Severus. It was dark outside. He didn't care though as he slipped into the room. Crawling into the bed he'd shared with Severus, he curled himself up in a ball, grasping Sev's pillow closely. He was never going to leave this bed, not now, not ever. He didn't want to go outside, didn't want to see anyone, he just wanted his Severus back. Clasping a hold of the rings, wishing for a miracle he knew would never come. His eyes soon closed on their own violation as sleep claimed him once again, his exhausted and still injured body recovering. He slept through the explosion of people finding out the truth about whom and what he was. Instead of solutions and parties being thrown like last time, there was a respectful, mournful silence descending on the magical world as they prayed for the people who had lost loved ones and those souls that had passed on. Even back at Hogwarts, the students were asked to observe a few minutes of silence. Minerva, Phileas, Pomona and Horace were all devastated by the loss of a talented young man who they had taught and worked alongside, with the exception of Horace, for many years. Some of the students, however, were less saddened by the entire affair. Severus Snape had been a harsh taskmaster after all. Owl after owl poured into Harry's room, flooding it with letters and parcels as he slept on, oblivious to what was going on. Unbeknown to all, something was about to be discovered that would change everything and renew Harry's determination. Every surface of Prince Manor was covered in flowers and cards that had been showing up from everyone Severus knew, including those that had known him from abroad, his friends in the potions community. It was hard to believe that 5 days had already gone by, to the very hour ironically enough, since it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Eileen hadn't really had a moment to herself unless it was late at night. Even then she spent it with Harry, trying to get him to sleep, but he wasn't having any of it. He wasn't sleeping, eating, talking, he was just laying there practically comatose with his 2SS. Even his friends weren't able to get through to him. He would come out of it on his own. It was difficult keeping it together, but she had to, for Harry's sake. It's what her son would have wanted. Eileen's shaky hands looked through all the pictures she had of Severus, bringing forth the memories behind them, feeling her heart breaking all over again. To most people Severus hadn't been a good-looking child, but to her, he'd been handsome, clickily handsome. She hadn't been surprised when he took after her. He had received many traits from the Prince family, and not just magical ones either. There was one she really liked and decided to use, the picture of Severus and Harry up on stage receiving their Order of Merlins. Severus even had a small smile on his face and his eyes were twinkling in a way that hadn't been familiar until Harry had confessed his feelings. He must have been about to propose after the battle. Severus hadn't even told her about his decision. Not that he needed to, since he had been the heir to the estate. If she had been the matriarch, then it would have been different, although the world wasn't the same anymore. Old traditions weren't being observed as they used to be. A soft sigh left her lips, Her son was gone, the prince line was officially ended, not that she cared. She would have taken her son back in a second's notice, prince line or not. Even after 5 days she was still looking up expecting to see her son, with his calm presence, but no. She took solace in the fact those that had harmed her son were now dead, not Senior, Gibbon and Travers. 2 of the 3 were killed by her son before he fell and the third had been killed by or Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody. At least Harry wouldn't try anything silly. She had Dobby watching him day and night just in case he did anything. All Harry did though was lie there and hiss at the SS occasionally. There weren't many Death Eaters left alive. The Aurors hadn't been willing to take chances and had fired killing curses mostly, as they were allowed there wouldn't be consequences. Luna. What should we do? This isn't normal. Maybe we should convince him to go to St. Mungo's, questioned Neville, as they left Harry's bedroom. He was carrying a tray of half-empty food, the other half had been consumed only to be sick back up a few minutes later. He knew the feeling of wanting to be sick all the time, especially after what happened to his parents, but he hadn't actually puked. Will he get better? He asked, heartbroken for his friend. Snape had scared him when he was in first year, although Snape had mostly targeted Nick Potter. Probably due to the exploding potions, but his partner had quickly figured out he was bad and made sure he didn't explode too many. Reese had pretty much ignored everyone other than Nick in a reversal of roles. A lot of people had actually gotten hurt when he was potions professor. Slughorn was much better and nicer than Reese. He had gotten less terrified of Snape over the years, and he was saddened he was gone, and devastated for Harry. Luna stopped suddenly, her eyes glazing over as she was hit with a vision with intensity she hadn't experienced before. Gasping softly, she closed her eyes and opened them again. So many conflicting futures, how was she supposed to make sense of this? What was happening to cause it? Oh, of course, how could the future be so much brighter, so much better off if one man hadn't died? Why hadn't she seen this before? It made no sense, but it was rare for anything to make sense about the rhyme and reason behind her seer abilities. Let's get you sitting down, said Neville, guiding his fiancée to the living room and getting her sat down. The tray now floating behind him instead of being carried in his hands. What did you see? I'm not sure, it doesn't make sense, admitted Luna, but his comment of St. Mungo's had triggered it, so perhaps the answers lay there. Luna turned to Eileen. What she must be going through, she understood a little. She had lost her mother as a young child. They looked so happy, didn't they? She said, seeing the picture in Eileen's lap. He was, she said quietly. She knew about Luna's special gift, had done for a long time. Harry always spoke so fondly of Luna. She was his first real friend. Which meant she knew a great deal about the haired girl. For the longest time she had been the only one Harry had to confide in. She was glad they were sticking with him through this. He needed them more than ever. They all had been round these past 5 days, Victor and Lucas, Gary and Fleur, Cedric and of course Neville and Luna. Dumbledore had left them leave the school, but considering they were 17 they could come and go. As long as their head of house knew where they were. I'm so sorry, Eileen, said Luna, reaching out and hugging the frail older woman. She was being so strong for Harry, but she didn't have anyone. It wasn't fair. Luna tightened her hold when she felt her break down. Neville awkwardly stood back and sat down. He never knew what to say when things like this happened. Luna was amazing. She never had an occasion where she didn't know what to say or do. How long has it been since Harry ate? Asked Neville after a few moments of silence. Breakfast. 5 days ago, whispered Eileen, rubbing at her eyes, horrified that she'd come apart. They were children themselves. The last thing they needed was her being emotional. Although what couldn't be denied was the relief that she wasn't alone. She didn't need to be strong 24 hours a day. Even the potions she put into the food weren't helping. He either full out refused to eat, and when she resorted to begging he would reluctantly eat something only to sick it back up. He does look like he's lost a lot of weight, said Luna. I think it's best if we take him to St. Mungo's. Finally agreeing with Neville now that she knew how long it had been since Harry had eaten. Hopefully they would be able to give him something. She did find it ironic that they were going to St. Mungo's for potions when Harry was a potions master, but it couldn't be helped. Before the funeral would probably be best. It was being held in the Prince's private cemetery, which she hadn't even known about. It would keep the public away, which is a very good thing. Harry wouldn't want anyone to see him. He won't get out of bed, sighed Eileen. She knew how he felt. She didn't want to get out of bed either, but she had to arrange her son's funeral. It was the last thing she could do for him, other than taking care of Harry. Then we get a healer to come to Harry, said Luna grimly. Can you go to St. Mungo's and ask for healer Andy Walsh? She knows Harry and his medical history. Me, cried Neville in surprise. Please, begged Luna. Why not Flo? Asked Neville taken aback. I don't know her office address, explained Luna. All right, I'll try my best, said Neville, giving Luna a look that said if Harry cursed him for bringing a healer, she would be sleeping on her own until well after graduation. Thank you, she said sweetly. She turned to Eileen and asked, is there anything I can do for you? Paying no attention as her fiancé disappeared through the flow system. I'll be fine, said Eileen strongly. I can see where he got his strength from, Luna said. You would be surprised by the amount of people who just wanted to talk about loved ones, but everyone avoided it like the plague. She had wanted to talk about her mum, but her dad had avoided the subject as if he was terrified of causing her pain. He was a lot like you. Eileen gave her a pained smile as she nodded, knowing it was true. Severus had been a lot like her. Have you been eating? Luna asked, rubbing Eileen's back in comfort. She hadn't seen her eating much, but she wasn't there 24 hours a day. She wished she could be, but the only reason she could come now was because it was the weekend. Graduation was coming. They really should be studying, but friends meant more than exams. Yes, agreed Eileen, rubbing at her tired eyes. She didn't know what she would have done with Harry's friends, not only for being there for Harry but her too. Luna wasn't sure what St. Mungo's could give him if the potions Harry himself had brewed weren't working. So much talent would be wasted. Harry had no intention of brewing potions again. That she had picked up in the vision, along with what Severus and Harry could have done together in future. That was the part she didn't understand. Why would that have shown up? She didn't normally see what could have been, only what had been, what was, what could come to P. Never what couldn't come to P. Where is he? Asked Andy. Despite it being a home visit, she was being professional. Follow me, murmured Eileen. Standing up, it was only proper that she show her to Harry, plus she wanted to know everything the woman said. She had to know so she was best able to take care of Harry. I'm so sorry for your loss, she said, breaking her facade for a moment to give her genuine heartfelt condolences to the woman. She had liked Severus. He was professional, had created very useful potions, been one of the best potion brewers in the world. He'd also had a very legendary temper and sarcastic nature that she herself found hilarious. Thank you, said Eileen timorously. The first thing Andy noticed about the young man was that Harry was so different. He usually had an air of self-confidence around him. Even when he'd been injured, he had been full of life, although he had never complained. It's one of the things she'd noticed nearly right away. He was the complete opposite from the boy she'd had a meeting with just 5 days ago. She had watched the battle happen, useless to help since the entire hospital had been locked down. They had prepared for Voldemort attacking St. Mungo's thanks to Neville Longbottom. She hadn't been able to help them, but she could help Harry. He may need cheering potions for a while. Hello, Harry, said Andy, stepping into the room, observing the lackluster 17-year-old solemnly. Moving towards him, not surprised by the lack of greeting. I hear you've not been able to keep anything down. Nothing, said Eileen, sitting on the chair across from the healer and Harry. Is he vomiting blood? She asked Eileen. Not that I'm aware of, Eileen told her. Andy nodded her head in understanding. I'm going to run a diagnosis charm on you, Harry, just to make sure there's nothing wrong. She told Harry, it could be an ulcer. With his recent stress, it wouldn't surprise her the slightest. She was once again met with silence, so she quickly began running a complete diagnosis. Instead of just a basic one, she wanted to be sure nothing was wrong. Neville and Luna stood at the back of the room, watching everything just as concerned as Eileen. Neville had been so shocked when he read the newspaper, unable to believe that Harry was the boy who lived all along. How could Lily Potter have made such a big mistake? They'd treated Harry like shit and he'd been the one all along. One look at Luna's face, he realized she had known, but he hadn't been annoyed with her. She saw a lot that she didn't tell him about, and he honestly didn't want to know. most of the time. He wouldn't have been able to keep quiet if he had known the truth. The injustice against his friend would have caused him to explode, and flout the truth upon the world. Not something Harry would have thanked him for, he was sure. Andy read the results, looking shocked, causing everyone there to tense, waiting for the bad news. Had he been cursed with something they didn't know about during the battle? Had Harry managed to do something drastic? Their hearts were pounding wildly in their as she performed another diagnosis, as if she wanted to double-check the results. The paper came out of her wand and she immediately dived into the information once more. "This isn't possible," she said, completely stunned. Removing the covers from Harry, she began to inspect his stomach, explaining what she was doing. There was nothing to indicate what she was reading on those results. "What's going on?" demanded Eileen, sounding like her son, impatient and worried. She couldn't lose Harry. She'd already lost one son, she refused to lose another. Merlin be damned, she wasn't going to outlive both of them. Losing Severus had nearly killed her. If it wasn't for Harry, it would have. "I'm not sure," she said. Grabbing her bag from the floor, she opened it and removed a syringe and drew some of Harry's blood. Dipping back into her bag, she removed a blue runes piece of parchment and pushed the plunger down, allowing the blood to spread across the paper. Instead of flowing everywhere, it sank into it, glowing brightly. The results were the same, and this way did not lie. The blood did not lie. "Dear Merlin," she cried, shaking her head as if she could change the results in front of her. "What's going on?" Eileen said, her mouth over her hand, truly fearing the worst. He's pregnant," she stuttered the words, leaving her mouth feeling foreign and baffled to the core. "What?" cried everyone else in unison. "But my son," choked Eileen. "He didn't get a chance to complete it." "Complete it?" gasped Welsh. "Do you mean to say they were creating a potion that would enable men to get pregnant? This would change everything, all the medical world had ever known." "He was," admitted Eileen, a lone tear running down her face. "If it wasn't completed, how did Harry?" asked Luna, stepping forward, a shiver going down her spine. This moment was important. She didn't know why or how, but something was going to change. Why wasn't she getting a vision? Was her gift expanding or changing that she could feel something like this? Or was she overreacting to the news? No, she definitely wasn't. Maybe something hadn't happened yet to coalesce and reveal a vision. "The changes occurred the day of his accident," said Andy, realizing why the date was so familiar. "But, he's a man. How will he, where will it?" stuttered Neville, agog. "I would need to run a scan," said Andy. Harry hadn't removed his hand from his stomach as he stared at it as if he couldn't believe it. "I mean, this is unprecedented." She was in uncharted territory, and the healer in her was very excited by the prospect. He was 2 months pregnant according to the results. If it had survived thus far, then it was possible it could survive to full term. The prospect was baffling. "You mean there really is a child?" said Eileen, breathing heavily. Her son would never know, would never hold his child. She was a grandmother. This wasn't the way she had envisioned things at all. "Harry, may I run a scan?" asked Andy, wondering if the young man would answer this time. Harry did answer, nodding his head numbly. He felt as though he was having the weirdest dream of his life, but the fact he could feel pain when he pinched himself proved he was very much awake. A baby. He couldn't have a baby by himself, couldn't raise one alone. Panic quickly set in, terrifying him to the core. Then a small blurry image showed above his stomach, very blurry. It looked like a blob in the middle. "Scans are not normally this blurry. I cannot see it properly," she frowned, but from the results the fetus was healthy. Harry looked up for the first time, tears running down his face. He couldn't do this without Severus. He should be here for this. Somehow, someway, the unicorn blood had given him the greatest gift he could have ever received. Breathing deeply, he clenched his jaw. He had to find a way to bring Severus back. He only had 2 days, 2 days to accomplish it. There wasn't a second to waste. He didn't care what he had to do. Defy magic itself, he would do it. Batting the hand aside, he got up for the first time in days and hobbled away from the room. "Harry, wait, you need to eat. You need to keep yourself healthy," called Andy. "I trust that you will keep this under wraps," said Eileen, standing up. "Of course, but I need to run more tests," protested Andy. "I know, And you will once Harry's had a chance to come to terms with this, promised Eileen. He's just lost the man he loves and the father of his unborn child, said Neville grimly. He's going through a difficult time right now. I understand that, said Andy. All right, I'll come back in a week if that is preferable. Excuse me, said Luna, following Harry out of the room, and into the Leary. Will you help me? He asked, his tone vulnerable and pleading. He didn't even need to specify. He knew Luna would understand him in ways that nobody else could, with the possible exception of Neville. Luna swallowed the lump in her throat. Harry, nothing can bring him back, and magic doesn't work that way. If he did come back he wouldn't be the same man. There has to be a way, snapped Harry, his fingers trailing over the spines of the books. I'll figure it out, I just have to. Neville entered the Leary, watching Harry closely, wondering what was going on. There just has to be, do you see any way, Luna? Choked Harry, one hand remaining on his stomach, begging her like he hadn't before, to use her gift to see if there was a way for Harry to get back the man he loved. I've never tried to, protested Luna, wide-eyed. Please, begged Harry, his finger brushing against a book causing Luna to gasp. Harry immediately stopped staring at Luna in guilt and hope. He shouldn't do doing this to her, but he just wanted Severus back. He was desperate, perhaps deluded as well, but he had to try at the very least. There is a way, said Luna, but where there's death, there's always death, she added, causing a shiver to go down Neville and Harry's spine in the way she spoke. Harry gulped. What does that mean? Asked Harry. Would he have to die to save Severus? The chance of this working is less than 5%, Luna told them. There's a chance, croaked Harry wide-eyed. He'd gone from desperate to hopeful in the space of a second. He could have his Severus back. He didn't care how small the chance was, he had to take it. He loved Severus more than his own life. What is it? A spell? A potion? Not a what? You've already thought about it, but most was destroyed when the ministry was attacked. There are only 3 left in existence now, and they are very closely guarded. Only 2 people could get it without setting off every alarm in the ministry, Scrimgeour and Moody, and only a handful of Aurors even know where they are, said Luna. A time turner, breathed Harry, his mind mentally calculating just how long he would need to twist the dial for. 120 times, that wasn't including how much longer it took to get it. Luna nodded solemnly. Harry blinked open his sleepy eyes, his hands automatically moving to the other side of the bed before he realized there would never be a warm body there again. No, thought Harry firmly, he had to make it right, he had to bring Severus back to him, and he couldn't raise a child alone. Sitting up, his hand cupped his stomach, unable to believe it. He'd cast the spell to show him the baby a dozen times last night and just stared. Victor had stopped by last night again as well, this time without Lucas, who had been working that night. He loved being a healer. He hadn't dared to tell Victor what he was planning. It was risky enough that Neville and Luna knew. They could get into serious trouble, and he didn't want that. He'd spent hours after Victor left, reading a book on time travel. Just reading it made his head spin. There was so many theories for a magical world that could go back in time. They really should have had more than just umptions. Luna had said, where there's death there's always death. He was beginning to assume it meant him. He would die in the process, but considering there couldn't be 2 of the same person, it would work out. Severus would live, and his other self would never know the agony of losing the person he loved more than anything else in the world. The baby would be fine, in his other self too, but could he take that risk? Sev would kill him himself if things didn't work out right, but he would never know, nobody would really. His body would disappear probably, magic covering its tracks. He wished he had solid proof. Sighing in sadness, he picked up the book again, flipping through it without really seeing the words. So many theories. What if he really screwed things up? Killed them all? A shudder racked his frame. Every action had its own risks. His was just a little bit more risky, closing his eyes, feeling tears once again building up inside. He was breaking every law in the magical world, but he had to. He couldn't live without Sev. He felt so empty without him, so lost. Nothing could put him back together. Brewing had always been his paean, though all the turbulent times, yet the thought of brewing was repugnant to him. He didn't want to do anything, never mind brew potions. Sev was his everything, and he had to do this, no matter the consequences. He had to be strong, even if it all went wrong. It was 6 o'clock. Eileen wouldn't be up for a few more hours, maybe he could have it worked out by then. Sliding from the bed, he opened the cupboard door and closed his eyes, his heart twisting viciously. He could smell Sev everywhere. Forcing himself not to think about it, he would see him alive again even if it was the last thing he did. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he grabbed his clothes and slammed the cupboard door closed hastily. It probably would be the last thing he did. He was really about to do this, thought Harry, a feeling of hope and disbelief consuming him as he dressed. He really shouldn't get his hopes up, since he had no idea where to find the time turners. He could only hope that Sirius knew where they were, since he doubted he could get that information from either Scrimgeour or Moody. He might have had a chance with Shacklebolt. Praying to Merlin, he begged for things to go right, just for once in his life. Fully dressed, wand on his wrist, he apparated out of Prince Manor to Grimmauld Place. Remus' ears caught the sound of apparition, causing him to stand up and move out of the kitchen where he had been sitting drinking coffee. Ever since the battle had happened, he hadn't been sleeping much. Sirius was lucky. He was able to sleep for more than a few hours at a time. Probably because he was working his ass off capturing the remaining Death Eaters who had escaped after the battle. Which consisted of 3 or 4 Death Eaters. The most dangerous ones were behind bars, like the Carrows, Malfoy, and the Lestranges. Of course they had always been locked up. Harry, breathed Remus, staring at the teenager. Stunned, his mind frozen. He honestly didn't know what to do or say. He had been lucky in the war. He hadn't lost anyone particularly close to him. Sure, Order members had perished, but he hadn't been close with them. The only people who really knew him were James and Sirius. Pettigrew too in his childhood, but he'd felt nothing but vindictiveness when he died. Kicking himself into gear, seeing the trembling teenager, he rushed forward and hugged him tightly before he lost his nerve. He had always felt as though Harry merely tolerated him since he was with Sirius. He couldn't blame him for that. What he'd done was despicable. "I'm so sorry," he murmured. He and Severus hadn't gotten on at all, but they'd come together in the end to bring Voldemort down. Remus closed his eyes when Harry's trembling grew worse. Maybe he shouldn't have said it. Maybe he was trying to get away from the useless words. Sorry wasn't going to bring Severus Snape back after all. "Come on, let's sit down," he said, urging the teenager to take a seat, worried that his legs would buck any given moment. He looked as though he was losing weight at an alarming pace. Turning, he began to make coffee and some biscuits, anything to keep himself busy while he sorted out his thoughts. He so badly wanted to ask Harry why he'd kept the fact he was the boy who lived a secret, and not told someone, anyone really. His life could have turned out so differently, but could Nick have handled what Harry had? A disgusting, sneaky thought entered his mind. It was true. Could Nick have handled the situation at a young age if Harry had told them and they believed him? No. There was simply no way Nick could have handled what he could now. Something had caused Nick a lot of emotional upheaval. James didn't know, and he said only Dumbledore did. "Here, drink, eat," said Remus, ping an entire plate at him. "Where's Sirius?" asked Harry, his voice oddly enough tinged with desperation. "He's in the shower," explained Remus, feeling hurt that Harry wasn't here to speak to him but not surprised. Who would have thought Sirius was the calm presence someone wanted? "He'll be out in a few minutes." Harry merely nodded before reluctantly picking up one of the biscuits and began eating, even as it made his stomach hurt and him feel sick. He was trembling with nerves, anticipation and rekindled hope. He really hoped Sirius knew where they were. He was his only hope. He didn't know any other Aurors who would be willing to tell him. Harry could only stomach half the biscuit before he put it down in disgust. He felt as though he had a million butterflies flapping around in his stomach. "How are you feeling?" asked Remus quietly, staring at him with sadness. Harry looked up at him slowly, staring at him blankly. Why did people keep asking him that when they knew he was far from all right? He didn't grace him with an answer, just looked back down at the mug, wishing Sirius would hurry up. Each minute that went by was being wasted. "Remus, we really need to get that damn water heater fixed. It went cold on me." Sirius stopped talking as he walked in and saw Harry sitting there. His earlier thoughts and irritation left him. Harry. He was surprised to see him up and about. He hadn't even left the bed in 5 days, not even to brush his teeth. "He is getting better, slowly it seemed, but better nonetheless." "Can I talk to you?" asked Harry, his voice soft and lost. Of course you can, you know that, said Sirius, immediately. I'll just leave you to it, said Remus, standing up and leaving the kitchen to let them talk. All right, Harry, what is it? Asked Sirius, sitting down, giving Harry a pointed look. He wasn't stupid. Harry wanted something. He certainly hadn't come here to talk. He'd tried that for 5 days to no success. I need your help, admitted Harry, unsurely. Okay, with what? Inquired Sirius, his blue eyes boring into Harry's head. I need to know if you know where the time turners are kept. Harry admitted awkwardly. What? Yelped Sirius. Harry, come on, you can't do that. Promise me you won't do something stupid. Grasping his shoulders and holding them tightly, trying to get Harry to see how daft he was being. I'm not being stupid. I'll do it with or without your help, but I will have a better chance of succeeding if you do help, said Harry, feeling ashamed that he was using Sirius like that, but he didn't care about anything other than Severus. You are going to get yourself into deep shit, snapped Sirius. You have a bright future ahead of you. Harry, please think about this. He was hurting that Harry was hurting so badly that he wanted to do this. I need to do it. I need Severus, said Harry, choking out the words, saying them for the first time since he died. I know you do, but Harry, you aren't the only person that's lost a loved one. This war has taken so many of us. I lost 6 friends from the Auror department that night, consoled Sirius, people who had trained under him. You don't know. I really need him, argued Harry. He needed him so much. Sirius sighed, kneeling down beside him properly. I know you feel like that right now, but you will love again. I know it seems like you won't, but you will. I'm pregnant, croaked Harry. Sirius gave a bark of laughter. That might have worked if you were a woman, he pointed out dryly, thinking Harry was joking with him. Although this wasn't really the time or the place for jokes. Biting his lip, Harry used the spell he'd been using all night to see for himself that it real and not some absurd dream. Sirius' breathing hitched when he saw for himself that Harry was telling the truth. Disbelief thrummed through him. What the hell was going on? This wasn't possible. Men didn't get bloody pregnant. The only males that got pregnant were some animals, if he remembered right. What did you do? Asked Sirius, umming that they had done something to Harry to accomplish it. The changes happened when I got unicorn blood in my system, said Harry weakly. He'd been pregnant the entire time Sev was trying to come up with a way for men to conceive. The irony amused him each and every time he thought about it, a dark morose humor of course. I'm going to he didn't know, sighed Sirius, rubbing his eyes tiredly. There was no way in this world Snape would have let Harry fight if he had been pregnant. Bloody hell, this was really happening. His godson was bloody pregnant at 17, the first man in the history of the world to get bloody pregnant. Yes, shit had just gotten complicated and fast. No, sniffled Harry, trying to prevent the flow of tears but unable to do so. Will you help me? Begged Harry. The spell showing the budding pregnancy dissipated on its own. Even if I want to help you, Harry, I don't know where they are, admitted Sirius sadly. I'm sorry. Did his godson even realize he would need turn the damn thing over 100 times? He didn't even know if such a thing was possible. Harry slumped in defeat, grief overwhelming him again. But I know someone that does. You do too, said Sirius, wondering what on earth he was doing. He didn't want Harry to do this, so why was he bloody helping him? Oh yes, because he knew Harry really would continue to do it, and get himself into trouble as well. If this all went south and Harry told them he helped, he wouldn't just lose his job, he'd end up in bloody Azkaban for aiding and abetting. Who? Asked Harry desperately, staring at Sirius with wide green eyes. Your dad, stated Sirius. Simply. Harry grimaced. Well, he doubted James would help him, but if there was a chance, surely he owed it to Sev to take it. Owed it to himself too. Was he really considering going back to Potter Manor? Merlin be damned, he hadn't set foot in that house in years, 6 years to be exact. He had sworn to himself he would never go back either. Closing his eyes, he gathered his dregs of determination and hope, refusing to let go of it. If James wouldn't help him, then he would just obliviate him, then go and search the Ministry of Magic for it. He didn't care how long it took, he had to believe in himself. He would do anything for Severus, absolutely anything. He had saved his life, gave him hope, faith in people, love, a chance to love and be loved. and most important, had given him something he hadn't dared to hope, a family. Harry, he will help you, go to him, said Sirius, being honest. Breathing out he nodded his head, he would do it, and he was desperate enough at any rate. Just be careful, you cannot be seen by yourself, warned Sirius firmly. I'll be using the invisibility cloak, confessed Harry, he would be getting it as soon as possible. Good, said Sirius, standing up, he brought Harry's face to look up at him solemnly. I love you, Harry, and I would do anything for you, but even I cannot get you out of Azkaban. I know you are desperate to have SN Severus back, but going in half-cocked will not work. Think it through properly, plan everything first, so you don't panic and do something you might later regret. In his forehead, he hugged the pregnant 17 years old, his mind utterly blown. He almost wanted to see Snape's face when he learned about it, just for the sake of amusement, he imagined the wizard fainting. He should be doing everything to discourage Harry, but in hearts of hearts, he knew he would want to do the same thing if anything had happened to Remus. Although he wasn't sure he would have had the guts or forethought to actually do what Harry was. He had learned long ago that Harry was brilliant at planning ahead, research and a level-headedness. It hadn't been more obvious when the shock of knowing Voldemort had made numerous Horcruxes. He'd been calm as you please, already planning the where and when. Sirius watched as his godson apparated away, shaking his head as if he could somehow clear it up, gazing unseen out of the window to the small backyard that was mostly just cement, with a few patches of GR growing out in various locations. He rarely paid any attention to the garden. Even as a kid there was just not much room to play around in. Pressing his hands against the marble counter, he closed his eyes as he contemplated everything he had just learned. Should he go and help him? Time travel was tricky business. One person going back was bad enough, but two. He fought against the urge to go to his godson, feeling wretched that he felt so conflicted. Is everything all right? Asked Remus, staring at Sirius in contemplation. Whenever Sirius got like this he wound himself up pretty tight. No, said Sirius, slamming his fists against the counter, grunting in frustration. What did he say? Inquired Remus, becoming concerned. It's best if you don't know, admitted Sirius, carting his shaky hand through his hair. If Harry got caught and questioned, he wasn't dragging Remus down with them. They couldn't arrest him if he didn't know anything about it. Questionable deniability. He didn't like the thought of keeping anything from Remus, but it was for his own good. He wouldn't survive Azkaban even for a few months, not because he wasn't strong. The wolf would kill them both trying to get free. Sirius, grunted Remus, getting frustrated himself now. I'm not exaggerating this time, Remy, I mean it. This is for your own good. Merlin be damned, I won't let anything happen to you, snapped Sirius, just please trust me on this. You aren't about to do anything illegal, are you? Asked Remus, alarmed. Not me, admitted Sirius, before he clammed up. Enough please. Remus' mind raced. He came to the obvious conclusion that Harry was going to do something, but what? What could he possibly be going to do that was breaking the law enough that Sirius was clamming up on him? They shared everything. It couldn't be too bad, could it? Otherwise Sirius would never allow it to happen, surely. It was killing him not knowing. But he doubted Sirius would tell him. He just had that look on his face and in his eyes that told him he was determined this time. Sirius remained standing, inwardly praying that Harry could pull this off. There would be hell to pay if he didn't. He just hoped that Harry's knack for getting things right would pay off once again. Want something to drink? Asked Remus, trying to help Sirius take his mind off what was happening. Whiskey, murmured Sirius, sitting down, planting his face on the table with a thump. He was going to get himself blind drunk. You have work in a few hours, reproached Remus, if he was planning on going in, but this was the wrong time to take any days off. No, I'm not, muttered Sirius. If Harry planned on going back in time to save Snape, did that mean he was already really alive but just spelled? Harry couldn't change anything. Things had to happen as they did. Harry was smart enough to know this, so logically he had to assume he did something to keep Severus alive. There wasn't anyone unaccounted for, no spells unaccounted for, no magical signatures that they didn't know. It was hurting his head just trying to think about it. Then again, it would do the same to everyone, especially knowing that if someone planned on going back and it worked, then they were already back, had already been back and done something. rubbing at his temples, even that had made his head spin. Nothing was making it spin more than the fact his godson was pregnant though. James sighed softly. Daylight streaming through the curtains, there wouldn't be any more sleep for him. Throwing back the covers, he got up. Sliding his feet into his slippers, he left his bedroom and made his way to his son's room. He was concerned about Nick. He'd been odd since the last battle. He had been locking himself in his room, but at least he was corresponding with Susan at the very least, since he saw his son's owl going back and forth constantly. Knocking on the door, he wandered in, seeing Nick stirring. "Come on, Nick, talk to me," said James, staring at Nick, wondering if he should remain here and not bother with work. His son had been quiet, too quiet since Albus had found out the truth. It boggled his own mind, even he had to admit that. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a proper chance to sit down and talk to him between work, his own guilty conscience, Lily, and everything that had happened. He quite frankly hadn't had a chance to sit down and breathe for 20 minutes. "Why are you annoying me so early?" whined Nick, shoving his pillow over his head, groaning. Unfortunately, consciousness was already setting in, tiredness leaving him. Considering his sleeping pattern had changed yet again, he'd slept a lot longer than he usually did. Grumbling under his breath, he sat up, feeling very put out, even more so when he actually noticed how early it really was. "Talk to me," repeated James. "It won't go any further than this room, you have my word," promised James, and he meant it. "Dad, for the last time, I'm fine," said Nick, getting tired of repeating himself. "Really? Fine is barely talking to me or eating," said James bluntly. "I'd hate to see you depressed then." "Dad," sighed Nick, shaking his head. He didn't want to talk. Why was his dad pushing it? James sat on the bed, looking at his son, trying to stare him down. Slumping in defeat, Nick stared at his covers as he spoke. "You know that night? The night it happened, I was WLING my eyes out, and Harry was just wakening up. Mum came in. She screamed your name a few moments later, trying to shield us from what was happening. Then he came in, demanding that Mum hand them over and she would live. I started screaming worse. Something had cut open my head. She was yelling no, begging him to kill her instead. Then he stunned her, face down on the floor, but Harry was trying to get to me, to hold on to me, but the cribs were too far apart. He had such a look of determination on his face to get to me," croaked Nick. It reminded him too vividly of the ending of the Tri-Wizard tournament. James paled. He hated thinking about that night, what Lily must have gone through, what his kids had been through. The fact his son could so vividly remember had him regretting so hastily allowing Dumbledore to bring that memory to Nick's conscious thought. He has UMed that Nick was feeling guilty and maybe disappointed that he had been living a lie all these years, unknowingly of course. "I remember being really scared and angry when the curse hurt Harry, then I cried all night because I wanted him but he wasn't there," admitted Nick. James swallowed thickly, the night flashing in front of his eyes. Nick hadn't stopped crying. He remembered that neither he nor Lily had been able to calm him down. He'd constantly had his hands out as if he wanted someone. By the time Albus showed up, he'd stopped crying, but he was very upset and refused to settle. It had been sheer exhaustion that finally caused Nick to sleep that night. Harry had been sleeping in their bed, probably due to sheer magical depletion. They could have turned Harry into a bloody squib without realizing it. Albus had been right. They should have taken the twins to the hospital and got them checked. "I just don't understand how I could go from that to hating him," murmured Nick. Susan had said it wasn't his fault, that he had just emulated his parents. That they were to blame, even if things had changed, it didn't make the past any different. He understood her words, but he didn't believe them, or maybe he just didn't want to believe her. He was his own person, he had his own emotions, and how could his feelings for his twins have just turned like flipping a switch? "It's not your fault, Nick, do not blame yourself, it's me and your mother that's at fault. You saw us ignoring Harry and did the same thing," snapped James. He never wanted his son to blame himself, he'd rather he rightfully blamed him and Lily. "Maybe," muttered Nick, saying it solely to placate his father and stop the argument he could feel brewing. He felt tired again. He wanted to get some sleep if he could. "Can I sleep now?" he asked, wishing his dad would get out of his room. "Just remember James cut off. "What the hell?" Standing up, he abruptly left Nick's room, closing the door behind him as he rushed down the stairs. Thankfully he was only on the first floor. He hadn't felt that magical signature in the manor in 5 years, no 6 years, he belatedly realized, much to his shame. Why would Harry be here? He knew his son couldn't stand the sight of him and he honestly couldn't blame him. Harry, breathed James, staring at his son in horror. He looked like he'd lost a lot of weight and aged 20 years. He so badly wanted to go and comfort him, but he was stuck. Guilt and distress held him immobile. He already had so much guilt for what he'd put Harry through. Knowing he was responsible for the death of someone Harry loved was worse, no matter whom that person was. Or rather, partly responsible. Snape had saved his family's life, inevitably at the expense of his own. "I need your help," whispered Harry. Somehow, despite his whisper, James heard and understood him in the silent hallway. James blinked. He never thought in a million years he would hear those words out of Harry's mouth. What could he help Harry with that Eileen or his friends couldn't? Or should he say Mum? Since it was pretty obvious Harry loved Eileen like a mother. He'd implied it a few years back, but he'd heard him say the words himself just 5 days ago. Anything, he gushed quickly, unable to believe his son was willing coming to him for aid. He owed it to him, he owed it to Snape, and he would do anything to make it up to his son for everything they'd done. Or in this case, what they hadn't done. Although he would regret those words in a few seconds once he heard exactly what Harry wanted. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.